Makati Archives presents a Gregory Scott story, Star Wars Promises. In the wake of the Second Galactic Civil War, the galaxy struggles to rebuild. The Jedi Order is scattered. The Galactic Alliance is fractured. For 3 survivors, the war is far from over. Zekk, Jedi Knight, reported missing in action after the Battle of Shidamad. He awakens aboard a dying Yuuzhan Vong worldship, stranded with no way home. As the vessel falls toward Makati, he must navigate a world of shifting alliances and desperate enemies, and confront the ghost of the man who was once his closest friend. Tahiri, Jedi Knight, former apprentice to Darth Ketis. Imprisoned for her crimes, she faces an uncertain future. The Jedi Order may have forgiven her, but she cannot forgive herself. Now she must decide, is redemption possible for someone who has done the unforgivable? Tenel Ka, Queen Mother of Hapes, mother of Jacen Solo's secret daughter. Behind her mask of royal composure, she mourns the man she loved and the child she could not protect. She must balance her duties to her people with her desperate need for hope, and the strength to keep a promise made long ago. On the desolate world of Makati, their paths will converge. Alliances will be tested. Betrayals will be revealed. And each must face the same question. How do you move forward when the past refuses to let go? PROMISESMAD PROMISESBROKEN THEFUTUREISWHATWELIVEFOR PROLOGUE Ancient ice, shattered to gleaming particles, drifted through the vacuum and shone white in the light of distant stars. A narrow channel of open space cut through the ice, the sole passable route through the Hapan spine to the isolated world of Shidamad. Cold pressed against the hull. Silence swallowed the sound of their engines. It had certainly never seen a moment like this, not in all its millennia. The attacking fleet still hovered outside the channel's choke point, undecided about pushing through toward its target, Uroro Station, where a handful of Jedi Knights had gathered to act as bait for the combined Alliance/Imperial fleet. If the enemy crossed the pass, they could. At the head of the formation was the black-hulled Imperial-class Star Destroyer Anakin Solo, personal command ship of the Galactic Alliance's Chief of State. Right on its shoulder, nearly 12 times as long, was the pale sword-shaped Vengeance-class Superstar Destroyer Megador, largest vessel in the Imperial Remnant Navy. Behind them, waiting like scavenger birds, were another half-dozen wedge-shaped star destroyers captained by Imperial Moffs eager to claim some credit for the slaughter. As she stood on the deck of her command ship, the Dragon Queen, Queen Mother Tenel Ka, thought how appropriate it was that nearly all the warships coming to attack the hidden Jedi base were from the Imperial Navy. That the sole exception was the Anakin Solo, commanded by a man who'd willingly remade himself in the image of his grandfather Darth Vader, made it even worse. That Tenel Ka had once loved that man more than anything in the galaxy made the scene more awful than words could describe. On the other end of the passage that had come to be called the Throat, the double-disc shape of the Dragon Queen sat paired with the deserving gem, 2 defenders for Uroro Station. The rest of the Hapan home fleet waited in the icy gases of the Throat to spring their ambush. Tenel Ka had brought every ship she could to defend the Jedi base from the man who'd once been Jacen Solo, but the enemy fleet seemed content to wait. Tenel Ka closed her eyes and reached out with the Force across the gap. She didn't search for Darth Ketis, she couldn't bear to, and had been trying so hard to block every memory of him, knowing she'd fail. Instead, she sought her father. He was no Jedi, but sometimes, when he was close enough, she could sense his unique presence. When her cousins brought the news that Prince Isolde's ship had been intercepted and captured by the Anakin Solo, Tenel Ka's first reaction had been desperate disbelief, almost a prayer, that Kiedis would not kill her father. After watching him burn Kashyyyk and kidnap their own child, she knew he was capable of anything, but she prayed he was at least sane enough to know the value of a hostage. With her eyes closed, she breathed in, then out. In and out, as she'd learned at the Jedi Academy on Yavin 4 so long ago. With Jason. In and out. A dim but familiar presence brushed her awareness, anxious, but not in pain. Her father was not force-sensitive, so even if she touched him, he couldn't touch her back. Still, she took comfort in his presence, as distant as it was. It meant their plans still had a chance. A voice behind her asked, "My queen, are you all right?" Tenel Ka opened her eyes. Admiral Enola Bass stood tall and black-haired, her gray uniform pressed, her face glamorous even now. Her blue eyes narrowed in concern. "No." Tenel Ka's voice was flat. "My father is still alive." "Fact." Bass gave a curt nod, but her eyes flickered, a rare crack in her composure. "Then the plan still stands a small chance of success." "Fact." Small. The word hung between them. They both understood. They both chose not to say it. A call came from across the bridge. Bass's dark brows drew together as she announced, "The Jedi have begun to move." Tenel Ka greeted the news with a nod. Though it was impossible to see with her naked eyes, she could sense them in the Force. Master Skywalker, Lobaka, KYP and Korin and all the other Jedi she'd known for more than half her life. Jaina and Zekk were at the forefront, flying wing-to-wing into Kiedis Maw. An officer leaned over her console. "The Jedi are engaging Anakin Solo's fighter screen. The Wookiee fighters are moving in as well. Megador is still holding position," another added. At the far end of the throat, Tenel Ka saw tiny flashes of light. She opened herself further to the Force, to everyone except Jason, dreading the loss of yet another person dear to her. Zekk swore as he bent low inside the cockpit of his StealthX, trying to bring his navigational computer back online. After 2 long minutes of fierce fighting, he and Jaina had cut power to their engines and allowed their battered black fighters to drift through space while the battle still raged around Anakin Solo beneath them. He crossed one more set of wires and the green light of his Navicomp came back online. His comm systems were still dead. His fighter had taken so much damage already it was a miracle the engines still worked. His flight suit clung to him, damp with sweat. The air tasted of burned circuitry and his own recycled breath. He looked out to see Jaina's ship drifting alongside him. He gave her a nudge with the Force and she looked in his direction. He threw her a thumbs up. She returned it. He sent her a "let's do this" through the Force and started his engines. The 2 fighters plunged toward Jason's Star Destroyer. Its gunners, busy fending off Jedi and Wookiee fighters swarming the hull, missed the 2 matte black X-Wings falling onto the command tower. Zekk sent Jaina another nudge, telling her to fire on the spherical shield projector to the right of the bridge tower. They cut their engines and let inertia glide them across the destroyer's hull. "Now!" Jaina's voice in his mind. "Now, now, 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 now!" Zekk fired his engines and pulled the trigger. His last 2 torps ejected from the fighter's nose, and he grabbed them with the Force and hurled them against the command tower's shields. The explosion ripped through the shields and exploded the generators, spilling mechanical entrails into space. Before Zekk could celebrate, something clipped his bottom port S-foil and sent him spinning. he tried to wrestle his ship back under control. That was when his engines finally burst. Starlight, explosions, laser fire, gnarled debris, the universe spun around him. His hand slammed the ejection lever. The cockpit burst open with a sound like tearing metal. Cold hit him, deep, bone cold, the cold of space that burned even through his vac suit. He called on the Force to slow his spin, to stabilize himself. He saw Anakin soloing by debris. He saw Megador's pale sword spearing laser blasts toward the Hapan fleet. He saw the vast spread of ice sparkling particles. He seemed to be falling toward them. Then something hard slammed into him. Darkness swallowed him. The same darkness that had swallowed Anakin, that had swallowed so many on that cursed worldship. He fell into it, knowing somewhere deep that he might never wake. Myakr claimed another victim. Tenel Ka had trained all her life to be a Dathomiri warrior like her mother. That made it all the more frustrating now to be aboard Dragon Queen, watching as the battle continued. The Jedi and Wookiee starfighter attacks had badly crippled Anakin Solo, but the Jedi had suffered too. From the reports relayed to her bridge, they said they'd been unable to launch their planned boarding parties to rescue Isolde. Her father wasn't yet dead. She knew, that she'd feel that death in the Force. Yet the reports also said that Zekk had gone missing in action. The reports also said Jaina had boarded Anakin Solo and was hunting her brother. Tenel Ka watched as the Imperials finally began to send their star destroyers down the throat. Battle dragons moved out from the ice fields to engage them. The Jedi fighters, meanwhile, had been forced to pull back to defend Uroro Station from Megador. As she watched, the foremost battle dragon unleashed a wave of concussion missiles. The explosions lit the void, brief, violent suns, and the deck shivered beneath her feet. The acrid tang of ozone and burnt wiring crept through the bridge's recycled air. The crew didn't cheer, but confidence radiated off everyone through the Force. That confidence evaporated when the Nova cruiser snapped in two under a double wave of concussion missiles. The bombers and TIEs pummeled the broken halves, and Tenel Ka knew Hapan sailors were dying by the hundreds. Then it hit her. Tenel Ka's knees went weak. She nearly fell when Admiral Bass hooked her arm and sharply drew her upright. In a hushed voice she asked, "Your Majesty, what has happened?" For a moment she couldn't speak. Then she found the breath somewhere and rasped, My father is dead." Against the black hole left by her grief she felt Bass' hot anger. "They will pay for the death of the prince. They will pay dearly." Tenel Ka barely heard. She didn't know if Jason himself had killed her father, but she couldn't disbelieve it. For him it would have been one more crime, one more murder, like his aunt, like so many others. He'd done it without hesitation, without regret. Even kidnapping their child had not been as awful as this. "Alana." She straightened. "I must go to my daughter. Admiral, the battle is yours. See to it that the Imperials learn the cost of this day." "Of course, Your Majesty." "Guards!" 2 bodyguards appeared and escorted her to the chamber where they'd kept Alana. Even knowing Dragon Queen would be heading into terrible battle, Tenel Ka hadn't hesitated to bring her daughter aboard. There was no other place the girl would be safe. Her guards led her into a bedchamber. She found Alana there, sitting on the plush mattress with her bare feet dangling over the edge. Almost 6 years old now, she was still clasping it in her lap, the plush Tauntaun doll that Jason had brought her. Tenel Ka stopped in the doorway. Alana looked up. "Mama, what's wrong?" "Leave us," Tenel Ka rasped. Her guards obeyed. "Mama, I feel cold." Alana hugged the tauntaun tighter. Did something happen, Mama? Is it Grandpa? Tenel Ka lowered herself onto the bed and wrapped her one arm around Alana's shoulders. Alana's small body trembled. She smelled of soap and the faint sweetness of the sweets Tenel Ka had allowed her before the battle, a small comfort, now so cruelly distant. Mama! Please tell me! She rested her cheek against the red crown of Alana's head. It's your grandfather, Alana. He's dead. Alana didn't say anything. She just clawed her little hands into Tenel Ka's clothes and pressed her face harder against her chest. As she clung to her daughter, Tenel Ka's mind staggered, trying to reconcile the earnest teenage boy she'd loved with the monster who'd kidnapped their child and murdered her father. Grief hollowed her out. She'd felt this before. When her mother died. When Anakin died. When Jason first became Ketis. She'd thought she'd learned to carry it. She'd been wrong. The cabin around them shuddered, first lightly, then heavily. Tenel Ka pulled away and grabbed her comm link. Admiral Bass, is Dragon Queen under attack? Heavy attack, Your Majesty. I recommend you stay in your cabin. Guards? What's happening? We're facing heavy fighter and bomber attacks. Hold on, Your Majesty. The comlink shut off. Tenel Ka hooked her arm around Alana's shoulders and held her close. Is it Jason? Alana whimpered. Is he coming to kill us too? No, Alana. It's the Imperials. We'll be safe here. I promise. Then where is he? On Anakin Solo, no doubt. Jaina had managed to board the Star Destroyer. One sole Jedi against a whole Star Destroyer and a Sith Lord. If it were anyone but Jaina, they wouldn't stand a chance. Admiral Bass started speaking again. Your Majesty, the Imperials have managed to land one assault shuttle in our main hangar bay. What? I'm sorry, Your Majesty. They broke through our defenses. Their boarding party is outnumbered 10-1. They will not get through. See to it they don't. I will. Please remain where you are. The comlink shut off. In her muffled voice, Alana asked, Are we really safe? Are we, Mama? We're safe, she said, but even then she found it hard to believe. She turned the comlink back on. Admiral Bass, are you there? We're here, Your Majesty. Rest assured, that landing team is confined to the hangar bay. Admiral, what about the other Imperial ships? They appear to be falling back. Do you suggest we? A voice screamed inside her mind. Tenel Ka dropped the comlink and pressed her hand to her temple, gasping for breath, desperate to get him out of her head. Jason. She heard Alana give a pained moan and knew he was trying to connect with both of them. And it felt like Jason, not Darth Ketis. She could feel honest concern beneath the sheer panic as he screamed. Go now, save Alana, save her, Imperials have nanovirus, kill you both, nanovirus in the air, keep Alana safe, save her. She fumbled for the comlink. Admiral! The Imperials! They're pumping a nanovirus into the atmosphere. Sever all climate systems from the bottom saucer. Vent the hangar to the vacuum. Shut down all air coming into this chamber, now! Your Majesty? How do you know this? I just do. Do it now or the Imperials will kill us all. Suddenly the screaming stopped. Silence exploded in her mind. She dropped the comlink and pulled Alana tight against her as the child started screaming. It's all right, Alana. Her voice cracked. You're safe now. Don't cry. She forced herself to say the awful truth. Your father, Jason, is dead. You're safe now. But as she held her daughter, she knew the lie in those words. Safe was a luxury either of them could afford. Jason's legacy, his crimes, his madness, would haunt Alana forever. Tenel Ka could protect her from assassins, from scheming nobles, from the galaxy's cruelty. She could not protect her from the truth of who her father had become. Never again. The words formed in her mind, raw and desperate. I will never let anyone hurt you again. The promise came from the deepest part of her, the part that still believed in the Jedi, in hope, in a universe that could be made right. But even as the words formed, she knew. She'd made promises before. To her mother. To Jason. To herself. And she'd broken them all. The galaxy didn't care about promises. It only took. It always took. Still, she held her daughter, and she held the promise, and she tried to believe. Chapter 1. The assault shuttle shuddered as it entered the friction of Shida Mad's upper atmosphere, jarring Tahiri Vela in her crash webbing. Her shoulder plates clacked against the stormtroopers crammed beside her, white plastoid against black plasteel. The air stank of sweat, fear, and the metallic tang of blasters cycled one too many times. Tahiri swallowed against the rising bile in her throat. Not for the first time since climbing into this boat, she tried to figure out how she'd gotten here. Causality seemed a simple enough chain. An hour before she'd been in a StealthX fighter over Shida Mad, scanning for signs of Jedi or Hapan activity. An hour before that, she'd been getting her orders to scout this place by Darth Kiedis, or Jason Solo, or whatever he was. And further back the chain went, all trailing back to this current moment, where she stood prepared to help a bunch of Imperial stormtroopers slaughter the Jedi she'd known almost all her life. She wasn't prepared. Ever since she'd apprenticed herself to Kiedis, she'd been suspicious of his motives. When he'd started asking her to betray the Jedi Order, the only real family she'd had since leaving her Tusken clan, she'd found ways to justify it. She'd told herself it was necessary. The galaxy needed order, and Skywalker was too shattered by Mara's death to hold things together. Hard decisions. Awful responsibilities. Moralizing was a luxury she couldn't afford. The words had come so easily, so sickeningly easily. But beneath all those rationalizations lay the simple desperate need to see Anakin again, to give him the kiss she'd promised at MYRKR and never been able to give. To pretend she could undo half her life. And Kiedis had used that need to turn her into his creature, which was why, on his orders, she was on this attack shuttle right now, preparing to take the final step and betray everything and everyone she'd believed in. She felt like she was about to throw up. From the cockpit the pilot announced, "Hitting lower Atmo. Prepare for landing cycle." Tahiri glanced at all the faceless white masks around her. Men like these had slaughtered hundreds of Jedi before she was born, and now she would help them again. Help them against her friends. She didn't know why she'd ever been stupid or desperate, or addicted enough to find this anything other than horrifying. Her stomach churned. The airlock door gleamed in the dim light. A way out. One step, and she'd be falling through Shida Mad's atmosphere, a shooting star of blood and bone. But she didn't move. Her stomach jumped into her chest as the shuttle's repulsors kicked in, arresting its fall. The deck plates vibrated through her boots. One last heavy shudder, a grinding, metal-on-metal groan, and they set down on the ground. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. "Landing zone secure," the pilot announced. "Stand by for deployment." The stormtroopers began unbuckling their crash webbing. They stood up from their couches and gave their kits one more look over, checking their rifles and blaster pistols and stun grenades. Tahiri rose on shaky legs and took the lightsaber off her belt. When she looked up, they had all turned to her. Over a dozen faceless white masks stared at her with mirror-black visors, awaiting orders. She looked at the squad sergeant standing next to her. She saw her reflection in his visor, a small woman in black combat armor, blonde hair tied tightly at the back of her neck, face pale and sallow, green eyes sunken. The 3 scars on her forehead, left behind by a Yuuzhan Vong shaper more than half a life ago, stood out like an accusation. She remembered the vision Anakin had shared with her, a vision of what she'd become if Mizan Quad shaping succeeded. A barbaric, sadistic dark Jedi, destroyer of everything she touched. The worst of both cultures. His dream had come true after all. The realization shook her. Her knees went weak. The sergeant grabbed her shoulder. "Colonel Vela, are you all right?" No. She was nothing close to all right and never would be again. But she swallowed and said, "Yes. I'm fine." The words tasted like ash. "What are your orders?" She thumbed her lightsaber into ignition. The blue blade hummed to life, casting harsh shadows across her face. For a moment, just a moment, she saw herself as she'd once been. A Jedi. A friend. Someone Anakin had loved. Then the shadows swallowed the memory. She'd made her choice. She had to live with it. "Follow my lead," she said it flat, hollow. Like she'd already lost everything that mattered. Because she had. Chapter 2. Tahiri had started dreaming again, vivid dreams that stayed with her after she woke. They were always bad dreams, just like they'd been in the late stages of the Yuuzhan Vong War, after Anakin had died and the suppressed memories of Rena Quad had begun to struggle for emergence. Back then, so many of her dreams had involved her being back aboard the worldship at Makati, where everything had changed forever. Sometimes she dreamed she was wandering alone through the Vong-formed environments inside the old worldship. Other times she'd been sure she was being chased. Those dreams had gone away after she'd accepted Rena Quad as part of herself, her Yuuzhan Vong half, but now, over 10 years later, they'd come back again. And it was all because of Jason. When he'd offered to take her back in time with the strange anti-force technique called flow walking, she'd been skeptical. The Jason she'd known during the Yuuzhan Vong War, the one who'd once told her she'd always be family, was already gone. The Jason who'd come back from his 5-year journey to learn about different force techniques was more coldly pragmatic, more serious and determined, more manipulative. She'd known there was an ulterior motive behind his offer to take her back to Makati, but she'd given in anyway, because after more than 10 years, some wounds still hadn't healed. And so he'd taken her all the way back to Makati itself. The planet, always lightly populated with sentient life, was now abandoned, its surface partially reformed by Yuuzhan Vong life. The giant worldship, which Jason told her was called Banu Ras, hung derelict in orbit over the green planet. It had been an old worldship 15 years ago, which was why it had been converted into a shaper's testing ground in the first place. After the Yuuzhan Vong had all moved to the living planet Zonama Sekit at the war's end, Banu Ras' hull had shattered, leaving much of its insides exposed to the vacuum. Jason had led her inside, and together they'd retraced their steps to the places they'd gone through over a decade ago, and using the force skills he'd gained from the Angti, he'd taken her back in time to see Anakin again, and it had been more real than she'd imagined. Like any addict, she told herself she could do it once, just the first time, and never do it again. But of course Jason, or Ketis, hadn't let her do that. He'd kept dragging her back and she'd kept letting him, because his flow walking meant she could see Anakin in the flesh again, Anakin from over a decade back, and she, invisibly touching the flow of events, could push her decade-younger self into doing what she should have all those years ago. In watching her younger self, she'd almost been able to feel Anakin's touch and warmth, more vivid than any memory could provide. She could give him that kiss at Myrkr over and over again, that kiss she'd promised to give him when he came back but never could. The fact that she'd never been able to fulfill that promise had gnawed at her for years, but through flow walking, through Jason and Ketis, she'd been able to think she'd kept that promise after all. But of course it was all a lie. Jason and Anakin were gone, but Myrkr remained. It lived in her bones, in the scars on her forehead, in the dreams that came like clockwork. The worldship had shaped her, body, mind, and spirit. She'd spent years trying to escape it. But you couldn't escape the past. You could only carry it. And right now, the weight of it was crushing her. In her dreams, she wandered through dense grashals, the sounds of battle echoing around her, lightsabers humming, Vong warriors howling, thud bugs exploding. She tried to find the source. She never could. Other times she wandered through swamps, across dusty ridges, through dark catacombs, chasing a voice she thought was Anakin's but could never be sure. All too often, she found herself chased by Voxen, the hideous hybrids created by melding Myrkr's native Vornsker with Yuzin Vong Pharaoh Xyn, creating force-sensitive Jedi hunting beasts with massive acid-dripping jaws, tails like whips, and 8 sets of claws that could tear a spaceship's hull apart. Once she'd even been a Yuzin Vong herself, wielding an amphistaff and battling Jedi with green and blue and gold blades whose faces were always obscured by shadow. The Voxen dreams came most often. They were always the worst. In one, she knew it was a dream, but that changed nothing. She ran through an artificial town. Empty. No human Badhan or Godel slaves. Only silence, and the howl of the hunt. The Voxen was after her. She climbed a ladder, kicked it down in the monster's face as it tried to jump up onto the rooftop after her. As the Voxen howled hungrily beneath, she heard a voice, Anakin's voice, telling her to follow. Somehow, she knew the direction. She jumped from rooftop to rooftop, the Voxen swiping at her heels. She climbed to higher stories, slipped inside broken windows, crawled through dusty innards, the Voxen howling outside and Anakin urging her on until she found a hole that led deep into the ground. She threw herself in. The Voxen was right behind her, its long snout stuck through the hole, snapping, acid dripping from its double rows of serrated teeth, but the beast could not fit its whole body through. She stared up at the Voxen's jaws in fear until 2 hands took her shoulders and pulled her deeper into the dark. She was in some low cavern, as tight as that locker in the space station where she and Anakin had kissed for the first time, and now it was Anakin again. She could feel it, and know it even without seeing him or hearing his voice. "Thank you so much, Anakin," she babbled as she reached in the dark until her fingers touched the smooth lines of his face, still remembered so vividly after so many years. "It's all right, Tahiri. You're safe now," he whispered in both ears. "Oh, Anakin, I'm so sorry," she panted. "Sorry for what?" "For everything." The words burst out of her, raw and desperate. For letting him die. For being pathetic and weak. For falling apart when he was gone. For letting Jason, for letting him. For killing Pelion. For killing Shevu. For capturing Isolde so Jason could murder him. For betraying everyone. For betraying myself. For being the monster Anakin said I could become. For knowing it was true. For knowing I deserved this. for knowing I'll never be anything else. Because it was Anakin, because it was all a dream, he didn't have to hear her say it. He stroked her cheek with a warm, rough hand. It's all right, Tahiri. You don't have to worry ever again. You'll be safe here. Oh, Anakin. She felt cold tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't forget you. I couldn't. Words choked in her throat. Anakin stroked her face again and gently whispered in both ears. It's all right, Tahiri. I still love you. I don't deserve it. Sure, Tahiri, don't cry. She felt his breath on her face, smelled the scent she could never forget, sand and sweat and something warm, something alive. She tasted salt on her lips. Her tears or his? She didn't know. She felt warm lips on hers and opened her mouth to take him all in. She closed her eyes even though it was pitch black and savored it, lost herself in it, indulged herself in this dream just like she'd indulged in Jason's flow-walking delusions because delusion and dreams were all she'd ever have any more. The kiss ended. She cracked open her eyes. Light flooded in, and with it, the face in front of her. Rough cheek, cold lips, dark shaggy hair, sunken yellow eyes. She jerked back, but Jason grabbed her chin and held her in a tight, black-gloved grip. Sneering, breath pulsing in her face, he said, "Don't cry, Tahiri." And he spoke with his voice, the voice of Darth Kiedis, but she heard Anakin's too. It was like either brother whispered into either ear, and she watched Kiedis' twisted lips say again, "Don't cry, Tahiri," and heard Anakin say it too. "Let me go," she tried to say. "Let me go. You will always be family to us." Kiedis' voice twisted the words into mockery, but beneath it, Anakin's warmth echoed, like a ghost she couldn't shake. Finally, she woke up. She stared at the ceiling of her cell, the same ceiling she'd woken up to after all the other bad dreams for the past week. Her sheets hadn't been changed in all that time. She'd stopped almost noticing the reek of the sweat-damp cloth. The taste of it clung to the back of her throat, stale, metallic, the taste of fear left to rot. Almost. She sat upright, stretched, and tried to think about something besides her latest dream, even though this cell was just permacrete walls on all sides and there was nothing to distract her. She peeled off her sweat-soaked clothes. The fabric clung to her skin, cold and clammy. The permacrete floor pressed against her bare feet, hard and unforgiving. She dropped into push-ups, feeling the burn in her arms, the ache in her shoulders, something real, something she could control. Chapter 3. Her cell lay deep beneath the Fountain Palace on Hapes. She was being treated as a Galactic Alliance prisoner of war, and her fate was to be decided by the Hapans, which she supposed she was glad for. It was far better than being a prisoner of the Imperial Remnant, especially after what she'd done to their commander-in-chief. What she'd done for Jason. For Anakin. For herself. She didn't even know anymore. The simple fact was that she'd murdered an unarmed 90-year-old man. Her crimes against the Hapans were much less reprehensible in comparison. She'd done everything she could to comply with her captors. She told them everything about Kiedis' battle plans and security arrangements, though how much good that would do she didn't know, since Anakin's solo had been battered beyond repair during the last battle and Kiedis was dead. She knew nothing about the state of the war otherwise. She hadn't seen Ben Skywalker, to whom she'd surrendered, or any other familiar face since her capture. In a way that was easier, she was confessing only to strangers and didn't have to bow her head in shame before men and women who'd once looked on her as family. She'd completed her exercises and put her bad-smelling but dry clothes on again when there was a knock on the door. They weren't asking for her permission to enter, of course. They always came in 10 seconds after knocking. They were just giving her the courtesy of a warning. 2 gray-uniformed Hapan Guards women stepped inside. They looked down on her with aristocratic Hapan disdain as she remained seated on her bunk, bare feet brushing the hard floor. "Well?" Tahiri asked eventually. "What is it this time? Have you picked my punishment yet?" "Your fate has been decided," a voice said from outside. Tahiri knew that voice. On instinct, she jumped to her feet. Cold shot up her body, but she kept herself still and her face blank as Queen Mother Tenel Ka walked into the cell. "Your Majesty," Tahiri swallowed, and snapped a bow. Tenel Ka had been a few years older than her at the Jedi Academy, and she'd always found the stoic red-haired warrior woman/Hapan queen more than a little intimidating. Right now, all she could remember was the look of fury on Tenel Ka's normally controlled face when she'd found Tahiri battling Leia Organa solo in the Fountain Palace when Tahiri had attempted to arrest her on Darth Kida's orders. "At ease, Miss Vela," Tenel Ka said. Miss Vela. Not Lieutenant Colonel Vela, the rank Jason had given her when she joined his Galactic Alliance Guard. Not Jedi Vela either. And certainly not Tahiri. Tahiri nodded but didn't relax. She swallowed and asked, "What is my sentence?" Tenel Ka regarded her for 3 long heartbeats before she said, "You have been sentenced to live, Miss Vela. In light of your cooperation with our investigators, and the cessation of hostilities, you are to be released." "Cessation? You mean the war's over?" "Indeed. Without the Chief of State, the Galactic Alliance military quickly sued for peace. So they weren't going to say his name, Jason or Kidas. Good. Tahiri preferred it that way. I'm glad for that." She laughed, a hollow, broken sound. "I can't tell you how glad. I really can't." "Indeed. However, I've received notification from the Alliance that the GAG rank you've been assigned is no longer viable." "You mean I've been dishonorably discharged?" "I believe so. I should also note that the Imperial Remnant has requested that you be extradited for the murder of Grand Admiral Pelian." Tahiri swallowed. "And? I will be doing the Remnant no favors." "I understand." She looked down at her hands. "I was aboard Anakin Solo when he learned about the nanovirus. He was determined to stop it. I think. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore." Tenel Ka's jaw tightened. "He did." The words hung between them. "He died saving my daughter." That's what Tenel Ka meant. "That's the only reason you're still alive." Tahiri understood. She always understood. "When am I to be released?" "Not until tomorrow, Miss Vela. There are still some affairs that need to be processed." "Of course. I'm in no rush." The Queen nodded. "Very well. If you'll excuse me, I have a ceremony to attend. I only wanted to deliver the news to you personally." "I appreciate that, Your Majesty. But—" She hesitated. "What ceremony?" "A funeral," Tenel Ka said. "For my father. And my daughter." Tahiri felt the words hit her like a physical blow. She'd known about the Imperial plan. She'd known about the nanovirus. But she hadn't known. She'd been the one to engineer the capture of Isolde. She'd made possible both his death and the creation of the nanovirus. She told herself it was because Isolde would be a valuable hostage. She told herself she didn't know what Kidas would do. It was a lie. She'd always known. And now. I can't bring myself to say I'm sorry. She said it flat, hollow. Sorry doesn't even start to cover it. Sorry is for people who can fix what they broke. I can't fix anything. I just keep breaking things. Keep breaking myself. Tenel Ka gave her a tiny nod, turned, and walked out of the cell. Her guards followed behind her and closed the door, sealing Tahiri back into silence. She sat on the edge of her bunk, staring at the blank wall, and waited for the dreams to come. They always did. She knew she deserved them. And she knew, with sick certainty, that they would never stop. But maybe, a voice whispered, Anakin's voice, or her own, she couldn't tell anymore, maybe you can learn to live with them. She closed her eyes. The darkness was waiting. So was she. Chapter 4. Tenel Ka stood at the fore of the arena, facing the crowds gathered for her father's funeral. The Fountain Palace's largest convocation hall overflowed with the full rank of Hapan nobility. The air was thick, heavy with perfume and the faint sourness of sweat pressed too close together. Murmurs rippled through the terrace like wind through dry leaves. The marble beneath her feet was cold through the soles of her formal shoes. They'd spent the past day filing past the two coffins. The large one, long and polished, gleamed under the chandeliers. The small one, so small, was draped in white silk, its surface cold as she brushed her fingers across it when no one was watching. It smelled of flowers. Too many flowers. The sweetness was cloying, suffocating. Too many uncertainties remained. Too many loose ends. The nanovirus attack on Dragon Queen had killed hundreds of her crew. For her daughter's safety, Tenel Ka had sent Alana to her grandparents while she hunted for the Hapan nobles who'd conspired with the Imperials. Giving her daughter away shattered her heart. But it was the only way to keep Alana safe. Necessity. The word tasted like ash. Admiral Bass stood at her right shoulder, ramrod straight, her gray uniform immaculate. The nobles rustled behind her, their silks whispering with every movement. To her left, the Solos and Skywalkers were a wall of quiet strength. She could feel the warmth of their presence, Leia's steady calm, Han's gruff solidity, Jaina's barely contained grief. And Alana, small and silent, her hand clasped tightly in Leia's. The Solos, broken, grieving, still standing, were family in a way blood could never be. They had lost Jason. They had lost Anakin. They had lost pieces of themselves. And still they stood beside her. Speaker after speaker approached the stand. Astarta came first, her father's bodyguard, his oldest friend. Her voice was rough, worn with years of service. She spoke of his youth, of the pirate fleets and the transitory mists, of the salt sting of space and the cold of ice clouds pressing against his ship's hull. Justice, she said. Isolde never wavered. Not once. Not ever. Leia Organa Solo stepped forward. Her voice was steady, but beneath the Tenel Ka could hear the cracks, the barely suppressed grief that made her chest ache in sympathy. She spoke of Isolde's bravery, of his goodness, of the man who'd once sought her hand. And in the silence between her words, Tenel Ka could hear the weight of everything Leia wasn't saying. Her own son. Her own loss. The mother's grief that no words could contain. Then it was Tenel Ka's turn. She'd prepared a speech, but as she faced countless expectant faces, the words slipped away. Finally, she found them. We have come here today to memorialize two great losses. One represents the past. The other is the future. In losing my father, a great man whose virtues you've already heard extolled, we Hapans have lost the best parts of ourselves, not just beauty and grace and wealth, but honor and dignity, those lofty ideals we so often mouth fealty toward but rarely live out. In losing my daughter and heir, Alana, we've lost even more. We've lost the chance to become a new society, a better society. Her voice trembled. The words scraped her throat, raw and jagged. Eulogizing her own daughter, her living, breathing daughter, while Alana sat alive and well just feet away, was a surreal torture. The words were a mask, a shield, a cage. They protected Alana. They also hid her. Tenel Ka was learning that the mask never truly came off. Not for a queen. Not for a mother who loved too much to be honest. She found her anger. My daughter was targeted for deliberate murder. That heinous act claimed not only her life, but the lives of hundreds aboard the Dragon Queen. The act was an abomination against all civilized law, and it will not go unpunished. That we, as Hapans, have even allowed such a tragedy to occur speaks ill of us all. For Alana's sake, and the sake of every daughter and sister we've lost in the recent battle, we must all do better. I, as your queen, promise I will do better. For my child, and all our children. She stepped away from the podium and sat down. Her hands trembled in her lap, nails digging into her palms. Queen. That's what they saw. Not the Jedi she'd been. Not the mother she was. Queen. The word had become a cage. She would not break. Not here. Not now. A few more speakers finished the ceremony. Tenel Ka remained seated as the mourners filed out. Once she was sure no one was watching, she turned to Jaina. The dark-haired woman sat beside her, arms crossed, back to patches visible on her forehead and neck. The scent of the patches, medicinal, clinical, mixed with the lingering floral sweetness from the coffins. The bench beneath them was hard, unyielding. The silence between them was heavier than the crowd's murmurs had been. Tenel Ka couldn't find the right words. She'd been trying for days. Now, beside Jaina, she still had nothing. Thank you for coming, friend Jaina. Her voice was stiff, formal, the Queen's voice, not the friend's. Jaina nodded barely. She didn't speak. The silence stretched between them, heavy with things unsaid. Tenel Ka tried again. I know your parents and Amelia plan to leave soon. Will you go with them, or with the Skywalkers? Luke and Ben were heading to Shida Mad, the Jedi's secret training ground in the mists. Even in private, Tenel Ka kept from mentioning it. Baldavian lip-readers had a way of finding secrets. Jaina was silent for so long that Tenel Ka thought she wouldn't answer. Then, finally, I was going to search one more time for Zekk. She said it flatly, like it was a fact. Like it didn't hurt. But Tenel Ka could feel the weight behind it, the need to find something, anything, that wasn't broken. I understand. Her voice was flat. She understood too much. After the battle, clean-up crews had scoured the throat. They'd found debris, wreckage, dead bodies. But not Zekk. He had simply vanished. Her father's death was a wound. Jason's was a scar. Zekk was an open question, a void that would never close. Jaina took a deep breath, the sound shuddering in her chest. She leaned in close, dark hair brushing Tenel Ka's shoulder. Her voice dropped to a whisper, hoarse, barely audible. The warmth of her breath touched Tenel Ka's ear. She could smell the faint sweetness of the spice Jaina had eaten for breakfast, could see the tiny tremble in her hands as she clasped them together. I've been talking with my parents, she said. There's something we want to do. What? We recovered his body from the Anakin Solo. Jaina's voice was hollow. It's still intact. Mostly. The word hung between them. Tenel Ka didn't ask. She didn't want to know what, mostly, meant. We've been keeping it frozen on Uroro Station. Mom and Dad loaded it into the Falcon before coming here. Jaina swallowed. They want to finish it here. Tenel Ka's brow furrowed. Here? On Hapes? Jaina nodded, her jaw tight. It's where we burned Anakin's body. I think it would be appropriate. Sending them off in the same place. She paused. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter where we burn him. He's already gone. Tenel Ka closed her eyes. The weight of the choice pressed down on her. This will be very difficult for me. It will be hard for all of us. She remembered the night they'd burned Anakin's body. The flames leaping toward the stars. The weight of grief crushing them all. Jason didn't deserve the same send-off. He'd died a monster. But if she didn't come, she'd regret it forever. Perhaps it would give her closure. I'll do it. She opened her eyes. But I have one question. Jaina waited, her gaze steady. Will your parents bring Alana? Tenel Ka's voice cracked on her daughter's name. Alana. The word was a prayer and a curse. You're her mother. They wanted you to decide. The choice twisted in her gut. Bring her. Let her see. Let her understand. Or keep her away. Let her forget. Let her heal. There was no right answer. There never was. Are Ben and Master Skywalker attending as well? Jaina nodded. Their family. Tenel Ka looked at her, at the weight of grief she carried, and understood. Family. The word was a blade. It cut both ways. Then so is Alana. The words tasted like ash, like promise, like surrender. We will be there for you. The words came easily. Promises always did. It was keeping them that was hard. She'd promised Jason she'd stay by his side. She'd promised her mother she'd be strong. She'd promised Alana she'd keep her safe. Some promises she'd broken. Some she was still trying to keep. She didn't know if she was promising to be there for Jaina, or for Alana, or for herself. But she knew she had to go. Because if she didn't, she would never find a way to let go. And if she did, if she stood beside the pyre and watched Jason's body turn to ash, maybe she would finally understand what she had lost. Or what she had already let go of. The choice was hers. It always had been. Chapter 5. When Tahiri's cell door opened again, she startled. The door hissed open, the same sound she'd heard a dozen times before. The air in the corridor was cooler, fresher than the stale, sweat-tinged air of her cell. She'd expected more scowling guards or maybe even the Queen, but instead she looked up at a teenage boy in brown Jedi robes. His red hair stuck up in tufts, as if he'd been running his hands through it. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. His robes were rumpled, and there, hooked to his belt, hung a lightsaber, the familiar weight of it a reminder of everything she'd lost. I'm surprised they let you take that in here. Tahiri's eyes lingered on the lightsaber. Ben caught her look. They trust me. He almost smiled. Strange as that is. I can't think of someone who wouldn't trust you. She tried for warmth, for lightness. Then Jason's face flashed in her mind. She dropped her gaze, unable to meet Ben's eyes. They'll let me go free. That's what they said. That was Tenel Ka's decision. She couldn't tell if he approved. What about Master Skywalker? We've talked about it. Ben's voice was gentle, careful. He thinks you've already taken steps to redeem yourself. He says that if you want to rejoin the Jedi Order, he's willing to talk to you about it. She shook her head. I'm no Jedi, Ben. You used to be. Maybe. I'm not even sure anymore. I was a Sith until about a week ago. You were never Sith. You were just one of his pawns, a tool he was using. Don't, Ben. She looked up, her eyes hard. I'm not just another one of his victims. I killed people, Ben. I murdered them. I know. His voice was flat and cold, the voice of someone who'd seen too much. Of course he knew. He'd been strapped to that table. He'd watched her hands crackle with blue lightning. He'd watched it arc into Lan Shevu, his friend, his mentor, and overload the medical system keeping him alive. He'd watched Sheva die. The memory surged back, the smell of ozone, the taste of her own fear, the convulsion of his body under the current. She'd been the one holding the lightning. Her hands had done that. She hadn't even meant to kill him, not like Pelian. It just happened. She'd let it happen. Her fault. Ben had to know that. The fact that he was willing to help her now, after what she'd done to him, was more mercy than she deserved. Tahiri, you're not like him. Ben's voice softened, almost pleading. There was a point where he did what you did. Killed a prisoner by accident. I was there. I saw him afterward. He was horrified at himself, but he kept going. He held her gaze. You knew your limits. You stopped. He never did. She wanted to believe him. Maybe it was even true. She sniffed, blinking back tears. That doesn't erase what I've done. Her voice was hollow. I can't undo it. I can't bring them back. Pelia and Shevu, they're dead because of me. I have to live with that. I know. But we're still willing to help you. She wiped her eyes, her fingers coming away wet. The tears tasted like salt and shame. I may not be Sith, but I'm not a Jedi anymore, Ben. Just like I used to be a Tusken and a Yuuzhan Vong, but I'm not those anymore either. She looked down at her hands. I don't know who I am. I don't think I ever did. Then what are you? He asked, voice soft and curious. She didn't know. She simply didn't. She looked down at her hands without answer. You can be what you want to be now, Tahiri. He leaned forward, earnest. You only have to decide to choose and act? She laughed, a hollow, broken sound. That's the sort of thing he would say. And I chose. I acted. And now I'm here alone, with nothing but my choices. Fair enough. Ben's voice was calm, patient. But that's not wrong in itself. What are you going to do? I don't know. Maybe I will come back to the Order someday, but I can't do it now. In her heart, she knew that day would never come. She'd only said it to appease him. Maybe he knew that, maybe not. She added very weakly, I'm sorry, Ben. The words felt useless, hollow. I really am. It's all right. I understand. Tahiri gave a long, tired sigh. Is that why you came down here, Ben? To offer me an out? Partially. He paused. I also wanted to let you know that you're invited. Invited to what? She frowned. Tonight. His voice dropped to barely a whisper. We're burning his body. The words hung in the air, heavy and final. His body. Jason's body. And he was asking her to come. Really? You're doing it here on Hapes? Ben nodded. Like they did for Anakin, I guess, not that I remember that. Like it, but smaller. Dad and I are going. So's Jaina, Uncle Han and Aunt Leia. So's Tenel Ka. She closed her eyes and could almost see Anakin on his pyre half a lifetime ago, surrounded by those whose lives he'd saved. Family, Tahiri said. Only family. Pretty much, Ben said, faint as a whisper. You will always be family to us. She could still hear his voice. Still see his face, the old Jason, the one she'd trusted. He'd promised her family. He'd promised her a place to belong. And she'd believed him. She'd believed him so desperately that she'd followed him into the dark. Now he was dead, and she was alone, and the promise was dust. I can't do it, Ben. Her voice cracked, raw and hoarse. Her hands were trembling. I'm not family. I want to be, she didn't say. I've always wanted to be. And that's exactly why I can't go. I talked to Dad and Jaina. They said they'd be okay with it. Jaina. Tahiri felt something like bile in the back of her throat. All the awful things she'd gone through over the past months must have been nothing compared to what Jaina had. She didn't know how she'd be able to look the other woman in the eye. Any of them in the eye. I'm sorry, Ben. I appreciate that, I do. She swallowed hard. But I can't go. I'm not family. I'm nobody's family. The words tasted like defeat. She'd spent her whole life trying to belong, to the Tuscans, to the Jedi, to Jason, and every time, she'd ended up alone. After a long, hesitating pause, Ben said, I understand. Thank you. He paused at the threshold. Goodbye, Tahiri. I hope I see you again someday. Goodbye, Ben. I'm sorry I couldn't be family. I'm sorry I'm not the person you think I am. He nodded, turned, and left. The door slid shut with a soft hiss, sealing her back into silence. The sound echoed in the small cell, loud in its finality. She collapsed back on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Part of her wanted the dreams to come, because she deserved them. But another part, the part that had almost believed Ben, was terrified they would never stop. She closed her eyes and waited for the darkness to claim her. Chapter 6. From the mountain's peak, the stars hung close enough to touch. The night air was cold and thin, carrying the faint scent of dry grass and distant smoke. The wind whispered through the rocks, a low, constant sigh. Backlit by the transitory mists, the stars filled the night sky's dome in all directions. Tenel Ka looked down and saw the distant lights of Fountain Palace far below, but the land around them was empty and dark. A few torches burned atop pikes stuck in the ground, casting flickering light over those gathered around the pyre. The flames crackled and spat, their heat a faint warmth against the cold night air. The smell of pitch and smoke clung to everything. Tenel Ka stood with Alana pressed against her side. Leia had her arm linked to Han Solo's, and Luke Skywalker stood with his arms crossed over his chest. Ben stood at Jason's feet, hands in his pockets, looking at the body faintly visible in the dark. Lastly there was Jaina. She stood beside the corpse, her hand hovering over her brother's forehead, close enough to touch, close enough to kiss. She didn't. I can't, her silence seemed to say. I can't touch what I destroyed. I can't love what I killed. Tenel Ka remembered Anakin Solo's funeral on this same mountaintop. Jaina had been delivered by Kyp Durn from the ball hosted by Tenel Ka's grandmother, Jedi robes hastily thrown on. Now she wore a plain black tunic and jacket, her hair pulled into a braid down her back. Flickering torchlight caught the white bandages on her forehead, deepening the shadows on her narrow, gaunt face. Last time, they'd been surrounded by the survivors of the MYRKR mission and others who wanted to pay their respects. They'd taken turns speaking of how Anakin had saved their lives. This time, no one spoke. There was nothing to say that wouldn't sound hollow. Anakin had died a hero. Jason had died a monster. And the galaxy would never forget the difference. As she looked at the body of the man she'd loved, Tenel Ka let herself hope that fire could expunge the bad memories and give life back to the good ones. She knew it could never be. But she still hoped. Jason's face was gaunt like his sister's in the torchlight, gaunt, but somehow peaceful. She remembered the last time she touched his cheek, the stubble rough beneath her fingers, the warmth of his skin. There was no warmth now. Only cold. She remembered lying beside him, watching him sleep. His sleeping face had always been so different from his waking one. Awake, Jason had been alert, inquisitive, restless, a spark always in his brandy-brown eyes. Sleep had always made him look younger. He didn't look younger now. He looked like what he'd become. A stranger. A monster. A man she'd loved and lost and failed. The dark powers had carved away the last softness from his face, and with it, the last traces of who he'd once been. She wondered if he'd felt it happening. She wondered if he'd fought it. She would never know. In becoming Kitas, he'd purged himself of all his old softness. Not even death could erase that stain. They stood around the body for what seemed like forever. Then Jaina finally went to one of the pikes and picked up the torch. She walked back to Jason's body and held it high, so the light shone over her, over him, over everyone gathered. She paused, waiting for someone to say something. No one did. No one had the words. Tenel Ka watched as Jaina glanced toward her parents. Leia nodded, almost imperceptibly. Her face was a mask of stone, but her eyes were the eyes of a mother who had lost 2 children and was still standing. Barely. Do it, her nod seemed to say. Let him go. I can't. Han gave no motion at all. He stood like stone, his face unreadable in the firelight. But his hand, the one not linked with Leia's, was clenched into a fist so tight his knuckles were white. He was holding himself together by the thinnest thread. Jaina dropped the torch. Flame leaped up at once. The heat washed over them, sudden and fierce. The smell of burning cloth and flesh, faint, acrid, unmistakable, crept through the cold night air. Tenel Ka felt her daughter's hands claw into her leg, tiny nails digging through her robes as the fire spread around Jason's body. She reached out with the force, trying to send wordless comfort to Alana, that Jason was gone, that he could never harm her, that she was safe. Alana pressed her head against Tenel Ka's thigh, her small shoulders shaking. Why am I crying? Her silence seemed to ask. He was supposed to be my father. He was supposed to love me. And I'm supposed to be glad he's gone. But I'm not. I'm just sad. And I don't understand why. The crackling flames nearly swallowed the sound of her sobs, but Tenel Ka could feel the wetness soaking through her robes, her daughter's tears, hot and desperate. She tasted salt on her own lips. She hadn't realized she was crying too. Tenel Ka had never cried as a child. She'd never allowed herself to. She'd fashioned herself into a hard, stoic warrior, as she thought was her birthright. She'd buried her feelings so deep she'd forgotten they were there. Now they rose up, unbidden, choking her, a weight in her chest, a tightness in her throat. She tasted ash on her tongue. The smoke, or her grief, she couldn't tell anymore. A lifetime of grief, compressed into one unbearable weight. Perhaps if she'd learned better as a child, it could have all been different. But the past was the past. Fact. She couldn't change it. She could only choose what came next. She reached down and stroked Alana's hair. Better this way. Alana could purge herself of what her father had been. In her grandparents' care, she could grow stronger, freer, truer to herself than Tenel Ka had ever been. She had to believe that. It was the only thing she had left. Fact. The word felt hollow, even in her own mind. But she held on to it anyway. But as she watched the flames, she realized something else. The pyre wasn't just about Jason. It was about her too. Her failures. Her guilt. Her broken promises. She'd promised to protect him from the dark side. She'd promised to be there for him. She'd broken both. The promises felt like stones in her chest, heavy, cold, unmovable. She'd made them with her whole heart. She'd meant them with every fiber of her being. And she'd failed. The fire had no answer for that. She tilted her head back and watched the flames leap, twist, dissolve into cool night wind. The heat was fading. The smell of smoke lingered. The wind brushed her face like a whisper, carrying the last echoes of the crackling fire into the endless dark. She didn't know if she would ever truly find peace. She didn't know if she deserved it. But she knew, with a certainty that surprised her, that she would keep trying. For Alana. For herself. For the promise she had made. Letting go wasn't about forgetting. It was about choosing to live despite the weight of the past. Chapter 7. Zekk woke floating in Bacta. The liquid cradled his skin, soft and warm, the slight viscosity of it clinging to every inch of him. The ventilator mask pressed against his face, its rubber seal tight against his cheeks, carrying the familiar sterile smell, chemical and clean, with a faint metallic undertow that coated his tongue. Somewhere nearby, a machine hummed, a low, constant vibration that seemed to pulse through the liquid itself. Through the curved glass, figures shifted in the white-walled room beyond. Their footsteps were muffled, barely audible through the thick glass, but he caught the occasional murmur of voices, too low to make out words, too close to ignore. One was a medical droid, silver body, spindly limbs. Others were humanoid, but he couldn't make out their faces. Even through the haze, the Force brought him their emotions, vague, detached curiosity. Nothing threatening. Nothing familiar. He was alone in a sea of strangers, cut off from everything he knew. The void in the Force where his friends should have been was louder than any sound. How long since the throat? Hours? Days? He had no idea. Jaina, was she alive? Jason? Anyone? The questions circled unanswered. He reached out with the Force but felt nothing. Maybe they were gone. Maybe he was too far away. Maybe his senses were simply addled from his injuries. He remembered the attack run on Anakin Solo. The successful attack run. Everything after that was a haze. He drifted in and out of sleep until, finally, the medical droid began draining the Bacta from his tank. He'd been in tanks before. He knew what came next. The warm liquid receded with a soft gurgle, and cold air hit his skin, sharp, almost painful after the warmth of the Bacta. His body shuddered, goosebumps rising on his arms. The droid's metal grip closed around his shoulders, cold and unyielding, hauling him from the tank. His bare feet hit the smooth floor, slippery with residual Bacta, and he tasted the chemical tang of it still clinging to his lips. He braced his legs wide to keep from slipping and took the white towel from the droid's outstretched hand. He surveyed his surroundings. He and the droid were alone in what seemed to be a well-appointed medical bay. He could feel the vibration of distant engines, but he heard no sound. Hyperspace, probably. He was sure he'd seen beings outside his tank, but now, for his long-awaited emergence, the room was empty. "Where am I?" His voice was hoarse, barely a rasp. "What ship is this?" Probably won't answer, he thought. Worth a try. The droid's photoreceptors glowed, but it made no sound. It could speak, he knew that. Someone had ordered it silent. He definitely had a bad feeling about this. The kind of feeling that had saved his life more times than he could count. Probably. "Can I at least put some clothes on?" He tightened the towel around his waist. "Or do I have to do this the hard way?" The droid extended one thin arm, pointing to a shelf on the far side of the room. A plain white jumpsuit lay folded there. He nodded and crossed the room. The jumpsuit was simple, a few pockets, nothing else. His hand went to his belt. Empty. No lightsaber. No blaster. No comm, nothing. He was stripped bare, no weapon, no rank, no name. Just a man in a stranger's clothes on a stranger's ship. He wasn't a Jedi here. He wasn't anything. He scanned the room for security holocams. A spherical bug eye above the Bacta tank stared back at him. He scowled at it. Someone was watching. They'd make themselves known whenever they pleased. He threw the towel aside and pulled on the jumpsuit. The fabric was stiff, unfamiliar, rough against his still damp skin. It smelled of industrial cleaner, bland and sterile. He sealed it up to his neck, the fasteners clicking softly in the quiet room. Zekk was a big man, lean, tall, wide-shouldered, but the jumpsuit fit. He just sealed it up to his neck when the door swished open behind him. He turned, shoving wet strands of black hair from his eyes, and faced the newcomer. The creature standing next to the medical droid was at least twice Zekk's size, just as tall, far wider. His heavy feet scraped against the deck as he shuffled closer. He smelled of something musky, faintly animal, mixed with the sharp tang of shipboard recirculated air. Baragwin. High humped back, thick neck, beady eyes. Common in the space lanes. People took them for slow-witted, but Zekk knew better. They were canny, pragmatic. As far as he knew, there were none among the Jedi, none among the Hapans or Imperials. Whoever this was, he was something else. "You seem well." The Baragwin's voice was deep, casual. Like they were old friends. "The Bacta did the trick." Zekk's jaw tightened. He glanced down at himself. Pink patches of new skin, fading bruises. Nothing serious. The Baragwin shuffled closer, his heavy feet scraping against the deck. "That's good. How is your right arm?" Zekk flexed it, twisted it. "What happened to it?" "It was broken. We set it in a splint. It seems to have mended excellently. Our droid does excellent work, doesn't he?" Zekk glanced at the mute metal face mask behind the Baragwin. "He does. Did you program him not to speak with me?" "Yes, actually." The Baragwin's tone was casual, almost amused. "I wanted to have the first chance to talk." "Did you now?" Zekk crossed his arms over his chest. "I'm thankful you pulled me from my ship, but I'd like to know what's going on. Are you the captain?" "First officer. Call me Chazdroharn." "All right. I'd like to speak to your captain. I have a lot I need to talk about." "Captain Prelix will see you when he is ready. Right now, I'm to see you to your quarters." "I don't mean to be rude, but I'd rather not bother with quarters." Zekk's tone was flat, practical. "I'd like to get off this ship as soon as I can." "And go where?" Zekk blinked. "I'd like to get back where I came from. I have people who are waiting for me." I'm sure you do. Harn's tone was dismissive. We know you're a Jedi, by the way. The lightsaber was a giveaway. My lightsaber? Zekk's voice cracked, just slightly. What did you do with it? Without it, I'm just a man in a stranger's clothes. The captain has it at the moment. Harn's tone was dismissive, almost bored. He's always been fascinated with Jedi. Fascinated. The word hung in the air like a warning. Well, he can talk to a real one anytime he wants. That's true, but right now he doesn't want to. Zekk sighed and tried to keep calm. He didn't feel threatened, not exactly. Baragwin were hard to read, even with the Force. But he didn't feel safe either. Every word Harn said felt measured, careful. Like a trap being laid one piece at a time. Listen. Zekk's voice was quieter now, the bravado gone. I have people I care about. I just want to know if they're okay. Please. Just tell me Jane is alive. That's all I need. Harn made a sniffing noise, something scraping deep inside his head. All right, Jedi? His voice was flat, clinical. He was watching Zekk carefully, cataloging every reaction. The war is over. Jacen Solo is dead. The news hit him like a blow, a physical weight in his chest, a rushing in his ears. He braced himself against the bulkhead, the cold metal biting into his palms. His mouth went dry. He tasted something bitter, like fear, like bile. Jacen was dead. The words echoed in his skull, refusing to settle. The man he'd fought beside, the man he'd watched fall, gone. What about his sister? Zekk's hands gripped the bulkhead. What about Jaina? Sister? Harn's tone was light, almost mocking. I believe I heard it said that she killed him. Such an unfortunate family. Zekk's mind reeled. Jaina was alive. She'd survived. But she'd killed her own brother. Relief and horror tangled together, leaving him speechless. You don't know the half of it, he finally managed. You don't know what it cost her. You don't know what it cost all of us. You do? Harn asked, curious. Zekk frowned. He'd said too much. What about the other Jedi? What about the Hapans? What about? All in good time. Harn removed a small datapad from his robes. The latest news updates. I believe they'll provide excellent reading material while you recuperate. Until your captain decides to see me, you mean? Yes. Harn sniffed again. Until then. Zekk watched him leave, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He was a prisoner. They had his lightsaber. They knew he was a Jedi, and they weren't afraid. That should have told him everything. It probably did. He had to find out why. He had to find a way out, before whatever they had planned came to pass. He'd survived the Vong War. He'd survived the attack on the throat. He'd survive this too. He had to. Chapter 8. Grief never lasted forever. Something always demanded attention. The hum of the palace's climate systems, the cold weight of the crown, the faint scent of the flowers still wilting in the funeral hall. The war was over. The cleanup had just begun. Her security team investigated the Dragon Queen attack, rooting out traitors one by one. Duka Riquad had already fallen, her attempted coup crushed. But other nobles remained under suspicion, their ties to the Imperials still unproven, still dangerous. The search for Zekk weighed heaviest on Tenel Ka. After so much loss, the limbo was unbearable. Her father, Jacen, Zekk, the dead she could mourn, the missing she could only wait for. The not knowing was its own kind of grief, a wound that refused to close. Despite Admiral Bass's protests, she detached ships from the home fleet to help the Jedi search the transitory mists. The search had begun immediately after the battle. Isolde was buried. Jason turned to ash. Then the Solos and Skywalkers joined the hunt. Jaina, Ben, and Master Skywalker spent hours in their X-Wings combing debris. Alana, now Amelia to the galaxy, toured the Millennium Falcon with her grandparents. Tenel Ka smiled at the thought of her daughter's first voyage, though she couldn't imagine what Han was telling the girl. Probably something smuggler-related. Nothing made her smile about the search for Zekk. Jedi and Hapan crews scoured the throat for days. They found debris, wreckage, bodies. Not Zekk. Every update brought the same weary resignation. The time would soon come to call off the search. Tenel Ka dreaded that for reasons beyond Zekk. Once it ended, Alana would leave with her grandparents. The Skywalkers would return to Shida Mad. Jaina would go wherever she went. And Tenel Ka would be alone in her palace, no friends, no allies, no daughter. She would be alone again. The palace would swallow her like it always did, the empty halls, the cold throne, the silence that pressed in from all sides. She'd built walls around herself to keep the loneliness out. But they'd only kept everyone else away. The silence of the palace had pressed in on her 7 years ago. Empty halls. Cold sheets. A throne that offered no warmth. Jason had arrived like a lifeline, and she'd clung to him. Looking back, she saw it for what it was, the first step down a long, horrible spiral. She couldn't change the past. She couldn't save Jason. She couldn't bring Zekk back. But she could still choose to hope. Her guards reported Luke Skywalker's arrival. She braced herself for bad news and went to meet him. She didn't know if she could bear another loss, but she had to try. Luke stood beneath the nose of his X-Wing. The engine still ticked as it cooled, a faint metallic ping echoing across the pad. The air smelled of ozone and scorched metal. He removed his helmet, and she caught the faint scent of recycled ship air clinging to his robes. He wore Jedi robes over his flight suit. He looked like half elder sage, half scruffy farm boy, which was, she supposed, exactly who he was. He didn't smile as she approached. His face was tired, heavy with news he didn't want to deliver. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." His voice was gentle, but tired. "I think it's time to call off the search. We've found nothing." Tenel Ka nodded, her face a careful mask. "I understand." Her voice was flat, controlled. "I shall advise the home fleet to wind down operations." "I'm losing him," she didn't say. "I'm losing everyone." "I'm very sorry. We tried everything." "I know. Thank you." They stood in formal silence for a moment. Luke clearly wanted somewhere private. She led him through marble halls, their polished floors echoing with each footstep. The air was cool, scented with the faint sweetness of the blooms that lined the corridors. Her robes rustled as she walked, a soft whisper against the stone. She led him to the walled garden. "Come, jamming field," she said, once the gates closed behind them. "We can speak freely." "What a relief!" His lined face relaxed into a smile. She walked along the dirt path, the soft earth yielding beneath her feet. Arching tree branches dappled the ground with shifting shadow. The air smelled of damp soil and night-blooming flowers, sweet and heavy. A breeze brushed her face, cool against her skin. "What did you want to talk about?" she asked. "I stopped at Uroro Station," he said. "Had some talks with Jagged Fell." "Ah. Aha. Tenel Ka knew what had happened. After the battle, Luke had cornered the Imperial Moffs and forced them to recognize Fel as their new head of state. She had nothing against Fel. He wasn't responsible for the nanovirus attack. But relations between Hapes and the Remnant had never been worse. Any diplomatic opening would be seen as weakness, maybe even treason. Fel was investigating the nanovirus attack, Luke explained. Aggressively. Some of the Moffs weren't cooperating, and the scientists who developed the weapon had gone into hiding. She shook her head. This is a wretched business. I know. Luke's voice was calm, but tired. But Fel can handle it. Send him my gratitude. Luke hesitated. There was more. One of the Moffs confessed knowledge of another bioweapon, he said. Designed to target Force users. She shuddered. Palpatine again? No. The Yuuzhan Vong. She stared at him. The Vong? How do the Imperials? Ketis told them. Luke's voice dropped, heavy with something that might have been grief. He was working with their scientists. He wanted to go after Boba Fett first, that's why they dropped the nanovirus on Mandalore. But he also wanted this. He met her eyes. A Vong-designed weapon against Jedi. The words hung in the air like poison. She tasted something bitter on her tongue, fear, or the memory of it. Her hands clasped in front of her had gone cold. Ketis knew it existed, Luke continued. Maybe he knew where it was. Or maybe he just told them to search. There are hundreds of Vong-formed worlds, dozens of abandoned warships. It could be anywhere. Of course he knew, she thought. The dark side always found old weapons. Old hatreds. Old sins. Tenel Ka's mind raced. The Alliance? Zonema Sekit? Dala isn't friendly to Jedi. Luke shook his head. I don't want her to know this exists. And Zonema Sekit. I'm not sure the Shapers would help. Or remember. Does Fel's contact know where it is? No. He sighed. He might be lying. Or there might be nothing at all. Master Skywalker. She met his eyes. You wouldn't be here if you thought that. No. He held her gaze. This has to be investigated. The Jedi will use our own resources. And I will use mine. She nodded firmly. 2 teams, working independently. Faster results. That's my hope. She walked on, the shadows shifting around her. My nobles hate the Jedi. Some have already contacted the Imperials. If they hear about this. Jaina mentioned a name. Luke's voice was quiet. Sinzakal. A scientist who worked for your grandmother. He was doing unethical experiments with Vong biotech on Galanor. Tenel Ka frowned. She didn't know the name. Jaina had some experience with him during the war, Luke said. If he's still alive, and if the Imperials enlisted Hapan help, I'll find him. Luke's face softened. It's good Alana will be with her grandparents. Away from all this. Yes. Her voice caught. I'll miss her. But she'll be safe. Necessity. The word tasted like ash. He put both hands on her shoulders, a firm, warm pressure that anchored her. You'll be lonely here, Tenel Ka. But you have to be strong. I am always strong. She heard the defensiveness in her own voice. Queen doubt that's what they needed her to be. Not the woman who'd loved Jason. Not the mother who'd lost her daughter. Not the Jedi who'd failed. Just the Queen. Solid. Unbreakable. Untouchable. The mask was heavy, but she wore it anyway. Of course. He smiled gently. But even when we're not here, the Jedi will never abandon you. He said it like a promise he needed her to believe. Your family never will. She blinked back the sudden sting in her eyes. Thank you, Master Skywalker. Her voice caught. That means a great deal. He squeezed her shoulders. You gave us help when we needed it. If you ever need help yourself, call. He held her gaze. We'll always come running. She wanted to believe him. Needed to. But promises had a way of turning to ash in her hands. She'd promised Jason she'd be there for him. She'd promised Alana she'd keep her safe. She'd promised herself she'd never be this alone again. She'd broken everyone. Still, Luke was different. She had to believe that. She held on to his words, hoping they were true. Hoping that this time, finally, a promise would hold. Chapter 9. The sun rose over the Fountain Palace, a bright gold light low in the sky that cast vivid highlights on the white cloud wisps overhead. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint sweetness of the palace gardens. Somewhere in the distance, a bird called, a lonely, questioning sound. It was a beautiful sight, the first natural light Tahiri had seen in weeks. It should have brought calm and renewal. Instead, she stared at the new day's sky and felt nothing. A Hapan shuttle sat on the dock before her, its crew making final checks. She would have to join them soon. Though the Queen had absolved Tahiri of any crimes against the consortium, she was not welcome on Hapes. The shuttle would take her to Junction Station, a trading post Tenel Ka had built on the edge of the transitory mists. Outside ships rarely entered Hapan space, but they came and went freely on Junction. Tahiri didn't want to spend any more time on Hapes. But she couldn't summon any feeling, not for the sunrise, not for her passage off this planet. Her guards would cast her loose on Junction and leave her to fend for herself. She had no idea where to go. The Alliance wouldn't want her. She couldn't beg the Jedi for forgiveness she didn't deserve. The Imperial Remnant wanted her dead. And Zona must seek it, wherever it had gone, was beyond her reach. There's always Tatooine. Return to the desert where she'd begun. End where she'd started. It would almost be poetic. Ben hadn't come to talk to her since that one time in her cell. Neither had Master Skywalker or any of the Solos. She was glad of that. Facing them would be hard. She only wanted to slip away on Junction Station and try to become anonymous. She picked up her bags and walked toward the shuttle. Her boots echoed on the stone. 2 Hapan guards stood at the base of the ramp, their faces blank. The sun was warm on her shoulders, but her hands were cold. Through the Force, she felt their disdain, the same disdain she'd felt from everyone since her capture. Then something else touched her awareness. She stopped 10 meters from the shuttle and turned. Walking onto the landing ramp was a small woman with long dark hair blowing in the breeze, Jaina Solo. Her footsteps were quick, determined on the stone. The wind carried the faint scent of her, shipboard recirculated air, a hint of something floral. Part of Tahiri wanted to run to the shuttle and never look back. But the rest of her stayed rooted as Jaina walked up to her. Jaina stopped a meter away, out of arm's reach. She stared at Tahiri. Tahiri stared back. The silence stretched between them, heavy and awkward. Tahiri could feel the weight of the lightsaber on Jaina's belt, could feel the distance between them like a physical thing. Neither could find words. Finally, Jaina reached down to her belt. She had 2 lightsabers hooked there. One was the weapon Jaina had built on Yavin 4 all those years ago. The other was the one Tahiri had surrendered to Ben Skywalker on Uroro Station. Jaina unclipped the lightsaber and offered it to Tahiri, palm first. The metal was cold against her palm, the familiar weight settling into her hand like a ghost. She heard the faint hum of the kyber crystal inside, dormant but waiting. Tahiri stared at it. "Are you sure you want me to have this?" Her voice cracked. "I don't deserve it." "Do you want it?" Jaina's voice was steady, but her eyes were searching. "I'm giving you a chance. Take it." "I'm not sure." She couldn't meet Jaina's eyes. "It will be safer." She said it like a fact. "I know. There's going to be a lot of people who mean me harm, and not just the Imperials. Not that I blame them. Tahiri, I think you should take it." Her voice softened, just a little. "If I didn't, I wouldn't be here right now. I'm no Jedi." The words came automatically, a reflex. But she wasn't a Sith either. She wasn't anything. She was just Tahiri, whoever that was. "You're not a Sith either. You never were. What he made you do was..." "Stop." Tahiri reached out and grabbed the lightsaber. It felt good in her hand. "I did what I did." Her voice was flat, hard. "I'm sick of being somebody else's victim. I'm sick of making excuses. I'm sick of hiding behind Jason's shadow. I did what I did. And I have to live with it." She hooked the weapon onto her belt. The familiar weight settled against her hip, a comfort and an accusation all at once. The clip clicked into place, a sound she'd heard 1,000 times before. The weight of it was a choice to keep going, to keep fighting, to be something other than a victim. She'd chosen to follow Jason. Now she was choosing something else. She looked at the one still on Jaina's belt. She had to know. "Is that what you used? Is that what you killed him with?" Jaina nodded. Tahiri stared at the lightsaber on Jaina's belt. She still carried it, the weapon that had killed her own brother. Maybe she kept it as a burden. A punishment. Something to remind her of what she'd done. "There's something else," Jaina said. "A question." "Go ahead. Ask." "Jag's been interrogating some of the Imperials responsible for the nanovirus attack on Tenel Ka." She paused. "You know Jag's in charge of the Imperial remnant now, right?" "I heard." Tahiri had also heard about the attack on Dragon Queen and the death of Tenel Ka's daughter. The guilt still clung to her. "Anyway," Jaina continued, "one of the Moffs told him that Ketis was also looking into a bioweapon designed by the Yuuzhan Vong to target Force users. I wanted to know if that sounded familiar." Tahiri frowned. It was something Ketis could have done. He'd increasingly seen the Jedi as his enemies, and he never had qualms about wiping them out. He also knew more about the Yuuzhan Vong than most humans, though not as much as Tahiri. But nothing about this sounded familiar. "I never heard of him looking for a Yuuzhan Vong bioweapon," she said, hugging herself. "Though I wouldn't put it past them to make one, or him to use it." "You're sure?" "Nothing he said indicated he might be working on one with Imperial scientists." "Try to remember." Jaina was doubting her memory, not her intentions. With reluctance, Tahiri dipped back to those awful final days. His obsession had consumed him. He'd fixated on killing Luke Skywalker, even when Jaina was the one hunting him, closing in. He'd become a mad animal, lashing out at anything in reach. She shuddered and shook her head. "I'm sorry, but no. I don't remember anything about Yuuzhan Vong bioweapons." "What about Vong? Sorry, Yuuzhan Vong, biotech in general. I heard he had some installed on his Star Destroyer and used it to torture Ben. He did. Tahiri nodded gravely. I'm not sure where he got it from, though. He took me to MYRKR a few times, but everything there was dead. MYRKR? Jaina tensed. Like I said, he could have gotten it from plenty of other Vong-formed worlds. She saw a question in Jaina's eyes, took a breath, and said, We went back to MYRKR a few times, to the worldship, Banaras. It's breaking apart now, open to the vacuum, which is why I don't think he picked up any live biotech from there. But when we went back, he let me see Anakin. With his flow walking. I didn't believe it would work at first, but it was so real. She looked down, afraid to meet Jaina's eyes. I thought it was real. That I was really seeing the real Anakin. Touching him. Talking to him. Just like I used to. Like we used to. It was an illusion, Jaina said softly. He was using it against you. I know. But I wanted to believe him, so badly. She hugged herself tighter. Jaina, it could be so easy sometimes. Scarily easy. To get what I wanted, I just had to do what he wanted me to. So I did what I did. To Pelion. To Shevu. Jaina didn't speak. Tahiri knew she was coming off as a victim again, weak and pathetic, but she never confessed this to anyone before. Who else could she say it to but Jaina? She squeezed her eyes shut. The nanovirus. I knew Ketis was working with the Moffs to make it. It was supposed to be used against Boba Fett. I had no idea they'd use it against Tenel Ka and her child. You have to believe that, Jaina. I didn't want to hurt them. I know. Neither did Jason. That's why he killed the soldier. He killed him and took his body off to be incinerated because he thought it would keep the Moffs from making a nanovirus from his DNA. I don't know what he did in the end, but he was trying to protect Tenel Ka and her daughter then. That is what he did in the end. Jaina's voice was heavy with sadness. Protect them. He didn't, though. Tahiri sniffed. Tenel Ka's daughter Alana, she. Jaina stepped forward and squeezed Tahiri's shoulder. No. Alana's alive. Tahiri blinked. What do you mean alive? They held a funeral for her, Everyone needs to think she's dead. It's for her own safety. She's with my parents now. They're calling her Amelia and saying they adopted her as a war orphan. But why? How? How did she survive? I told you. It was Jason. Tears finally glistened in Jaina's hard eyes. He sent a warning in the Force. Right before I killed him. Tahiri's jaw dropped. Jaina went on. He stopped fighting me, let me drive my saber through his chest, so he could warn Tenel Ka and Alana. That's why I think he was Jason again, just for a moment, when he died. He died for them? Tahiri gasped. But why? I knew he and Tenel Ka were close once, but... Alana is his daughter. Jaina's voice broke. He wasn't just a monster. He loved her. He died for her. I need you to understand that. The words landed like a blow to the chest. Tahiri felt the world shift beneath her. Suddenly, everything made a terrible kind of sense. You don't have to feel guilty about Alana, Jaina said. She's okay now. And my parents, I think they need her even more than she needs them right now. Tahiri sniffed, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Thank you, Jaina. I promise I won't tell anyone about that. But thank you for trusting me. The words felt inadequate. Jaina had given her a lightsaber, a purpose, a secret that could destroy everything. She'd trusted Tahiri with her brother's legacy, with her daughter's life. Tahiri didn't deserve it, but she would try to earn it. I thought you needed to know. Jaina's lips curved into a wistful smile. Where will you go now? I don't know. They're sending me to Junction Station, and from there I'm on my own. She paused. You already know I'm not going back to the Jedi. Jaina nodded, without judgment. I'll see who I can get a ride with at Junction. I think I still have some credits in my accounts, so I can probably pay someone. The question had been niggling in the back of her mind. Who's investigating that Vong bioweapon? Uncle Luke is sending out people. So's Jag and so's Tenel Ka. What about the Alliance? To be honest, I think Uncle Luke's afraid Dala might want that weapon for herself. So we're keeping this as quiet as possible. Thank you for trusting me. Well, you'd be the person to ask, for a lot of reasons. Tahiri was also the person who stood the best chance of doing something about the bioweapon. Jaina didn't say it, but Tahiri knew she was thinking the same thing. Listen, Tahiri said at last. If I hear anything about the bioweapon, or if I think of anything new, who should I contact? With a slight, tired smile, Jaina took a small data card out of her pocket. The plastic was smooth and cool against Tahiri's palm. She closed her fingers around it, holding on like it was a lifeline. Thank you for this, Jaina. Thank you so much. Not a problem. Her expression relaxed into that slanted smile that was the Solo family trademark. Take care of yourself, Tahiri. Promise me I'll see you again. I promise. The word was a weight in her mouth. She'd made promises before, and broken them. But this one felt different. This time, she told herself. This time I'll keep it. For a moment, it felt like Jaina wanted to step forward and embrace her. But she held back, hesitated, then turned away wordlessly. Tahiri picked up her bags and started walking to the shuttle. Jaina hadn't changed everything. What happened now, the choices she made, the risks she took, all of it would be done by herself, with no one's influence. From here on out, there was no one to fall back on. No one to blame. No one to save her. Just her choices, and the weight of them. It was terrifying. It was also the first time in years that felt like freedom. Chapter 10. Guest. They kept using that word. But guests had doors that opened. Guests had choices. Zekk had neither. Prisoner, he didn't say. Hostage. Captive. Whatever they want to call it, I'm still trapped. On the way to his living quarters, he and Harn passed a half-dozen beings of various species. None met his eyes. A Rodian with scarred skin. A human with cold, assessing eyes. A Snivian who looked away quickly. They all knew what he was. They all knew what he represented. And none of them wanted to be caught looking. Harn showed him into a room barely big enough to lie down in. The walls were cold permacrete, the air stale and recycled, the faint, metallic tang of shipboard life support, mixed with the lingering scent of whoever had been here before him. The doors slid shut with a soft hiss, sealing him in. When Zekk tried the door panel, his fingers found only unyielding metal. Nothing hummed. Nothing responded. He pressed harder, searching for any give, any weakness. There was none. So, trapped in a box. He couldn't see any cameras, but he assumed they were there. He spent hours on the bed, the datapad cool and smooth in his hands. Its screen flickered faintly as he scrolled. The news shocked him. He could feel his pulse quicken, his grip tighten on the device. Jason Solo was dead, killed by his sister aboard Anakin Solo. Hard to feel satisfaction from that, but at least Jaina was safe. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The rest hit harder. Dala, the war criminal, the mad Nexu, was the new chief of state. Her priority, reining in dangerous Jedi and their destructive impulses. Zekk read the words twice, feeling the cold settle in his chest. The galaxy had traded one threat for another, and the Jedi were caught in the middle. Maybe it was a joke. Maybe Han was playing some twisted game. But the other news was real. Imperial forces had attacked the Hapan flagship with a nanovirus. Hundreds dead, including Tenel Ka's daughter. The thought turned his stomach. Tenel Ka had a child. A daughter. He'd known that vaguely, but he'd never asked. Never visited. Never even called. She was one of his oldest friends, and he'd let the years slip by without a word. He'd been so wrapped up in his own problems, his own failures, that he'd let her drift away. He'd seen Alana once, the red hair, the hint of Jason in her face. He'd been struck by the resemblance then. He'd wanted to ask. He'd opened his mouth, but the words had died in his throat. Now he never would. He'd never know if Tenel Ka had loved Jason. He'd never know if she'd hated him. He'd never know anything. Failure pressed down on him like a weight on his chest. He tasted something bitter at the back of his throat, fear or regret or both. He was still stuck. Still trapped. Still powerless. The walls pressed in, the air grew thin. He was alone in a ship full of strangers, cut off from everyone who mattered. Jaina. Tenel Ka. Anyone who might help. There was no one coming for him. No rescue. No cavalry. Just him, and this box, and the weight of everything he hadn't done. Restlessness gnawed at him. He'd humored his captors, waited them out. No more. He couldn't sit here, doing nothing, letting others decide his fate. He'd spent too much of his life doing that. Letting things happen to him. Letting Jaina drift away. Letting the years slip by. He remembered Jaina after Anakin's death. She'd been racked with grief, desperate for revenge. He'd watched her spiral, and he'd done nothing. He'd told himself she needed space. That she'd find her own way. The truth was simpler. He'd been afraid. Afraid of her anger. Afraid of his own failure. Afraid that if he tried to help, he'd only make it worse. She'd stood in his path once. At the Shadow Academy, she'd faced him down, risked everything to pull him back from the edge. She'd saved him. And when she needed him, he'd slunk away. He'd never forgiven himself. After the Vaughn War, he'd latched on to Jaina, chasing something that had already died. Trying to make up for his failure. But you couldn't make up for the past. You could only carry it. And he'd been carrying it for years. Some mistakes could never be rectified. But this was different. He could act. Right here, right now. This time, he wouldn't run. This time, he'd fight. He'd survive. He'd find a way back to the people who mattered, and he'd make things right. Whatever it took. He set the datapad aside. Sat upright. Settled into meditation, the thin mattress rough beneath him. He closed his eyes, breathing slowly. The ship hummed around him, engines, life support, the distant murmur of voices through the walls. He stretched out with the force, beyond the permacrete, beyond the hull, into the void beyond. Life hummed in every direction, 100 beings, 100 minds. He couldn't find Harn. Baragwin were hard to read. But the guards on the other side of the door were easy. He narrowed his focus and sensed two presences. Through the permacrete, he caught the faint shuffle of boots, the murmur of low voices. Tired. Bored. Waiting. They didn't expect trouble. They weren't ready for it. The ship would cycle into sleep soon. He'd wait for the shift, then move. The door was unarmored, easy to force. He could take the guards by surprise. From there, he'd find a way to the bridge. Or the captain's quarters. Or anywhere that gave him a chance. Zekk stayed in his meditation pose, back straight, eyes closed. He waited for his chance. It was coming soon. Probably. The Jedi gave no sign he'd spotted the holocam lens in the corner of his cell. But he was probably acting on the assumption it was there. He'd glanced at the corner once, briefly, then looked away. That was enough. He knew. Chazdril Harn wished he could say the same about himself. When they'd found the Jedi floating in the transitory mists, he'd recommended they leave him. Let him drift. Let him die. It would have been cleaner. Safer. But Captain Prelix had insisted otherwise. We can use him, Prelix had said. Jedi are valuable. And Harn had nodded because that was his job. But he'd known, even then, that it was a mistake. Now a wayward soldier had a weapon sitting in its hold, a weapon that could go off at any moment. And Harn was the one who had to watch it. He watched the holocam feed from a quiet corner of the command deck. The deck plates vibrated faintly beneath his feet. Around him, the bridge crew murmured, consoles beeping softly. The Jedi sat motionless, meditating. Harn's gut churned. This was a mistake. He could feel it in his bones. He looks harmless, Nevo grunted. Doesn't he? Harn glanced at him. Yes. He let the word hang. Looks. Don't let appearances fool you, his tone said. He's more dangerous than he seems. You ever seen a Jedi before? Harn shook his head. Never wanted to. I have. Back during the Vong War. Harn knew Nevo had run with the Peace Brigade. They both had. Pragmatic choices at the time. The war had been brutal. People did what they had to do. Did you capture one? Nevo nodded. Got a pretty young Twi'lek thing. His voice was flat. Captured her and dropped her on a moon. He paused. I can still hear her screaming. His eyes flickered. Funny, I can't remember her name. It didn't matter. She was dead either way. Harn had seen enough death to know that names faded. The guild didn't. Can they really read minds? A little. Nevo paused. I wouldn't think too much about old jobs when I'm around him. Definitely won't. I wish I knew what the captain wanted with him, Nevo muttered. The captain thinks he can use him. Harn's voice was flat. He thinks the Jedi will lead him to something valuable. He should know better. I told him. Harn's jaw tightened. He said fortune favors the bold. I think fortune favors the dead, he didn't say. Nevo grunted. We're about to find out, aren't we? His eyes were watching the holocam feed. The Jedi hadn't moved. Hadn't blinked. Hadn't done anything. And that, Harn knew, was exactly what made him dangerous. Harn's gut churned. He'd seen what Jedi could do. He'd heard the stories. He'd seen the aftermath of their battles, the wreckage they left behind. And now one was sitting in their hold, waiting. Waiting for what? Harn didn't know. But he had a feeling they were about to find out. He reached for his comm link, hesitated, then put it down. There was nothing to say. Nothing he could do. The Jedi was there, and they were all along for the ride. Fortune favored the bold. Han hoped the captain was right. Because if he was wrong, they'd all be dead before sunrise. Chapter 1-1. Tenel Ka had dreaded this day more than anything since her father's death. Ben, Master Skywalker, and most of the Jedi had already departed for Shida Mad. Now she had to say goodbye to the Solos, Han and Leia, Jaina, and the girl the rest of the galaxy knew as Amelia. She joined the Solos on the landing pad for the sake of privacy. They led her inside the Millennium Falcon. The familiar smell hit her first: engine grease, old spice, and the faint tang of recycled air. Her boots echoed on the metal grating. She ran her hand along a bulkhead, feeling the rough patches where repairs had been made. The freighter was battered, scorched, patched, worn. Jason had fired on it once. But it was still the same ship she remembered. Shabby. Well-loved. Familiar. As she accompanied the Solos to the Falcon's main crew lounge, the worn cushions of the circular booth sagged beneath her. The air was warm, carrying the faint smell of CAF and something sweet, probably whatever Han had been snacking on. She observed, "This ship is so utterly unlike Hapan vessels." She paused. "It's refreshing." Jaina smiled at that, a weary, honest smile. There'd been so few of those lately. "What, don't you like your ships pretty and spit-polished all the time?" A hint of her old humor crept through. "Upkeep is important." She looked around the worn lounge. "But I cannot think of any vessel in my fleet with as much soul as this one." "Well, she's passed through a lot of hands," Han said, running his hand along the padded ceiling brace. The fabric was worn smooth. "But she's still flying." "That's true, dear." Leia smiled, a soft, tired thing. "But you've made it your own." The sight of them sharing such open, earnest affection clawed at Tenel Ka's heart. The times when she and Jason had been allowed to be themselves and fully enjoy each other's company had been so few. She found herself envying the old couple, not just for their well-loved ship, but for the freedom to have each other. Alana tugged on her grandfather's trouser leg. "Grandpa Han, who owned it before you?" Her voice was curious, bright. "I already told you, darling. It was Uncle Lando's." "Who owned it before him?" She tilted her head, waiting. Han's face twisted in thought. Tenel Ka was surprised he didn't know. The old smuggler gave a lanky shrug and said, "I'm sure I'll remember. Just give me a minute." "When can I meet Uncle Lando?" Alana bounced on her heels. "Have you been telling her stories already?" Tenel Ka asked. Han chuckled and mussed her dyed dark hair. "Why, we can go find Lando first thing. Just as soon as I figure out where he is. You know Lando, he's always pulling some schemes somewhere." Tenel Ka glanced at Jaina. "Will you be staying with your family for a time?" "I think so." She shrugged, but her eyes were elsewhere. "It's been a long time since I talked to Lando, and I want to see how Tendra's doing." "Is there something wrong?" Tenel Ka cocked an eyebrow. "Not at all. She's pregnant." Tenel Ka blinked. New life, after all the death. A small warmth flickered in her chest. "I hope you all have a relaxing vacation." "Yeah, we'll do our best," Jaina said, though her smile faltered. They all knew Jason was still too much with them. Leia leaned closer to Alana. "You need to say goodbye to your mom now, Alana." Her voice was gentle, but firm. "It's going to be a while." A while. A nebulous, undetermined time, but whatever it would be too long. Alana detached herself from Han's leg and Tenel Ka bent low to take the girl in her arms. Her daughter's small body pressed against her, warm and solid. She smelled of soap and the faint sweetness of her grandmother's perfume. Alana's arms tightened around her neck, a grip that said don't let go. Enjoy your time with your grandparents, Tenel Ka whispered. And stay safe. I'll be fine, Mama, Alana said. Her small voice carried a weight that broke Tenel Ka's heart. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too. Tenel Ka lowered her head against Alana's crown, breathing in her scent. She tasted salt on her lips. She hadn't realized she was crying. Queened out, that's what they needed her to be. Solid. Unbreakable. Untouchable. But underneath the mask, she was just a mother saying goodbye to her daughter. But two of them were Jedi and the third was Han Solo, so of course they knew. As Tenel Ka let go of her daughter and stood up, Han said, You know how to reach our encrypted frequency, don't you? His voice was gruff, but his eyes were soft. Of course. She nodded. I will try not to call too frequently. I'll call every day, she didn't say. I'll count the hours. Call as much as you like. He said it like it was simple. You're part of the family now, kid, remember that. You always were, his eyes seemed to say. Any time you need help, we'll come. We've lost too much. We're not losing you too. She saw it in Leia and Han's eyes both, the softness, the aching concern. She'd known them for over a decade, but they'd only started looking at her like that since they learned Alana's parentage. Those looks held so much deep regret, so much pain that could never be healed. But Alana went back between them, and she saw their faces growing warmer. She did her best to smile back and say, I must be going. Goodbye, and may the Force be with you. You too, kid. Take care of yourself. I will. Tenel Ka nodded. She turned to Jaina, but before she could say anything, her friend held up a hand and said, I'll walk you out. Let's go. They made their way back to the landing ramp without talking. But once they stood at its top, out of view of the guards on the landing pad and the Solos down the hall, Jaina touched her shoulder. Think you'll be okay? If Alana's all right, so am I. She said it like a mantra. There's no better pair of caretakers in the galaxy. Jaina hesitated. I just want you to know. She swallowed. I'm sorry. For killing him. For not saving him. Jaina, you of all people have nothing to apologize for. I know you had to do it, she didn't say. I know he was beyond saving. I could have felt it in the Force. Jaina sighed. But even if the Jason in those last few moments. Tenel Ka, I had to do it. Jaina, I know. You have nothing to apologize for. I wasn't even apologizing for that. She shook her head. What I'm really sorry for is that I never saw Alana until now. She's deserved better than she's gotten on almost every front, Tenel Ka admitted. I think this change will do her good. Hapes is a poor place to raise a child, especially royalty. Yeah, I guess I understand why you wanted to spend all your time on Yavin 4. Jaina tried one of those solo grins, but it didn't stick. Still, though, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything I could have done, anything that could have helped you and him and Alana. She still couldn't say Jason's name, either could Tenel Ka. She shook her head. The decision to hide Alana's parentage was mine. One Jedi parent puts her in enough danger. 2 would be too much. There was nothing you could have done, Jaina. You can't change what Hapes is. None of us can. Well, Jaina swallowed. It's a good thing Alana's got someone else to take care of her for a while. Yes, it is. Will you stay with your parents long? Jaina took her hand off Tenel Ka's shoulder and gave a loose shrug. Maybe. I don't have any Alliance commission anymore, and Uncle Luke says the Jedi can deal without their sword for a while. He's trying to be considerate, but I think I'll head to Shida Mad soon enough. I can't just sit around thinking, I have to do things. I'll probably go see Jag too, when he finds the time. Jagged? Tenel Ka raised an eyebrow. Are you, perhaps? Jaina nodded. Her smile was uncharacteristically shy. I think we've sorted some things out. We're together, she didn't say. You can move forward too. Finally. I'm glad for you, friend Jaina. You should be with who you wish to be with. She could barely get the words out without choking. Jaina pulled her in for one more tight hug, then pulled away. I'll see you again, Your Majesty. Sooner rather than later, I hope. Goodbye, Jaina. Tenel Ka walked down the ramp to the edge of the landing platform. Guards hovered at arm's length, but she pointedly ignored them. She stayed to watch that battered, loved old freighter retract its ramp and landing gear. The repulsor lifts hummed, a low vibration she could feel in her chest. The engines roared to life, a sound she'd heard 100 times before. The Falcon rose into the air, and the wind from its thrusters whipped her hair across her face. She watched until the engine flare vanished into the clouds, carrying her family away. Her family. She'd said the words without thinking. But it was true. Han. Leia. Jaina. Alana. They were her family now. Even if they were gone, even if they were light years away, she carried them with her. Then, finally, she turned and went back to her palace. She was alone again. Fact. The word felt hollow, even in her own mind. The palace would swallow her, the empty halls, the cold throne, the silence that pressed in from all sides. She'd built walls around herself to keep the loneliness out. But they'd only kept everyone else away. She'd have to find a way to let them in. Chapter 1-2. Ignore the spotless walls, the beautiful female guards in gray uniforms, and Junction Station could be any way station in the galaxy. Duros haggled over engine parts. A Dresselian nursed a drink at the bar. A being she couldn't name argued with a vendor over the price of a hyperdrive. The noise was a low roar, voices, music, the clatter of credits changing hands. The air smelled of stale sweat, spilled ale, and engine grease. Tahiri's boots stuck to the floor. She tasted dust at the back of her throat. The galaxy was full of way stations like this. Tahiri almost felt anonymous. Almost. But not quite. Every glance felt like an accusation. Every stare felt like recognition. Those scars, she imagined them thinking. That's her. Jason Solo's pet. The one who killed Pelion. She pulled her hood lower, but it didn't help. She was probably fine. Probably no one was staring. But her conscience didn't care about probably. Nobody pointed a blaster at her. Nobody called her name. On the one occasion she visited a cantina, an Arcona with a salt addiction cornered her. His breath was sour, his hand too warm on her arm. She smelled the salt on his skin, crystals glistening in the grooves of his face. He went straight from asking her name to begging her to bunk with him. She was anonymous enough. She'd already decided what she needed to do. Kiedis had left one last scheme in motion. She had a duty to stop it. It wouldn't absolve her, nothing would, but it was a start. The fact that it involved the Yuzin Vong, that other half of herself she'd been trying to repress, made it feel imperative. She'd spent years running from who she was. Tusken. Jedi. Vong. Sith. She didn't know which was real anymore. But she knew she had to stop running. Her accounts were still open. She had credits. She needed a ship. A crew willing to take her to a Vong-formed world. There weren't many of those. But Junction Station had a datanet. Beings could post ads for anything. She'd seen requests for everything from a fast ship with guns, no questions asked, to an intimate evening with 5 Viril Yuzum. No one else was looking for passage to a Vong-formed planet. She posted her ad. Then she waited. Most responses were obvious fakes. Some didn't even mention her request, just cheap parts, weapons, love serums. She was starting to wonder if Tenel Ka should run this place with a tighter hand when a response caught her eye. A ship called Mandala was refueling at Junction. She set up a meeting. When she got to the docking station and saw the ship, she immediately felt affirmed. The Mandala was a Corellian YT-20, the same model as the Falcon. Pockmarks scarred its hull. Carbon scoring darkened its engines. A patch of mismatched plating near the cockpit told her this ship had seen action, had taken hits, had survived. It was battered, worn, clearly loved. Tahiri felt something ease in her chest. The captain, a human woman on the far end of middle age, introduced herself as Raleigh Murrow. She ran cargo in the inner and mid-rim, independently, with her own ship. Her face was lined with years of hard work, her eyes sharp and assessing. Murrow showed Tahiri the ship, worn corridors, battered bulkheads, the familiar smell of recycled air and engine grease. Her boots echoed on the metal grating. The bulkheads were cool under her fingers, scarred with old repairs. She introduced her co-pilot, a short furry bim named Revlev Jarna, who greeted her from a custom chair in the cockpit. No maintenance droids in sight. Good. After the tour, Murrow led Tahiri to the circular crew lounge. They sat on a battered leather sofa that creaked under their weight. The ship hummed around them, engines, life support, the quiet thrum of a vessel that had seen decades of service. "I'll be straight with you, Miss Horn." Murrow's eyes were flat, assessing. "Any trip to a planet that still has Vong life on it is going to cost more." "I understand." Tahiri's voice was flat, controlled. "I usually charge a flat rate per distance traveled. But for this trip, I'm going to charge an additional 50%. Tahiri nodded, her throat dry. "That's fine." She met Murrow's gaze. "I expected that." She tasted the lie, bitter, familiar. "All right." Murrow's frown was ambiguous. "What planet do you plan on visiting?" "It may be more than one." "Is that a problem?" The frown deepened. "I'm willing. But it's an additional 50% for every new planet." "Like I said, fine." "What place are you going to first?" Tahiri's mind flashed to Myrkr. The cold of the worldship. The taste of vacuum in her mouth. She couldn't face it. Not now. Not ever. She'd rather go anywhere else. She remembered the Shaper's facility on Yusran, the research they'd conducted there, the secrets it might still hold. It was a better place to start. "Yusran," she said. "Do you know it?" Murrow nodded. "Off the Perlemian. Less than a week from here." She added darkly. "Totally uninhabited since the Vong came. The Alliance never bothered to reclaim it." "That's the point." The Shapers had built a research facility there. Tahiri remembered it from her conversations on Zona Masikit. She wished she could go back there, not just for answers, but to feel whole. But the Jedi and Alliance intelligence would never tell her where it was. May I ask why you want to go to Yusaran? Muro asked. A researcher hired me to collect samples. The lie tasted familiar. I'm sorry, she didn't say. I can't tell you the truth. Not yet. I was raised on Garki, was there when it fell. I know Vom biotech firsthand. I know what to look for. And who, exactly, wants those samples? Tahiri shook her head. Confidential. Muro's eyes narrowed. She leaned back, folding her arms. May I ask another question? I know you're hiding something, her tone said. Of course. What's your real name, Miss Horn? Tahiri sighed. Of course. She should have disguised herself better. She should have known the scars on her forehead would give her away. She should have prepared a better lie. My name is Tahiri Vela. She let the words hang, waiting for the judgment. Muro nodded slowly. You've been big news in the Hapes Consortium. Revli and I were stuck here during the fight. We heard about Jason Solo. And his apprentice. To be honest, I'm surprised they let you go. So was I. Up until last year, I never had anything against Jedi. Thought you were the biggest heroes of the Vong War. If that furball on Coruscant had listened to you, we might have ended it with fewer dead. But when Jason started locking up Corellians, I started to wonder. When he started burning planets. She shook her head. That changed my mind. Jason wasn't a... Tahiri stopped. Most beings didn't understand Jedi, let alone Sith. Explaining wouldn't help. She held Muro's eyes. I won't defend what Jason did. Her voice was flat. He was a monster, she didn't say. I followed him. I did terrible things. I can't take them back. Right now, I'm trying to atone. Not that it's enough. It never will be. The word tasted like ash. Atonement. As if she could ever make up for Pelion. For Shevu. For all of it. By scoping out Vong-formed planets? Believe it or not, yes. She leaned forward, meeting Muro's eyes. Someone's building a weapon from Vong biotech. I'm trying to stop it before it can be used. Is this a Jedi mission? Skywalker put you up to this? No. I'm doing this alone. She said it like a fact. Like it didn't hurt. But it did. She was alone. She'd always been alone. Even when she'd been surrounded by people, she'd been alone. And she was tired of it. She was tired of being the victim, tired of being the pawn, tired of letting others decide her fate. She met Muro's eyes. I'm trying to make up for what I did. Do you believe that's possible? Can someone really make up for the bad things they've done? She needed to know. Needed to believe it was possible. Quietly, Muro said, I hope so. I want to believe you, her tone said. But I'm not sure I do. So do I, Captain. More than anything. Muro studied her for a long time. The silence stretched. Tahiri could hear her own heartbeat. Could feel the sweat on her palms. She wanted to look away, but she forced herself to hold Muro's gaze. She had to prove she was serious. She had to prove she was different. Then Muro nodded. I'll still take your credits. Tahiri smiled. And get me to Yusaran? And get you to Yusaran. Thank you for trusting me. The words felt inadequate. She had no reason to trust me. But she was willing to try. That was more than Tahiri had expected. More than she deserved. Trust? Muro arched an eyebrow. I wouldn't go that far. She held Tahiri's gaze. But credits are a good start. Trust is earned, her tone said. And you haven't earned it yet. 30% up front. I'll transfer them right away. Tahiri extended her hand. Muro's grip was firm, her palm calloused. The leather of the sofa creaked as they both stood. Thank you, Captain? Don't thank me yet. Muro shook her hand anyway. Tahiri decided that was good enough. She had a ship. She had a destination. She had a purpose. It wasn't much, but it was a start. A start. The word tasted like hope. She wasn't sure she deserved hope. But she was going to try anyway. Chapter 1-3. Tenel Ka had grown used to the silence of the palace. The empty halls. The cold throne. Then Trista and Taryn returned, and the silence broke. The twins were the only people she trusted completely. Taryn and Trista. Cousins. Allies. The only family she had left in a palace full of strangers and schemers. They'd proven themselves again and again, tracking down traitors, gathering intelligence, walking where she couldn't. After helping Ben Skywalker capture Tahiri Vela, she'd sent them outside the consortium to help Jagged Fell investigate the Dragon Queen attack. Any official cooperation between Hapes and the Remnant was unthinkable, but through the Zell sisters, she managed what she needed. Trista fell into step beside Tenel Ka as the three red-haired women walked through the sound-dampened garden. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint sweetness of night-blooming flowers. Their footsteps whispered on the stone path. The leaves of the arching trees rustled overhead, a soft, constant murmur. Head of State Fell is on his way to Salonia now. Trista's voice was flat, professional. So are Dala and Fenner. Taryn's voice was breezy, casual, a sharp contrast to her sister's gravity. I've heard the Verpines and even the Mandalorians will be sending delegates. The conference is set to last a week. With the ceasefire stabilized, it seems all parties are willing to sit down and work out a long-term agreement. So all those systems will be reintegrated into one union? Is the war really over? She didn't say. Or is this just the calm before the next storm? Taryn shrugged. Too soon for that. You can't clean up easily after a big messy war. That was true in all kinds of ways. On Tenel Ka's own order, the Hapans were sitting out the peace talks, protest against the Imperial Remnant's presence. Hapes would have to take part in a final settlement, but right now the nobles wouldn't countenance anything that looked like tacit approval of Imperial policies. Tenel Ka didn't blame them. What about the attack on Dragon Queen? Tenel Ka's voice was clipped. What else do you know? After analyzing comm logs with Fell, it mostly verified our initial assumptions. Trista's voice was clipped and precise. Duka Riquad and her military wing weren't active in the nanovirus plot. But once they saw Dragon Queen was under attack, they tried to capitalize. As usual, Taryn finished her sister's thought, her voice light and teasing. That's why there was that burst of calm transmissions between her deserving gem and the Imperial fleet. She was trying to negotiate Imperial support for her rule. Needless to say, she was unsuccessful. We handled it, Trista's tone said. We always do. The sisters had meted out swift justice to the traitors. Tenel Ka hadn't even given the order. They knew what she needed before she asked. That was trust. That was family. At first, she'd been disturbed by their ease with lethal judgment. But years had passed. She'd grown to rely on it. It was one of many ways her rule had separated her from her Jedi training. The Queen and the Jedi, two halves of a whole that never quite fit together. Some days she felt like both. Most days she felt like neither. Is there any sign that other nobles were in contact with the Imperials? Her eyes narrowed. Fel gave us access to all comm logs from his ships during the battle. There was nothing. Trista paused. However, we can't rule out that some logs were tampered with. There are people who don't want us to find the truth, her tone said. And they might be closer than we think. Tenel Ka held back a sigh. She could taste the frustration at the back of her throat, bitter, familiar. Uncertainty was the only certainty in Hapan politics. The past haunted everything: the consortium's pirate origins, the centuries of scheming, the endless cycle of betrayal and revenge. Tenel Ka had inherited it all, and she was still trying to break free of it. And the Yuzin Vong bioweapon? Master Skywalker told me the basics. He said there might be a weapon the Remnant was researching, but no clue as to where. We may have uncovered a small clue. Trista's voice dropped, confidential. According to comm logs, there was heavy communication between Anakin Solo and the Star Destroyer Gold Fortress after the battle at Roche. After that, a shuttle departed Gold Fortress without clearance and jumped toward Hapan space. We can't be sure of the destination. That Jag Fel was very helpful. Terran's grin was almost teasing, her eyes glinting with mischief. Shame he's taken. Trista rolled her eyes. You have such a short attention span. What happened to that black-haired Jedi we were talking about? Terran glanced at Tenel Ka. What did happen to him? I heard he went MIA. Did you find him? Tenel Ka shook her head. We searched the mist for weeks. No ship. No body. Terran looked genuinely saddened, a rare sight. Then she shook it off, as usual. Anyway, Fel said he's trying to track where that shuttle went, but it's been difficult. When he finds out, he'll let us know. I suppose that will have to do. Tenel Ka's voice was tight. She'd hoped for more. She knew she'd never rest until Kiedis's last threat was neutralized. We'll keep looking ourselves, Terran said. We've put out a call to some private contractors. Her voice was casual, but her eyes were sharp. If they find anything, they'll let us know. We're doing what you can't, her tone said. We're protecting you. Private contractors. The words left a bad taste in Tenel Ka's mouth. Mercenaries. Beings loyal to credits, not loyalty. The consortium had been founded by pirates, and the tradition of privateers had never fully died. But Tenel Ka had never trusted those who could be bought, and just as easily bought by someone else. Still, for the moment, it would have to do. What would you have us do now, Your Majesty? Trista asked. Tenel Ka thought for a moment. Begin vetting the nobles. Find out if anyone else has been in contact with the Remnant. You may need to obtain comm logs. A difficult task. Each Duka had autonomy over her world, and they wouldn't take kindly to outsiders poking around their business, even other Hapans. But the Zell sisters were resourceful. They'd have the logs within days, no matter whose doors they had to knock down. Terran's smile was bright, confident. That shouldn't be a problem. Anything else? Not for Trista. Tenel Ka turned to Terran. I have something else for you. I trust you with this, she didn't say. I trust you more than anyone else. Terran bowed her head, waiting. I've been told of a scientist my grandmother used to employ. Sinzakal. He had a laboratory on Galanor during the Yuzin Vong War, experimenting with their technology. Do we know where he is now? She shook her head. We don't even know if he's alive. But if he is, he might be involved with the Imperial's bioweapon project. Even if he's not, I want to be sure. Of course, Your Majesty. Terran's voice was serious for once. I'll look into it. Is there anything else? Tenel Ka watched them go, their footsteps fading on the stone path. The garden fell silent around her, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. Family. The word felt fragile, precious. She didn't have much left. But she had this. Fact. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 1-4. He had to get out of this cell, take down the guards, and find the man in charge. Simple. Impossible. He'd try anyway. Zekk had done stupider things. Probably. He just couldn't remember when. He stayed open to the Force. The lights never dimmed, but he sensed the crew settling into rest as the ship switched to night cycle. The air was stale, recycled, the same metallic tang he'd been breathing for hours. His palms were damp against the cold permacrete floor. 2 guards remained outside his door, still awake, still tired. He could feel their boredom, their exhaustion. They weren't ready for him. He began with stretches, inching closer to the door with each exercise. The jumpsuit pulled tight across his shoulders as he moved. Then he feigned exhaustion, slumped against the doorframe, and pressed his palm flat against the metal. The surface was cool and smooth, worn by years of use. Growing up in Coruscant's lower levels, he'd learned to sense mechanisms before he ever called it the Force. Gears. Levers. Weak points in rusted doors and sagging floors. Telekinesis had always come easily to him. Now it was his only advantage. He found the locking mechanisms. Pulled them apart. The door screeched against its track, a sound that seemed too loud in the silence, and slid aside. Zekk dashed into the hallway, spinning right, grabbing the first guard's gun arm and locking his other arm around the Rodian's neck. The alien smelled of stale sweat and cheap stims. He pulled the Rodian up as a shield. The second guard hesitated. Zekk slammed him against the wall with the force, a crack of skull against bulkhead, a crumpled body on the deck. He kept his grip on the Rodian, cutting off air. The alien's pulse hammered against Zekk's forearm. He didn't know how long it took a Rodian to pass out, so he reached out with the force, sensing the alien's panic, waiting for it to fade. When the Rodian's green limbs went slack, Zekk let him drop. His body hit the deck with a dull thud. He picked up both pistols. Stun. The grips were warm from the guard's hands, the metal slick with sweat. He tucked one in his pocket, gripped the other, and ran, right, down the hall, reaching out. Nothing beyond the door. He opened it. Another dark hallway. The air was cooler here, carrying a faint hint of engine grease and ozone. He ran, searching for an access panel, something to tell him where he was. Nothing. Anxiety behind him. Someone had found the guards. He ran faster, stopping at a door marked maintenance. He ducked inside. Tangled machinery, oxygen tubes, cooling rods, a bucket of steam bolts. The room hummed with the vibration of the ship's engines, a low thrum he could feel in his teeth. Above him, a ventilator grate. He smiled. A presence approached in the corridor. No time. He pushed the grate aside with the force and leaped up, squeezing his wide shoulders through the opening. He bit back a groan as he pulled his legs up, twisting into the tight conduit. Metal scraped his shoulders. Dust coated his tongue dry and bitter. The cold metal pressed against his back and chest, a coffin's embrace. Turning around was impossible. Once he chose a direction, he was committed. A presence outside the door. He dropped the grate into place and crawled, fast and silent, until he was out of view. The door slid open. Someone stepped inside. The footsteps were heavy, deliberate. Zekk held his breath, listening. Silence. The door slid shut. He kept moving. The duck's walls pressed against his shoulders, grinding into his bones with each movement. His knees ached from crawling. Finally, through another grate, he saw a dim light, a computer console in a dark room. No one beneath. He dropped headfirst onto the floor, the impact jarring his knees. He tasted copper. He'd bitten his tongue on the way down. He scrambled up, found the light switch. The brightness stabbed his eyes. A small auxiliary communications room. He sat down, fingers finding the console keys. Cold. Smooth. The screen hummed to life. He started searching. They were in hyperspace, coord on the Perlemian. Ship schematics showed a Corellian Engineering Corp Ranger-class gunship. That told him nothing. Rangers could be anything from defense fleet to pirate. But the schematics gave him what he needed: his location, the captain's quarters, and how to get there. He considered sending a message to the Jedi. He brought up the comm system, found long-range transmission, and hit an authorization screen. Force his way through? Too risky. He'd alert the crew. The computer decided for him. A red warning flashed. Unauthorized access attempted. Security alert. He threw himself back into the vent, pulled the grate into place just as the door beneath him slid open. He was just here. A voice, sharp with urgency. I know it. He wasn't in the hallway. Another voice, calmer but tense. What about the vents? I don't see him. We have to assume he went up there. Then how do we stop him? The first voice again, harder now. He could be anywhere. He can't have gone far. Footsteps, moving toward the door. Come on, we'll find him. Zekk crawled faster, heading for the maintenance shaft. The duck's walls scraped his shoulders raw. He found the shaft, ladder rungs going up, a long way up. The metal was cold and rough beneath his palms. He used the force to accelerate his climb, pulling himself higher with each handhold. He reached the third highest level, found a porthole. He reached out, nothing on the other side. He rolled out into the dim hallway. The air was warmer here, carrying the faint smell of food, some kind of stew, maybe. His stomach growled. Pistol up. Stun. He followed the schematic, one turn after another. And a laser sizzled past his head. The smell of ozone filled his nostrils. He ducked, spun, peeked low. A blue blast nearly caught him in the face. Stun blasts. At least they weren't trying to kill him. He popped off a few stun bolts, sprinted down the hall. A few more turns to the captain's cabin. He rounded a corner. And another volley nearly took him out. He ducked back, trapped. One shooter. He waited, peeked out, fired, ducked, waited. Then he spotted the gunman. He reached out with the force, grabbed the man's gun, twisted it, turned the barrel on its owner. The man crumpled. Zekk charged. One more turn. A Nikto guard, not expecting Zekk to leap into the air, swing around the corner, and slam into him feet first. The Nikto's face crunched under his boots. The alien dropped. Zekk pumped a stun shot into him to be sure, then threw himself at the captain's door. He found the locks, flipped them, pulled the door aside. Stun blasts lanced past him as he slipped through, shut the door behind him, locked it, and snapped the mechanisms. He breathed, and turned. A man stood in the middle of the room, watching him. The room smelled of leather and old paper. Zekk snapped his pistol up. Human. Tall. Middle-aged, with gray-streaked red-brown hair and beard. Blue-gray eyes, curious, not frightened. Zekk reached out with the force, and found nothing. No emotions. No intentions. A void where the captain should have been. "Who are you?" The words came out sharp, almost a snarl. "What are you?" The man sighed, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender that seemed almost amused. "Impressive. You know, deep down I think I wanted you to try to escape." A pause, a tilt of the head. "I've heard so much about Jedi, but I've never seen one in action. You lived up to your reputation." His eyes flicked to Zekk's pistol, then back to his face. "Did you kill any of my crew?" "No." Zekk's jaw tightened. "And I won't kill you, not if you don't make me." The captain seemed to consider this. "Do you have your word as a Jedi?" "Of course. I don't kill anyone unless I have to." The words felt heavy in his mouth. "I promise." "All right then." A slow nod. "I'll hold you to that, Jedi." "Are you this ship's captain?" "Evan Prelix of the Wayward Soldier, if you were wondering." His lips curved in a grin, easy, confident, the grin of a man who'd never been caught off guard in his life. "Come on, Jedi. Go ahead and ask. I'm sure you're dying to know." Even with the blaster in his hand, Zekk was increasingly convinced he wasn't in control of this conversation. "Why can't I feel you in the Force?" "Only a few possible explanations for that." Prelix's voice was casual, almost bored. "Are you a human replica droid?" Zekk hated how desperate the question sounded. Prelix shook his head. "Better to show you." He paused, and his eyes met Zekk's with sudden seriousness. "But first, remember the promise you made." Zekk tightened his grip on the pistol, feeling the familiar weight, the cool metal against his palm. Prelix reached to the back of his head, and a line appeared down the middle of his face. His face peeled apart, skin and hair retreating, slinking beneath his collar with a faint wet sound. The face beneath had a sloping forehead, no nostrils, thin lips bearing jagged teeth, and dark gray skin marked with curling tattoos and old scars. The air seemed colder somehow. It had been a long time since Zekk had stood face to face with a Yuuzhan Vong. It hadn't been long enough. "So." The creature's voice was deadpan, almost dry. "You probably have questions." The voice was the same accentless basic. That only made it worse. "Your crew." Zekk's throat was dry. "Do they know?" "All my officers do." Prelix's alien face was unreadable, but his tone was casual, as if they were discussing the weather. "What is this ship?" Zekk's mind was racing, trying to keep up. "Pirates? Privateers? Mercenaries?" "All three over the years." The Vong walked to a sofa and sat down with a casual grace that seemed wrong on that alien body. He crossed one leg over the other, settling in like a man in his own living room. Zekk looked around the cabin. A gilt-framed mirror. Mon Cal art. A sofa, a chair, a hollow projector, a table. It was all appallingly normal. The kind of cabin a human captain might have. The kind of life a human might live. "Have you been running like this since the war?" He heard the disbelief in his own voice. 10 years? "More or less." Prelix leaned back. "I became Evan Prelix after my ship crashed on Nar Haska." "Hutt space?" "The Hutts put up a better fight than expected." A shrug, so human it made Zekk's skin crawl. My ship crashed. I was the only survivor. I had an Oiglith masker, blended in with the mercenaries. And you've been wearing this masker for over a decade? Not the same one. Prelix touched his face, a gesture that seemed almost fond. But there are still worlds where Vaughn life thrives. Where maskers grow. You expect me to believe a Vaughn can just change? Zekk's voice cracked on the word. You can see I have. Prelix gestured to his own face, the gesture casual, as if he were pointing at a new coat. By the time I crashed on Haska, my faith had begun to waver. He spoke so plainly, so casually, like the rough-edged mercenary spacer he claimed to be. Zekk lowered his weapon slightly. What were you? What caste? Intendant. A pause. Yashak Skell, if you're curious. Never important. I'm finding that hard to imagine. Zekk's voice was flat. Okay, maybe you weren't a warrior or a priest, but I still can't think of many Vong who'd walk away from everything like that. You're right. Prelix nodded, his alien features somehow conveying agreement. That's why they lost the war. Zekk lowered his pistol a little more. They? Not we? Prelix heaved a very human sigh. If I truly considered myself Yuuzhan Vong, I would have joined them in exile on Zonamasekit. As you can see, I haven't. He spread his hands, the gesture open, almost honest. The intendant caste always had to deal with the dirty underside of managing an empire. We worked in places where ideals clashed with reality. Zekk's thoughts flashed to Namainer. Intendant. Agnostic. Loyal only to himself. In the last battle of the war, he'd sided with the Jedi, for his own reasons. Still, Zekk found Evan Prelix hard to believe. The creature sat there on the sofa, wearing a human face that wasn't his own, speaking with a human voice that had been borrowed for a decade. What did it mean, to wear someone else's skin for so long? To forget which face was real? So you don't believe in your gods? Zekk's voice was careful now, testing. Yunyamka, Yunyuzan, Yunharla? Perhaps they exist. Prelix shrugged. But if they do, they haven't punished me for abandoning them. The conversation bordered on surreal, but as he looked around the ordinary cabin, the mirror, the art, the table, Zekk found he had no choice but to believe it. He lowered his pistol. Why did you capture me? Why am I here? We were hiding in the transitory mists, watching the battle. Prelix leaned forward, his alien hands resting on his knees. Hoping for information, salvage. When we went sifting through the debris after the battle, we found you. At first you didn't look like much, then Harn peeled you out of your flight suit and found your lightsaber. Where is it? Somewhere safe. A pause. Once we learned we had a Jedi on board, we had to decide what to do with you. You don't decide. Zekk raised the pistol again. The weight felt different now, heavier somehow. I decide. Let me off this ship. I'll give you my word I won't tell anyone about you or this ship. Prelix considered, his alien face unreadable. I'd consider your offer, but I got a better one today. What offer? A job. The grin returned, wide and jagged. Wayward Soldier has a new mission. And a Jedi just dropped into my lap. He chuckled, a sound that was almost human. Perhaps the gods smile on me after all. What kind of job? Zekk growled. The good old-fashioned kind. Prelix leaned forward, his borrowed human face twisting into a grin that didn't quite fit. Piracy. And what are you going to pirate? The real question, Jedi, the grin widened, is from whom? The answer, another old enemy of your kind. What do you mean? We're going to break into a Star Destroyer. Prelix's voice was almost gentle, as if he were explaining something obvious to a child. Steal from the Empire. And you're going to help us. Zekk stared. His jaw went slack. His weapon fell to his side. The metal clattered against the deck, a sound that seemed too final. Yes. Prelix's smile was sharp and jagged. You are. And Zekk knew, with a sinking feeling that settled in his gut like cold stone, that he was trapped. Not just in this ship, but in whatever plan the Vong had for him. He'd survived the Vong War. He'd survived the attack on the throat. He'd survived this too. He had to. But as he looked at Prelix's alien face, those jagged teeth, those old scars, that voice that sounded so human and so wrong, he wondered if survival was enough. Or if he'd have to become something else entirely. Chapter 1-5. Okay, Zekk said. Run this by me again. Not a problem, said Prelix. The two of them stood on Wayward Soldier's bridge, looking out at the flash of hyperspace as the gunship's crew made last-minute checks in preparation for their entrance into real space. The Yuuzhan Vong captain wore his Oiglith masker once again, and to all his crew looked the perfect image of a slightly scruffy, still energetic middle-aged human privateer. First, Prelix said, holding up a finger, we're going to drop out of real space in the Corellian system, right on top of Salonia. Where, apparently, Imperial ships, Alliance ships, Confederate ships, and who knows what else are all going to be sitting in orbit while their leaders are down on the planet for the peace talks. Prelix frowned. If you know all this already, why did you ask to hear it again? Why are they having it at Salonia? Why not, I don't know, Corellia or Coruscant or someplace else? Well, this whole mess started in the Corellian system, if you recall. Salonia itself, though, declared itself independent from the South Solo and Gedjan governments and basically stayed neutral through the whole thing, which sets it up as a good symbolic place to end the war. When did you end up a keen observer of galactic politics? Before or after you changed faces? Before, Prelix said casually. I was an intendant. It was my job to learn as much as I could about your people. Okay then. So we drop out of hyperspace over Salonia. Then, apparently we use this one little gunship to board an Imperial Star Destroyer, steal some stuff, then run. Like I said, you seem to have all this well in hand. How do we board this Star Destroyer? I've acquired some vacuum-proof thrust capsules usually used for bore mining into planets' crusts. It will be more than sufficient to burn through the hull of a Star Destroyer. I suppose you'll drop the mining capsule exactly where it needs to be to get the goods fast. That's right. And what does this gunship do the whole time? Holds right up close to the destroyer. They won't risk firing on us or they might damage themselves. Same goes for any support ships nearby. Zekk sighed. And it doesn't bother you that this is probably going to start an interstellar incident, and maybe even ruin peace talks and restart the whole damned war? Why would it restart the war? Prelix asked innocently. Zekk glared at him. You know why. An Alliance-made gunship smashes against an Imperial destroyer, sends boarders inside, steals some stuff and probably kills a whole lot of people in the process. But sure, they'll just sweep it under the rug. Actually, I think they will. The imps won't want to advertise that they got their destroyer broken into, and they certainly won't want to talk about what we stole, because that would definitely derail the peace talks. Skeptical, Zekk asked. What about all the people that are going to end up dead? Prelix grinned and patted him on the shoulder. That, my Jedi friend, is where you come in. You expertly proved your ability to infiltrate hostile ships and reach your objective without taking lives. You want to avoid killing at all costs, and furthermore, you want to keep blood off the scales and prevent the war from restarting over our little raid. And that is why you're going to volunteer to go with the boarding party. Zekk stared. You can't be serious. I'm dead serious, he said, still smiling. How do you know I won't just run? Run where? You're on an Imperial ship, Jedi. They don't take kindly to your type, by and large. Neither did yours, Zekk glowered. My type is the crew of this ship, Jedi. Nothing more, nothing less. And nothing that happened before matters. You can't expect me to believe that. Everything your people did, everything you used to believe. The past, said Prelix, is the past. Tell me, Jedi, why do you want to get back to your kind so badly? And don't just tell me it's your duty. You're not a damn droid following a program. Why do you really want to go back? Is there something or someone? Zekk stared at the captain's green eyes, so human yet so alien, and didn't know what to say. He didn't even have an answer. After chasing Jaina for so long, after trying to make up for the time he'd failed her when she needed him, he'd finally found it within him to give her up. And without her, he couldn't think of any single person he really wanted to be with among the Jedi. Not like he'd wanted to be with Jaina. But he could never tell this Yuuzhan Vong that. He just stiffened and said, I am a Jedi. That's reason enough. Prelix shook his head. Just because you're one thing once doesn't mean you have to stay that thing forever. Before Zekk could respond, Chazdril Harn called from the navigation station, saying, 5 minutes until Salonia. Prelix kept his eyes on Zekk. Well, what do you say, Jedi? Do you want to stand back and watch a lot of people die, or do you want to do something to help? Zekk scowled. Will you give me my lightsaber back? I'm optimistic, not a fool. Prelix reached for his belt and pulled a blaster pistol from his holster. It was a well-worn model, with a leather-padded hand grip worn smooth from use. He handed it to Zekk, but first, and said, Take care of this. I want it back. Zekk carefully took the pistol and checked its gas pack. Fully charged. It was currently set to kill. He looked at Prelix and Prelix looked at him, and he didn't need the Force to know that every single being on the bridge was watching them. Zekk switched the pistol to stun and stuffed it into his waistband. All right, he said. I'll bring it back on one condition. Of course. Once this raid is over, you tell me why we're doing this, what this is all about. You take my word on that. It's better than nothing. Prelix snorted. All right, Jedi. I promise. You have my word. I'll hold you to that. Zekk adjusted the weapon at his belt. Okay. I'm ready. He barely made it to the mining capsule before Wayward Soldier popped out of hyperspace. When it did, he found himself pressed against one transparent steel porthole of the jam-packed capsule, looking out at Salonia and all the mighty ships arrayed in orbit. The being crammed next to him, a short and stocky Snivian, asked, You ever boarded a Star Destroyer, Jedi? No. The creature sniffed as though disappointed and licked its jutting canines. First time for everything, then. Yes. Just so you know, if you look like you're gonna try to bolt or turn on us, I'll shoot you dead. Great. You say more than one word at a time? Sometimes. The Snivian snorted again, but this time he sounded amused. Zekk kept his face planted against the porthole as they tumbled toward Salonia. He still couldn't see what star destroyer they were supposed to be crashing into, but at this point nobody had fired on them, yet. Then Wayward Soldier kicked in its retrothrusters and spun. Zekk's head nearly smashed against the wall as the view from the porthole swept to one side. The great white superstructure of a Star Destroyer's command tower flashed into view and was replaced by Salonia's night side just as fast. A horrible screeching sound filled the capsule. Red sparks, dying quickly in the vacuum, jumped past Zekk's viewport, and he realized someone had fired the mining capsule's borer and was tearing into the destroyer's hull. From the back someone yelled, "Get ready to pop!" And a second later Zekk did just that. The rest of the capsule's motley assault crew hefted their weapons and began surging for the airlock as it opened. Once it did, Zekk was swept away in the tide of moving bodies as they spilled into the destroyer's hallways. Before he could even get his bearings, somebody grabbed him by the shoulder, spun him around, and stuffed a portable gas mask in his face. The man, some part human part alien hybrid with blue skin and flaming red hair, was already wearing his. He said, "Get it on, Jedi, and do your thing. Do it now." Zekk started to say, "What is it for?" But he got his answer before the words could spill out, and it was an answer he should have seen coming. He heard two explosions from either end of the corridor. Not the thunder of a grenade or thermal detonator, but the popping of two pressurized capsules. As he strapped the mask over his mouth, Zekk asked, "What's a nose? Is it poison?" "Won't kill him, but it'll knock him out. Like the boss probably told you, he wants to get through this thing without killing." Zekk scowled under his mask. "Is Prelix usually this accommodating?" "Only if it's in the contract." "Hey, Harkham!" a voice called. "Let's go!" "You heard him, let's go, Jedi!" The half-breed checked the charge on his rifle and waved a trio of Rhodians forward. Zekk followed, but he didn't get far before he heard the sound of laser fire around the corner and down the hallway. "Those stormtroopers aren't going to be shooting stun," Zekk reminded the half-breed. "That's where you come in, Jedi. Do your thing." He shoved Zekk forward. The Jedi grimaced and shouldered his way to the place where the Rhodians were taking cover behind a couple armored supply crates. Zekk kept himself fully behind the corner of the wall and reached out with the force to feel the enemy firing at them. He sensed a mix of determination, anger, and frank confusion from a half-dozen troopers. Further away, he sensed more coming to their aid. As for how fast the sleeping gas was spreading, he had no way to know, not when all of Prelix's raiders were masked and immune to its effects. He knew they wouldn't have much time. Zekk waited a moment more, long enough to get a sense of where the stormtroopers were positioned, and when they popped out to exchange fire with the hiding Rhodians. When the time was right, Zekk stepped around the corner and instantly shot off two stun blasts. Each one hit a stormtrooper in the armored chest and sent him clattering to the deck. He ducked back under cover. The half-breed growled in his ear. "Can't you do better than that? They have to have backup coming." "They do. I bet at least a squad." The man frowned. "When do they get here?" "I don't know. Soon. Hold on." Zekk popped around the corner and hit another stormtrooper. At the same time, one of the Rhodians landed a good shot and took another trooper down. As he went back behind the corner, Zekk gave Harkham an angry smile. "Better?" Then one of the Rhodians shouted, "Grenade!" and Zekk heard the clack of metal hitting metal. He saw the Rhodians scramble back down the hall, almost tripping over the little sphere on the deck. Zekk grabbed it with the force and sent it hurling back down the hall. The explosion rocked the entire deck. Zekk immediately turned the corner and fired shots into the scorched and smoking hallway. He heard the clatter of 2 more bodies falling and knew it was over. "Okay," he called. "Let's go!" The Rhodians fell in behind him. So did Harkham, the Snivian, and the rest of Prelix's raiders. The grenade had imploded in the center of the hallway, rending deck plates and choking the entire passage with black smoke that stung Zekk's eyes but thankfully didn't fill his lungs. "When is that sleeping gas going to work?" he snapped to Harkham. Anytime," the half-breed grunted. When they got to the point where the hallway branched, he waved the Rhodians to the left. A trio of humans followed, but the rest of the group halted at the intersection. "What happens next?" asked Zekk as he checked his pistol, still well charged. "Nevo's boys are getting the package. Where are those Stormies?" Zekk paused and tried to find the reinforcements. "They're close. I can't tell which direction, but they're out there." "Great." Harkham sighed and waved to the Snivian. "Got one more?" The alien snorted and held up a canister of what must have been more sleeping gas. "Got it right here." "Good. Get ready to let it rip." Harkham looked back at Zekk. "Any clue?" "I think they're coming by lift." "Maybe. Down that hall." He pointed to the right. "Then we'll head them off before they get here. Gorlum, come on!" He waved the Snivian forward and both dashed to the right. Zekk stayed where he was, feeling hopefully confused and awkward amidst so many mercenaries who stared at him with blatant mistrust. He might have even knocked some of them out during his escape from his cell, he wasn't sure. Harkham and Gorlum were not gone long. He heard and felt another explosion, this one the definite thunder of a grenade, and a second later the half-breed and the Snivian came racing back. "Busted the lift tube," Harkham said. "Should hold them for a little longer. What else do you feel, Jedi?" Zekk reached out with the force again and tried to sense what else was happening. By now the entire ship was probably alert to their intrusion, and there was simply no telling how much time they had until dozens of stormtroopers found an alternate route and caught them in a crossfire. He tried to find the Rhodians and their human partners. He thought he sensed them, engaged in some strenuous firefight. "It's Nevo," Zekk said. "I think he's in trouble." "All right, Jedi, you're with me. Gorlum, keep everybody else here. Give me that canister." The Snivian did so. Zekk followed Harkham down the left hallway. They wound down 2 corners until they found the Rhodians and the humans pinned down at the end of a third, peeking over the edge and exchanging blue stun blasts for red kill shots. "What can you give us, Jedi?" One Rhodian snout twitched. "Kark the Jedi, I've got something better," Harkham said. He flipped a switch on the canister and tossed it down the hall. Zekk could hear the pop of compressed gas and waited for the enemy fire to stop. When it didn't recede right away, he glared at Harkham in accusation. But before he could think of anything to say, he felt the stormtroopers' awarenesses grow vague, as though they really were falling asleep. The enemy fire dropped to nothing. Whooping happily, the Rhodians led the final charge down the hall. Zekk, Harkham, and the others followed, and the Jedi ran all the way to the far end just to make sure the stormtroopers had been rendered unconscious rather than killed. He jogged back to the group to find the Rhodians trying to work the access panel to a door. Harkham fixed his eyes on Zekk and said, "Like I told you, the boss follows his contract to the letter." "And if it wasn't in his contract?" The half-breed shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe he'd still do it out of the kindness of his heart." The pirates were all focused on the door right in front of them, and Zekk realized that if he wanted to run somewhere he could, but there wasn't any point. There was no place to run, just as Prelix had said. Even if he tried to surrender to some stormtroopers, odds were about even that they'd shoot him dead anyway out of spite or confusion. So he cleared his throat and said, "Let me have a look at that." The Rodians shuffled aside obligingly. Zekk stood square in front of the door and placed both hands on its cold durasteel face. He felt out with the force to sense its locks and mechanisms. These were far more complex than what Prelix had aboard his ship. Whatever lay beyond the door must have been valuable. Zekk scowled and looked back at Harkham. "I'm not sure if I can do this. It's not like the doors on your ship," one of the Rodians said. "That encryption is something else. We could crack it, but I don't think we have the time." Harkham's blue face twisted in a scowl. He looked at Zekk, then the Rodians, then the door, then cycled through all three again before he reached inside his jacket pocket, and, after 1 second's hesitation, drew out a silver metal cylinder. He held it out to Zekk. The Jedi stared at his lightsaber. "You had it all this time?" the Jedi gaped. Harkham shrugged. "The boss said to save it for an emergency." Zekk took it. The blue saber blazed to life in his hand. The pirates around him jerked back in fright, all except Harkham. "Well?" He arched a red eyebrow. "What are you gonna slice open? Me or the door?" He wondered if the time would come when he'd have to slice through Harkham. He wondered if it was just minutes away. But it wasn't here. Not yet. He spun on his heel and thrust the blade through the door. Metal melted around the superheated saber, and he moved it in a broad circuit around the door's edges. When he'd completed the circle, he pulled out the lightsaber and glanced at the pirates all around him. "Ready?" he asked. Harkham and the others hefted their blasters to firing position. Whatever was inside, they clearly expected armed resistance, though all Zekk could sense through the force was maybe one frightened being. "Do it!" Harkham snarled. Zekk gave the door one strong shove with the force, knocking it through the gap and sending it clattering on the floor of the room beyond. As soon as it fell, the Rodians and the 3 humans charged straight in. Harkham grabbed Zekk's arm, pulling him aside before he could get a good look inside the room. He heard a short burst of blaster fire, then silence. A moment later, 2 big humans came through the scorched open door, dragging a man in loose blue cloth pajamas between them. "This is a kidnapping?" Zekk gaped. "I thought you were pirates." "Kidnapping is a form of piracy. Say hello to Moff Cosimo Westermo." Harkham roughly grabbed the man by his hair and tilted his head up. Zekk looked down at the face of a middle-aged human gone slack and unconscious from the stun bolt. "We're kidnapping a Moff?" Harkham pointed down the hall, and the humans started dragging him as fast as they could. The Rodians fell in front, weapons raised, guiding them back toward the mining capsule. "Don't feel too bad for him," Harkham grunted as he and Zekk fell in behind them. "I'm not, but your boss told me we're trying not to completely tank these peace talks." "Oh, what's 1 Moff more or less?" For a second Zekk wondered if he should try and free Westermo and deliver him back to his men. With the lightsaber he just might be able to do it, and a grateful Westermo might just be willing to let him go free or outright return him to the Jedi. But whatever was happening, someone more than Prelix was behind it. Turning Westermo loose and running would mean turning Prelix loose too, and there was no telling what his paymaster was up to and when they'd strike again. The only sure course seemed to be to stay with Wayward Soldier, wherever it took him. They rejoined the Snivian and the rest of the team at the intersection, and hurried their way back toward the place where the mining capsule had burned a hole through the destroyer's hull. Zekk heard the sound of blaster fire as they approached, and was unsurprised to find a pair of defenders at the mouth of the portal crouched behind cover, and exchanging fire with a group of stormtroopers down the hall. "What happened to that sleeping gas?" Zekk grunted to Harkham. The half-breed did another of those shrugs. "Well, they've got helmets. Can probably stick in air filters if they want." "Lovely. They're laying down some fierce fire, Jedi. You really good with that laser's word?" "Lightsaber. Whatever. You've got it. Use it if you can." Zekk wanted to snap at him, but he was right. He edged his way to the front of the group and gestured for the Rodian gunmen up front to stand back. "Don't shoot me," he told them, and charged around the corner. His lightsaber immediately caught a pair of laser blasts, and reflected them into the wall. The stormtroopers at the far end concentrated their fire on him, and he batted back a few more shots as he ran. He turned himself into a jump, somersaulting over the crouching pirates, and turning himself into a human missile flying boots first at the stormtroopers. He slammed into one trooper chest first, and unleashed a wave of kinetic force energy that knocked the other troopers back. He spun a full circle on one heel, weaving his saber up and down in fast undulating waves to shear off the muzzles of two E-11 blaster rifles and one DL-22 pistol. Then he brought his free leg up and kicked a stormtrooper in the gut, sending him hard against the wall. Another stormtrooper got his rifle up just in time for Zekk to slice it in half. Then he dropped, rolled, and came up behind the white-armored troopers. He used the force to pull the stormtrooper against his chest and pin him there. The other troopers still standing hesitated long enough for the pirates on the far side of the hall to pepper them with stun bolts. They dropped as one, and a second later a soul laser blast shot down the hall and nailed the captive soldier too. Zekk dropped the limp body and looked down the hall. The pirates were dragging the captive moth through the portal while Harkham stood in front. He caught Zekk's eye from the distance, blew twirling smoke from the tip of his blaster, and winked. Zekk shook his head, killed his lightsaber, and ran to join them. By the time he crammed aboard, Harkham was already on the comm line, probably relaying the good news to Prelix. As soon as Zekk was through, the Rodians started closing the portal. It sealed and, a few seconds later, a series of charges along the mine capsule's rim kicked them away from the destroyer. It occurred to Zekk that the hallway must be suddenly open to the void, and that all those soldiers he'd gone through such an elaborate dance to keep from killing were even now probably being sucked into the void. It made him sick, but the rest of the pirates seemed quite pleased with themselves. A few of them were playing with the unconscious moth, slapping his face, tugging his cheeks to stretch it into weird expressions. Zekk kept staring out the portal. He watched the destroyer fall away and Selonia too. Wayward Soldier must have had them in a tractor beam because they were rapidly climbing out of the planet's orbit. He realized that, too, Prelix must have sent out a broadcast to all ships proclaiming that he'd taken Moff Westermal captive, and warning against anyone who might fire on his fleeing gunship. All in all, it had been as skillful a kidnapping as Zekk could have imagined. He felt the capsule shudder, presumably as it locked into Wayward Soldier's docking clamp. A few seconds after that, stars all blurred into hyperspace, whisking these pirates and their captive to safety and taking Zekk further away from any hope of escape. The thought filled him with a wash of dread. It was a critical distraction that dulled his force awareness. In the jostle of bodies crammed into the capsule, he didn't notice when the tip of a blaster pistol tapped the small of his back. He only sensed one brief second of ill intention, right before the stun blast surged through his body and dropped him fully into darkness. Chapter 16. It was a few days' ride to Yusuran and not a big ship. The corridors were narrow, the ceilings low, and the recycled air carried the faint, permanent smell of engine grease and old cooking oil. Tahiri had two options: lock herself in her cramped guest cabin and never come out, or take time to talk with the two beings with whom she just entrusted her mission, her life, and a considerable amount of credits. She wasn't in the mood to make new friends, but she recognized the latter choice was smarter, so she made an effort to be present in Mandala's central crew lounge. The lounge was circular, like the rest of the ship, with a battered leather sofa that had seen better decades and a small table scarred with the marks of countless meals. Captain Muro gave her a wide berth at first, settling into a corner with a data pad, but the co-pilot, Jarna, was more forthcoming. He perched on the edge of the sofa, his small furry legs dangling, and offered her a cup of CAF that tasted burnt but warm. Apparently Muro had already filled the little bim in on Tahiri's true identity, because the first thing Jarna asked once they were through with basic pleasantries was, "Do you still have your lightsaber? I've never seen one." Tahiri wrapped her hands around the CAF mug, letting the warmth seep into her palms. "I do have it. It's somewhere safe." Jarna's ears twitched with amusement. "I'm not going to try and steal it. I'm sure I could get a good price for it, but I'm not that greedy." "I didn't mean to imply that." The words came out too fast, too defensive. She'd forgotten the stereotype of BIMs as greedy haggling traders, a prejudice she'd absorbed without thinking, and now felt ashamed of. He waved a small furry hand. "Don't worry, Jedi, I don't mind." "I'm not a Jedi." She shook her head firmly. "Please don't call me that." "Then what are you?" He tilted his head, curious. "You still have your lightsaber, and you still use the Force, right?" "That's right." She'd forgotten that BIMs considered Jedi folk heroes and tended to be abnormally up on Force user affairs. It was surprising, then, that he didn't seem to have heard of her, the woman who'd been Jacen Solo's apprentice, who'd killed Galad Pelian, who'd turned on everything she'd once believed. Maybe he had, and he simply didn't care. She couldn't decide which was worse. Jarna leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "So what you're saying is, you're not working for Luke Skywalker?" "No." She stared into the dark surface of her CAF. "I'm not working for him. I'm not working for anyone." "So you just hired us to take you to some Vong-formed planet for kicks? Or were you getting nostalgic for the last war? Because I never thought that was possible." "Trust me." Her voice was flat. "I'm not nostalgic for it. At all." As soon as she said it, she knew it wasn't true, not exactly. The war had been awful in so many ways, but for a few brief, shining months she'd been together with Anakin, and their new love had outshone all the darkness of the invasion they'd been fighting. She could still remember the warmth of his hand in hers, the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled, the sound of his laugh cutting through the chaos of a galaxy at war. She'd been trying to get back to that light for years since, and only gotten further away. She set the mug down, the CAF gone cold in her hands. "This isn't about nostalgia. The worlds they left behind are filled with Vong-formed life and technology. Some of it's been catalogued and surveyed. Some of it's been removed, especially on planets like Coruscant." Jarna nodded slowly, his ears drooping. "But nobody cared enough about Yusuran to heal it. I understand completely. The Vong took Bimasari too, you know. First they just enslaved us, but then they tried bringing in all their strange plants and animals. They didn't get that far before the war ended, but it was still enough to mess up the continent I was born on. The Alliance put together reclamation teams to strip away Vong-formed life after the war, but like you said, it mostly went to planets like Coruscant, Brental, Cumnor. Places people care about. So you're saying you can't go home again? No. He shook his head, his eyes distant. But who can? Tahiri swallowed, her throat dry. She picked up the cold CAF just to wet it. Is that why you ended up a spacer? Because the Yuuzhan Vong ruined your home? I was a refugee. I had to work to survive. And it wasn't easy. He managed a smile, though his eyes remained shadowed. I got lucky, though, when I ended up with Raleigh. How long have you and she been partners? He screwed up his face and thought. Must be 8 years now. That's a good partnership. Tahiri tried to remember if she'd stayed anywhere with any group of people for that long. She couldn't come up with anything. The Jedi Order had been her family, but she'd left it. The Solos had been her family, but she'd betrayed them. She'd never stayed anywhere long enough to build something that lasted. She was generous. Jarna's voice warmed. Gave me 50% of the earnings from the get-go even though we were using her ship and her supplies. Most captains aren't like that. She's a good woman, Raleigh. Tahiri hummed agreement, but it was hard to feel much warmth for the captain. The older woman seemed to be avoiding her, and they hadn't had a long conversation since their first sit-down at Junction Station. Every time Tahiri entered a room, Muro seemed to find a reason to leave. She decided to rectify that. The Bim was talkative and non-judgmental, and his ignorance of galactic politics was refreshing. With Raleigh Muro, though, Tahiri constantly felt judged, and she had no idea if she actually was being judged or if it was just an overactive conscience. The weight of everything she'd done pressing down on her, making her see suspicion where there was none. Since Muro wasn't going to force anything, Tahiri decided she had to. She waited until Muro was alone in the ship's cockpit, running checks on the navigation computer from the pilot's seat. The cockpit was cramped, all curved transparent steel and blinking displays, the hum of the engines a constant presence in her bones. The co-pilot's spot beside Muro was too small for Tahiri to fit into, so she leaned against the curved frame of the cockpit door, her shoulder pressing against the cool metal. Muro was concentrating on her work and didn't seem to notice, and Tahiri found herself frozen in place, uncertain of what to say but unwilling to retreat. Finally, Muro looked over her shoulder. Do you need something? No. Well, nothing immediate. Tahiri shifted her weight. I just wanted to say something, if you weren't too busy. Muro leaned back in her chair, the leather creaking beneath her, and swiveled to face Tahiri head-on. I suppose not. What's on your mind? I just wanted to assure you that I'd never do anything to put your ship in danger. When we get to Yuuzhan, we can scan the planet from low orbit. Once I find what I'm looking for, you could even drop me to the surface in an escape pod. Muro's eyebrows rose. Do you think I'm scared of the planet just because it has Vong life on it? She sounded faintly offended, and Tahiri was amazed at her own ability to mess things up so fast. The words came out wrong, always wrong, like she was speaking a language she'd forgotten how to use. No, I didn't mean to suggest that. She waved a hand, the gesture too big for the cramped cockpit. I just wanted to assure you that there's no reason to worry about your own safety. I'll be the only one going down to the surface. I'll be the one taking risks. If you think your ship is in danger, feel free to run. And leave you behind? That's right. I'll transfer the funds for the first half of the trip in advance. Muro's eyes narrowed slightly. Miss Vela, are you asking to be abandoned? No. I'm not. She forced herself to stop fidgeting. I'm just saying I don't want to risk you and Jarna. I've put too many people in danger already, and I don't want to be responsible for anyone else getting hurt. Something in Muro's expression softened. Her eyes, which had been guarded, flickered with something like understanding. I can appreciate that. All right. If things look dire, I'll leave you to die. But if they don't, I'll stay and pick up the second half of my payment. Of course. Tahiri allowed herself a small, fragile smile. Muro didn't return it, but her expression relaxed, and that was something. Is there anything else? The older woman asked. Tahiri stuffed her hands in her pockets, feeling the worn fabric against her fingers. I was just wondering what you could tell me about this ship. Are you curious? I am. It reminds me of a friend's ship. It looks like it's seen a lot of work. Jarna said he joined you 8 years ago. Did you have a co-pilot before then? Muro's gaze drifted to the viewport, where the stars stretched in endless streaks. I ran through a bunch of short-term ones after the Vong War. Some flaked out on me and left, and a couple I had to fire. None of them were very good. But Jarna, I could tell he was serious. He wanted to work and he knew how, and he didn't have any place else to be. Is that why you offered him a 50% cut up front? Muro's lips curved, a rare crack in her armor. It was actually 45%. Revli's just being kind. How long have you had this ship? Oh, about 17 years now. That's quite a while. Muro's hands rested on the armrests of her chair, her fingers tapping a slow rhythm. Well, it wasn't my ship. I started out in the co-pilot's seat. Not Revli's seat, obviously, but a co-pilot's seat. Mandala ended up being an inheritance. Tahiri already had a guess, but she asked anyway. What happened to its original owner? Muro looked down at her hands. He was killed in the Vong War. Close to the end, at Lantiel's. A pause. He was my husband. Oh. The word felt small, inadequate. I'm so sorry. He died a long time ago. Muro's voice was flat, controlled, the voice of someone who'd done her grieving in private and didn't want to share it. So had Anakin, but time didn't matter, not when it was someone you loved. The loss didn't fade, it just became part of you, a weight you carried every day. I'm still sorry. If I'd have known that, I wouldn't have. Wouldn't have asked me to take you to a Vong-formed planet? Muro looked up, and there was no anger in her eyes, only a tired understanding. Miss Vela, I was the one who answered your advertisement. I have no problem with this mission. And frankly, if I get the excuse to blast some Vong holdouts, so much the better. Oh. Well, okay then. Muro shifted in her chair, the leather creaking. Vengeance isn't supposed to be a Jedi trait, is it? Not particularly. Well. A thin, humorless smile. I'm glad I'm not a Jedi. There wasn't much to say after that. Tahiri slunk out of the cockpit, her footsteps soft on the metal deck, and Muro turned back to the NAV computer. As she walked down the halls, tracing her fingers along the curved corridors so like the Falcon's, the same worn panels, the same faint vibration of the engines beneath her feet, Tahiri found herself wondering what this kind of life could have been like. Free from responsibility to the Jedi Order, the Alliance, the greater galaxy. Going wherever she pleased and living only for herself. To her surprise, she found herself envying Raleigh Muro. The woman had lost her husband, lost her home, lost the life she'd planned, but she'd built something new. A ship of her own. A partner she trusted. A life that was hers, not anyone else's. Tahiri didn't know what that meant for her going forward, but it was something to think about. She'd been so many things in her life: Tusken, Jedi, Yizhen Sith, but she couldn't think of a time when she truly felt free. The thought settled in her chest like a stone, cold and heavy, and she carried it with her as she walked back to her cramped cabin. Chapter 17. In her long career in service to the royal house of Hapes, Terran Zell had visited all 63 worlds in the consortium, and plenty outside. She'd always been rather fond of Galanor, which made this current trip all the more disconcerting. The planet was famed for its carefully maintained landscapes of forests, fields, and lush vegetation. Even its settlements were constructed of green marble that caught the light and cast a soft emerald glow over the streets. City streets were lined with tall trees, their leaves rustling in the warm breeze, and spotted with manicured gardens that smelled of blooming flowers and freshly turned earth. It was also famous for its multicolored gems, which were, in fact, living lambent creatures. The Queen Mother used one as a focus crystal for her lightsaber, and Hapan bioscientists had built an entire research facility in Galanor City for the study of the gems and the planet's other fauna. The facility's white spires rose above the gardens, gleaming in the sun. Terran hadn't been surprised to learn that Sinzakal was based on Galanor, or had been once. Tenel Ka knew little else about the man. After doing some research on Hapes, Terran had confirmed her suspicions that Kal had worked for the old Queen Mother, Tai Chum, probably as her private researcher. She had no idea what had happened to Kal after Tai Chum's death, but the planet's reigning Duca, Marquesa, had been appointed to her position by the old witch, which might have meant something. A frontal assault on the issue was not what Terran had in mind. Instead, she made her way to the research facility, where the air was cool and filtered, carrying the faint antiseptic scent of a lab. A dark-haired young woman was handling visitors at the front desk. Terran showed the woman her identification without explanation. The woman's eyes lit with surprise upon seeing it, an expression Terran was used to seeing on dozens of faces. Most people in the consortium didn't even know of the existence of the Lorelian Court, the Queen Mother's personal security division. It was fully removed from the rest of Hapan intelligence and military structure, answerable only to Tenel Ka as it had been answerable to Terran's uncle, Prince Isolde, before her. To women like this one, Terran's identicard told her all she needed to know: this user has full royal authority. Gainsay her nothing. The woman, she couldn't have been much younger than Terran but suddenly looked childlike, swallowed, put on a professionally bland smile, and said, "What can I do for you today, mistress?" Terran didn't return the smile. "I'd like to see your records for a member of this research facility." "Of course." The woman's fingers hovered over the console. "May I have the name?" "He's called Sinzakal." The woman nodded blankly, like the name meant nothing to her. It probably didn't. She typed it into her data console. Her fingers tapped lightly against the keys. Then her eyes narrowed and her lips pressed tight in a frown. Terran leaned one hand on the desk. "Well? Is he here or not?" "I'm sorry, mistress." The woman's voice wavered. "I can't seem to find any record of a Sinzakal working here at all." Terran straightened, fixing her with a cold stare. "I know for a fact he did. It was some time ago, over 10 years. Your records must go back that far." "I assure you they do, mistress." The woman's hands were trembling slightly now. "We simply don't have a record of any Sinzakal." Terran leaned closer, her voice dropping to a cold, deliberate tone. "I'm going to remind you, politely, that I come to you bearing the full authority of the Queen Mother herself. The woman's face went pale. Mistress, I assure you, I can't find anything. She spun the screen of her data console on its pivot to show it to Taryn. The older woman leaned across the desk. The surface was cool and smooth beneath her palms, and saw just what the girl had said. Taryn leaned back and met the girl's eyes. She saw the fear and pleading there and decided to go a little easy on her. No point terrorizing the help, the real target was higher up. Voice still firm, she said, I need to speak with the director of this facility. At once. The girl nodded and ducked away, her footsteps clicking rapidly on the polished floor. She was clearly eager to pass the mess to someone else, but also afraid of getting into trouble with the director. After making the call, she told Taryn the director was on her way and would be here within 10 minutes. She bade Taryn to wait in the lobby and gestured to some of the sofas along the long transparent steel wall overlooking a set of especially beautiful gardens. Through the glass, Taryn could see the gardens swaying in the breeze, the bright colors of flowers and the deep green of carefully trimmed hedges. Taryn settled with pacing, arms crossed over her chest, her boots tapping an impatient rhythm on the marble floor. The minutes stretched. She was considering just marching into the director's office herself, when the woman finally appeared. She was older, tall and dignified, with steel-gray hair pulled to the back of her neck. Her handshake was firm, her palm cool and dry. Greetings, mistress. I am Director Lovala, Chief of Operations. Excellent. Taryn didn't bother to introduce herself. She never did on her cousin's business. Let us go to your office. Lovala hesitated for a split second but covered it well. She nodded politely and led Taryn past the security checkpoint and down the moving walkways to the Institute's central administration tower. The walkways hummed softly beneath their feet, carrying them past walls of polished stone and windows that looked out on the manicured grounds. As they were carried down the long glassy connecting corridor, the sunlight warm on her face, Taryn asked, almost conversationally, Tell me, Director Lovala, how long have you been in charge of this facility? Lovala's smile was perfectly pleasant. Almost 16 years, mistress. Then you must be quite familiar with its workings and personnel. Of course. Taryn tilted her head. Are you the one who makes staff decisions, or do other departments handle their own hiring? I screen and elect department heads, who in turn select their own staff. I see. Taryn nodded slowly. And everything that happens here is under your purview, correct? Of course, mistress. Everything. How often does Duca Marquesa directly involve herself with the management of the Institute? Lovala's smile didn't waver. Approximately about as much as the Queen Mother does, I would say. Taryn's lips curved. A clever answer. She filed it away and said nothing more until they reached the central tower. The turbolift rose smoothly, the only sound the soft hum of machinery. Befitting a woman of her position, Lovala's office had a high, broad window that looked out on Galenor's verdant horizon, rolling hills of green, dotted with the white of buildings and the bright splashes of gardens. Lovala gestured to a chair. Please. Taryn sat. The chair was comfortable, upholstered in soft fabric. When both women were seated, she leaned forward and said, I will be direct here. I came to inquire about the whereabouts of Sinzakal. Rather than look surprised, feigned or real, Lovala's brows drew together in thought. She tapped her chin with one finger, the gesture slow and deliberate. Taryn waited, letting the silence stretch, until Lovala finally said, I don't know where Kal is. Then he did work at your institute? Yes. I'll admit that. Lovala folded her hands on the desk. He was head of a special research team separate from the rest of the facility. His work was highly classified and his presence unknown to most of the staff. How long ago did he stop working here? Lovala's gaze drifted to the window. Approximately 5 years. 5 years. Since Tai Chum's death. Taryn leaned forward, her elbows on the desk. Was Call ever in the records at all, or was he erased when he left the institute? He was there, Lovala said, and offered no further explanation. Taryn frowned, studying the woman's carefully neutral expression. She couldn't tell what Lovala's game was, whether she was being compliant or trying to hide something. The office was silent except for the faint hum of the climate system. Times like these made her wish she had her cousin's force powers. Did you authorize the deletion of his personnel files? She asked. Lovala nodded. That's correct. Was it your decision? Or were you ordered to? Lovala looked thoughtful again, her fingers steepled on the desk. Taryn had to fight down the urge to smack her until the old woman finally said, I was ordered to by Duca Marquesa. Did the Duca also order Call's removal from the facility at that time? That's correct. And you have no idea where he was removed to? Lovala nodded once more, her expression carefully neutral. Taryn sat back, processing. Lovala was trying to protect herself, of course, and she'd been weighing her loyalty to Galinor's Duca against her loyalty to the Queen Mother's agent. The air in the office felt heavy, charged with unspoken calculations. Lucky for her she'd made the right choice. Taryn leaned forward again. Did you retain records of Sinzakal's research here, or was that deleted along with his personnel records? The records were removed along with Sinzakal. Meaning the Duca has those also. It wasn't a question. Taryn didn't like the sound of this at all. The implication settled in her stomach like a cold weight. That's correct. However, Lovala paused, as though weighing her next words carefully. I can give you some summary of his work, if you're interested. Taryn's eyes narrowed. Very. She leaned forward, her gaze fixed on Lovala's. You can begin by telling me what kind of work he did during the Yuzhan Vong War. Chapter 1-8. Tahiri stood in Mandala's cockpit, one hand on Jarna's chair, the other on Muro's. Beyond the viewport, the blur of hyperspace flared and became a sweep of stars over blackness, and the crescent of Yusuran's waning night side. The ship's engines hummed beneath her feet, a vibration in her teeth. The air was stale with recycled breath, tinged with ozone from the Navicomputer. Well, here we are, Muro said. Anything on the scanners, Revli? The BIM shook his head, ears flopping. Nothing. We're the only ships in orbit. Probably the only sentient beings in the whole damned system. I certainly hope so. Have either of you been to Yusuran before? Tahiri asked. No, said Jarna. Muro didn't look up from her instruments. Not in any way that counts. Well, Tahiri said, her voice dropping. Me either. She hoped that would make things easier. The Yuzhan Vong had spread across the galaxy, conquering thousands of worlds, each with unique history and culture, and sought to erase all of that, replace it with their own bioengineered life forms. Anything that came before their twisted religion was heresy. The stories lingered, the ones the Shapers had told her, the ones she'd learned from the memories implanted in her head. Whole civilizations reduced to raw material for Vong-formed growth. Even with those memories, sympathy was hard to muster. When she'd been on Zonima Sikit for 5 years, helping to remake their society, it had been easier, she'd seen close up how their twisted religion and rigid caste system punished anyone who dared independent thought. Many of the workers and shamed ones, even intendants, warriors, and shapers, were as much victims of their leaders as the beings native to this galaxy. She'd seen the fear in their eyes, the desperation, the hunger for something better. Right now, though, thinking of them as victims was harder. Yusaran's past, its history and its people, were gone forever and could never be recovered. The weight of that loss pressed against her chest. "It almost looks normal," Jarna said as they dropped into the planet's lower atmosphere and curved toward its sunlit side. The light changed, black to hazy green-gold, the color of old bruises. "I mean, it could just be a planet without any people, only natural vegetation." "Natural probably isn't the right word, but I get what you mean." Tahiri's throat tightened. "You're going to have to head for the northwest continent. Do you have that?" "Well, we know where north is." Jarna checked the scanners, his small hands moving over the controls. His furry face dropped into a frown. "To tell the truth, I don't know what I'm looking for." "Start scanning surface topography. Also infrared. Look for clusters that might indicate large groups of warm-blooded life forms. We're trying to find the remains of a large shaper laboratory." "Not sure what that looks like, but I'll give it a shot." "Dropping altitude now," Muro said. "We'll hang right above the atmospheric envelope." Tahiri nodded. "That's good. Start atmosphere scans too. I want to know what the composition of the air down there is." "Wouldn't it be primarily oxygen?" Jarna's ears perked. "The Vong do breathe the same stuff as us." "They do, but there's no telling what's happened to this planet's ecosystem in the past decade. Without shapers to oversee the process, things might have gone out of control." Muro studied her instruments. "Atmosphere content seems normal. A little high in carbon monoxide, but still breathable." "I'm showing lots of vegetation down there too," Jarna said. "Yusaran used to be pretty urbanized, right?" "I think it used to have a few major cities." Yuzentar. The name surfaced unbidden. "I'd bet all that's been buried now. They probably seeded the atmosphere with pockets of Vong-formed vegetation that covered the ground and spread." "Sounds like someone laying out a new carpet," Muro muttered. "It's the most efficient way to transform a planet large scale. It still takes time for the Vong life to take root, but once it does, it starts eating away at the earth below, grinding it down so it can be replaced." "Lovely." Jarna's voice was dry. "How do you know all this stuff anyway?" Tahiri swallowed. If the Bim had any idea that she'd been captured by the Yuzin Vong on Yavin 4 and implanted with false memories that had nearly torn her apart, he kept a facade of merry ignorance. Muro might have heard that story too, but if she did, she gave no indication. Eventually Tahiri said, "I was sort of the Jedi expert on Yuzin Vong." Jarna glanced back, one ear twitching. "Long story? And not a happy one." She thought she saw something twitch on Muro's face but couldn't be sure. Jarna tapped his scanners. "How does this look? I see a big cluster of something. Topographical scanners show a sudden spike in elevation, more like a tower than a mountain." "It could just be ruins from an old city," Muro said. "I'm getting some heat signature too." Tahiri leaned forward. "Can we go further down?" "Not a problem." Muro kicked Mandala into a controlled dive and vectored toward the coordinates. Tahiri clasped the back of their seats and watched Yusaran swell into view. The entire surface was covered in vegetation, a thick carpet of green that seemed to pulse with life. For a second, she was reminded of Yavin 4 and Zonima Sekit, worlds where life was abundant, where the force flowed strong. She had to remind herself that the vegetation here had been engineered for conquest, not coexistence. When they reached the coordinates, Mandala began to circle. Tahiri peered through the viewport at the unmistakable smooth domes of Yuzhenvong Damutex, and the high spire that looked so similar to the one the Shapers on Yavin 4 had started to build during her captivity. The structures were pale, almost bone-like, rising from the green carpet like skeletal fingers. "That's it," Tahiri said. "Can you find a place to put us down?" Muro frowned, studying the terrain. "We might have to use the ventral laser cannon to burn a clearing." Jarna's ears flattened against his skull. "Is that all right? I mean, would it? I don't know. Make anything mad? What kind of life signs do you pick up down there?" Tahiri asked. "I'm picking up mobile heat signatures, none of them very large. I don't think there's sentient life, but certainty's impossible. It's a small risk. Captain Muro, try burning a hole in that vegetation to set down right next to the tower." A thin smile crossed Muro's face. "With pleasure." Her fingers moved with practiced ease over the controls. The weapons went off, sending mild reverberations through the freighter's hull. When she was done, Muro pulled up for one more wheel. Smoke peeled away from burnt vegetation and dissolved in the wind. She couldn't see any creatures moving around the devastation's edge. "Okay," Tahiri said. "Set us down. Give me a minute to get my things ready. Then drop the landing ramp." Tahiri didn't have much to grab, only her lightsaber and a pack of foodstuffs and medical supplies. The pack was heavy on her shoulder, the straps digging into her armor. She'd already dressed in a rugged jumpsuit layered with pieces of plasteel armor before they left hyperspace. After tying her hair up in a tight bun, the strands pulling against her scalp, she went down to the loading bay. The ramp was already lowered. Muro stood on one side, Jarna the other, both looking nervously outside. The air that drifted in was warm and humid, smelling of damp earth and something else. Something green and growing. "You don't have to come with me," Tahiri said as she adjusted the strap. Muro's expression was flat. "I wasn't even considering it." She took a comm link from her pocket and tossed it. The metal was warm from her body heat. "If I do decide to abandon you, I'll call and let you know first." Tahiri caught it. "Much appreciated. I don't know how long I'll be in there. If you see anything unusual out here, anything you might have questions about, let me know." Jarna nodded. "We will. Good luck." Tahiri nodded, the gratitude surprised her, and went down the ramp. The air outside smelled of burnt vegetation and blaster fire, with something sweeter underneath, fungal, familiar, the rot of long-formed worlds. She went to the edge of the burnt clearing and examined the stalks of tall plants. Each stem was thick, the leaves jutting out at regular intervals had serrated edges. Blossmorn grass. She couldn't remember if she'd seen those on Zonima Sekit, or if it was knowledge Mizan Quad had implanted in her head long ago. It was scary sometimes, how easily the two halves of her merged. The memories that were hers and the ones that had been forced into her, indistinguishable now. She took one last glance over her shoulder. The ship gleamed in the dim light, its ramp still lowered, then ignited her lightsaber and began hacking a clear path through the Blossmorn. The blade hummed as it cut through the thick stalks, each one falling with a soft thud. As she worked her way to the tower, a flock of flying creatures passed overhead. Their wings made a dry rustling sound, like dead leaves skittering across stone. She tried to spot them, identify them, but could not. They were too fast, too distant. When she reached the tower, she paced around its outside. The surface was rough under her fingers, like coral, but dry and brittle. She walked around its base until she found the circular entry portal. The flaps of dry tissue hanging limply from its edges crumbled at her touch. She swapped her lightsaber for a high-intensity glow lamp and scoured the inside of the tower. The interior was largely hollow, and a winding staircase curved around the tower's interior, leading upward past level after level of portals. The air was cooler, stale, dry against her throat. Dust sifted under her boots, soft as ash. The Shapers called the 8 layers of Yuzin Vong bioforming knowledge cortexes, implying one had to spiral upward to gain higher and higher levels of knowledge. Shapers generally weren't of poetic bent, but this tower was a pretty accurate physical representation of that theory. Tahiri began climbing, scouring the passages ahead, poking her head through limp portals. The tissue gave way like old leather, all the while searching for a place where she might interface with the tower's central consciousness, its Korisk. Similar to a Yam mosque or a Durium, it lived far underground directly beneath the tower, and would have been responsible for directing all Vong-formed processes on this part of the planet. There was no way to tell for certain that the Korisk was still alive when the rest of the tower was clearly withering, but the surrounding landscape seemed full of Vong life, and Korosks were engineered to be as durable as they were valuable. They could survive for centuries, even millennia, if the conditions were right. Tahiri found what looked like a place where she could interface. A Shaper's casa lay abandoned on a ledge, its palm-sized form attached by fleshy umbilical to the wall. The casa was dry and cracked, but intact. She looked closer and saw something else attached to the same place, a translucent face mask like coral skipper pilots wore. Tahiri had worn those more than a few times. The mask was cool against her fingertips, the material smooth like soft leather. Though she'd picked up some knowledge of casas from the Shapers on Zonama Sekit, she was more familiar with the face mask. She tentatively touched it. The skin was dry but not completely brittle, indicating that some life-giving fluids still circulated through the tower. A faint pulse of warmth, barely perceptible, answered her touch. She picked it up in both hands, cradled it, and looked down at the mask. Charlash morn yum kavarsh bikor. The words tasted foreign on her tongue, an old language she hadn't spoken in years. An old Shaper's incantation, used to beg the gods for blessing before a difficult procedure. It was, she supposed, the thing to say at a time like this. She braced herself and placed the mask on her face. At first nothing happened. The mask sealed against her skin, cool at first, then warm as it bonded. Her heartbeat pulsed against the tissue, a drum in her own ears. She felt a faint, vaguely familiar presence at the corners of her mind, like a distant whisper she couldn't quite make out. She wondered if the Korisk was too weak to properly interface. Then it came. She gasped against the soft tissue, and her mind fell away. She found herself lost, adrift in a sea of data. For an instant she knew every blade on every stalk of Blossmorn on the planet, every amphistaff growing in the nearby swamps, every Vong-formed creature scampering through the brush. The sensation was overwhelming, too much, too fast, too vast. Her thoughts scattered like leaves in a storm. But that wasn't what she wanted. She pushed all that away and drew strength from the part of herself that was still Yuzin Vong. Scant nerve clusters, implanted and left behind from her time in captivity, made it easier for her to interface with Yuzin Vong life form, but it was still a trial to tame the Korisk like a Shaper would. The creature resisted. It had gone feral after being abandoned by the Shapers, and why wouldn't it? There were probably hundreds or thousands more like it, scattered on planets across the galaxy, no longer truly Yuuzhan creatures but evolving into something else, sometimes, perhaps, even merging with the flora and fauna native to conquered worlds to create something unique. Maybe the hybrid worlds would thrive. Maybe they would tear themselves apart. Tahiri was still trying to determine which one she was herself, over 10 years on. She wrestled with the Korisk. Not for long. The information spilled into her mind. The origins of Shimmer's Slayer project, the genome for the living seeker missiles that had nearly destroyed all HoloNet transceivers toward the end of the war, the hideous Voxen project that Master Shaper Yal Foth had overseen. A chill ran through her. The Voxen, the creatures that had hunted Jedi, that had killed Anakin, that had nearly destroyed everything. And tethered by some strand of thought to the Voxen project, she found what she was looking for. It was enough to stop her breath. She should have known it, should have expected it, but she'd come here in the desperate hope that there would be some other way. But of course, the universe was not that kind. Tahiri pulled off the mask and opened her eyes. Everything was dark around her, darker than before. She looked up to the top of the tower and saw, through crumbled holes in the ceiling, a field of twinkling stars. Hunger gnawed at her stomach. Her legs ached from standing motionless for so long. She must have connected minds with the Korisk for hours. Her face was wet, tears, or the mask's residue. She wiped it with her sleeve, the fabric rough against her cheek, and fished out her comlink. A small light shone on the side, indicating that someone had been trying to call. She thumbed it on. Mandala, do you read me? Captain Muro, please tell me you're still here. A long pause. Then the captain's dry voice crackled through the speaker. We read you, Miss Vela. We tried calling as the sun went down but got no response. It's all right. I was just busy, but I'm okay. Are you still where I left you? We are, but we've noticed strange movement around the perimeter since the sun set. What kind of movement? Nocturnal animals, probably. If you're coming back, be careful. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Vela out. Tahiri thumbed off the comlink and considered passing the rest of the night here, midway up the tower. There was nothing to stop hungry Vong-formed animals from crawling up the stairs to eat her, but the walls were thick, the entrance narrow, a good defensive position. Unless the creatures were airborne. She looked up at all those visible stars, tiny pinpricks of light against the black. Confidence abandoned her. She needed to get off this planet. She needed to get to the source of Yalfatha's bioweapon project. For all Tahiri knew, it had already fallen into the hands of rogue Hapans, scheming Imperials, or old Dala herself. Still, there was no need to be reckless. Tahiri sat down on the steps, the stone cold and hard beneath her, took out a ration bar, chewed, and washed it down with water from her canteen. The liquid was cool against her dry throat. She made sure her lightsaber was still at her belt and checked the charge on her glow lamp. I promised I'd find the truth. The thought surfaced as she chewed the tasteless bar. She'd made that promise to herself years ago, in the ruins of another Vong-formed world, another graveyard. She'd made it to the ghost of someone she used to be. She swallowed. The water was cool, but the promise sat heavier. Finally, she found the part inside her that had melded with the Korisk and let it flow outward, feeling all the Vong-formed life in the wilderness outside. She'd learned to attune herself to her inner Vong-sense, to treat it almost as an extension of the Force, though she'd never been able to reach out through both parts of herself at once. The sensation was strange, like seeing with a second set of eyes. Anakin had possessed a power like that. So, too, had Jacen Solo, In fact, he'd been the one who'd taught her how to embrace the Yuzhen Vong half of her senses. Thinking of Jason wasn't helping anything. She stood up and took her lightsaber in one hand, her glow lamp in the other. She began walking slowly down the stairs and out of the tower, keeping her senses attuned at all times to the myriad Vong life around her. The tower's walls were close, the stairs narrow, her footsteps echoing in the silence. Outside it was a deeper night than any she could remember. Nothing broke the silence. The stars were incredibly vivid overhead, countless and bright. Stunning and terrifying, she was one of 3 sentient beings on an entire planet, and there were so many more Vong-formed worlds with no sentient life at all. Knowing it would just attract attention, Tahiri turned off her glow lamp and waited for her eyes to adjust to the starlight. The darkness slowly resolved into shapes: the tall stalks of Blossmorn, the distant hump of the tower, the faint outline of the clearing ahead. Once she was confident she could find her path back to the freighter, she began pressing forward, hands and arms held in front of her to keep branches and stalks from slapping her in the face. The leaves were rough against her palms, the stems cool and damp with evening moisture. The glow of Mandala's forward lights pierced the dark. She kept herself attuned to the Vong life around her. Some awareness, keen and hungry, lurked in the dark. She stopped, listened. Nothing, just the rustle of the wind through the grass, the distant chirp of an unseen insect. Warily, grasping her lightsaber tightly in one hand, she trudged onward. The light grew closer, but that carnivorous mind was closer too. Her heart beat faster, a steady thrum against her ribs. A breeze washed over the field, causing Blossmorn to ripple and chatter, their serrated leaves rasping against each other. She paused. Then they came. Her Vong sense gave her a half-second of warning. She ignited her lightsaber and turned her glow lamp on, spinning to face the creature coming up behind her. The light flashed over its body, 4 legs, lashing tail, stout jaws open to reveal double layers of jagged teeth. A nightmare-given flesh, all muscle and hunger. She thrust her saber out, catching it in its throat. The blade sizzled against armored skin and the creature let out a long, painful wail. Voxen. Then it fell back and she got a better look. No, a Pharaoh X-Swine, the Vong-life creature that had been combined with a Vornsker to create the Jedi hunting monsters that had killed Anakin. It was smaller, couldn't hunt with the Force, couldn't spit acid, but its claws were still poisonous and its teeth could easily shred flesh off her bones. Its eyes glowed in the blue light of her saber. And she remembered, Pharaoh X-Swine always hunted in packs. Tahiri turned in time to catch another creature as it leaped toward her. Dropping the glow lamp, gripping her weapon in both hands, she thrust forward, piercing the rough skin under its stomach. The creature's momentum carried it forward, its weight pressing against her blade. As she struggled to pull her blade free, the first one rebounded, and another leaped out from the Blossmorn grass. Tahiri ducked and rolled through the dirt. The soil was damp, clinging to her armor, then snapped onto her knees, facing them both, saber held horizontally. The Pharaoh X-Swine growled, but neither attacked. That meant more were coming. She found her Vong sense despite her panic, pivoted to the right, and swiped her lightsaber out, bringing another to a skidding halt. The first one charged, kicking the glow lamp and sending it rolling, its light flashing over Blossmorn's stalks as it got further away. Seeing only by the blue of her lightsaber, Tahiri swung her blade back, catching the first Pharaoh X-Swine across the eyes. The animal howled, a sound of pure agony, and the one at her right leaped forward. Tahiri dropped face down in the dirt to avoid its claws, but its tail cracked over her back, stunning her. She rolled onto her side and flashed her lightsaber up, but this one scampered away. As the first Pharaoh X-Swine whimpered, the other two advanced. She lay on her shoulder, one leg stretched out in the dirt, feebly pointing her lightsaber at them both, wondering if this was what she deserved for everything she'd done, to be torn apart on this forsaken planet by creatures so close to the Voxen that had begun her downward spiral all those years ago. Then she heard the distinctive tang of blaster fire. The Pharaoh X-Swine halted, ears pricked. A red laser blast caught one in the face. It flashed and smoked against armored skin, and Tahiri threw her lightsaber in a force-controlled loop. Its blade spun like a blue circle of light until it speared through the side of the creature's stomach. It collapsed, legs twitching. Scrambling to her feet, Tahiri called the lightsaber back to her hand. Only then did she turn and see Raleigh Murrow standing behind her, the glow lamp attached to her Blastech T-14 rifle blazing ahead, and catching the last Pharaoh X-Swine in the face. Light didn't scare the creature. Its jaw hung low, hungry, saliva dripping from its fangs. "Run," Tahiri said, and they did. Both women sprinted through the remaining trail, their path lit by Murrow's light. Tahiri stayed behind, waving her lightsaber to discourage pursuit, but she kept looking forward to follow the path and couldn't tell if the Pharaoh X-Swine was actually after them. The grass whipped against her legs, the ground uneven beneath her feet. When they reached Mandala, a nervous-looking Jarna stood at the top of the ramp, clearly eager to close it and fly off this rock. Murrow ran halfway up, turned to fire a few shots over her shoulder just in case, then kept running. She was almost at the top, Tahiri right behind her, when a dark body flashed out of nowhere and caught her in the side. Murrow dropped her weapon and went clattering onto the ramp. The Pharaoh X-Swine's teeth snapped at her as she tried to pull herself out from under its claws. Murrow's face was pale, her eyes wide. Tahiri ran straight into it with her lightsaber pointing dead ahead. It stabbed into the creature's side, and it sent out its own yelp of pain. Tahiri pulled her saber out, then gave the monster the strongest kick she could, her boot connecting with its ribcage, throwing it off balance, and sending it tumbling down the ramp. As Jarna hurried to the controls and started retracting the ramp, the mechanism whirring, the metal groaning, Tahiri grabbed Murrow by the waist to keep her from falling too. When the ramp settled in its horizontal position and sealed them inside, both women collapsed on the hard deck. The metal was cold beneath her cheek. Tahiri's hand found Murrow's arm, gripping. "The claws, did they?" "No." Murrow pulled herself upright, wincing. "No, I'm okay." A pause, the two women panting while Jarna looked on. Then Murrow rasped, "I was going to say you owed me one, but I guess we're even now." "Yeah," Tahiri said, a tired smile tugging at her lips. "That sounds about right." But even as she said it, her mind was already back in the Korrisk's memory, the coordinates, the project name, the truths she'd uncovered. Yalfatha's bioweapon hadn't been destroyed. It had been moved. Chapter 19. When Zekk woke, he was exactly where he'd started, flat on his back, staring at the same featureless ceiling, the same recycled air clogging his lungs. He scowled at the ceiling, then tried to sit. His muscles screamed. Every joint popped. Stretching brought pins and needles prickling down his arms. His fingers found the small of his back. The bruise was tender, pulsing with a dull heat. He winced. Getting up took effort. His legs threatened to buckle. Once he'd found his balance, Zekk pounded the door. "All right, I'm awake. Call your boss and tell him I want to talk. Don't think I can't break out of here again." Nobody replied, of course. He didn't try to break out right away. More injury would only make things worse. Moreover, There really wasn't a point. He was stuck on Wayward Soldier no matter how much he wanted to get off, and the only person who could ultimately set him free was a Yuzin Vong masquerading as a man who claimed he was, apparently, totally over the huge genocidal war when his people had launched a holy war to exterminate all Jedi. Nobody got over the past that easily. Zekk certainly didn't. So he waited, and tried to keep his mind off everything except his messed-up body, because that was easiest to fix. After a few more hours of exercises he felt like he was almost ready to break out of his cell again. He stewed for a few more hours, until he was actually considering another breakout, when the door slid open with a hiss of hydraulics. The hulking form of Wayward Soldier's first officer filled the threshold, his bulk blocking the corridor light. The air in the cell shifted, carrying the faint scent of the Baragwin's leathery hide, dry, ancient, like old books. "Good, you're awake," Chazdoharn said. "I banged on the door a couple hours ago. Didn't your guards hear me?" The Baragwin blinked and ignored the question. "Come with me. We have need of you." "You need me to interrogate the prisoner." Zekk rubbed the bruise on his back. "And here I thought you just kept me around for my sparkling conversation." Harn blinked again. "Do you want an apology for shooting you?" "It would be a good start." "Well, you won't get one. The captain gave Harkham the order going in. If he was forced to give you your lightsaber, Harkham would stun you at the end of the mission. Otherwise you'd never give it back, and with that lightsaber you'd become a threat to the ship, its crew, and its mission." Zekk stared at Harn, trying to make out any emotion on that very unhuman face. He couldn't get anything in the Force either. Arguing with him would be equivalent to arguing with a slab of durecrete. If anything, the durecrete might be a little more pliable. "Okay," Zekk sighed. "What do you need me for? Tell me or I won't go." "We need you to interrogate the prisoner." In his anger over being shot, Zekk had almost forgotten the mission itself. "What, is the Moff not complying with your techniques?" "He's stubborn. It turns out Imperials train their officials to resist torture." "Even Yuzin Vong torture? Did your boss try to get him to embrace the pain?" Harn didn't miss a beat. "For better or worse, the captain hasn't brought any of those aboard, so we've had to make do with more traditional means." "And he thinks I can get him to talk with my Jedi powers?" "We've heard Jedi have the ability to influence other beings' minds. Is this false?" Harn's voice was flat, clinical. He could have been asking about a ship's maintenance schedule. Zekk wanted to spit out a retort, but a realization stopped him. Prelix had allowed him a handful of news reports to sate his curiosity about the outside galaxy, but those had probably been carefully curated to lead him on and get him to take part in the raid on Salonia. If he could get inside that Moff's mind, he might find out things Prelix didn't want him to know. Then again, the Yuzin Vong was no fool. Maybe he had already figured on that, and maybe this was part of a game even more twisted than what Zekk had supposed. But an opportunity was presenting itself, and he was loath to simply reject it. Still, he didn't want to make it too easy. "Your captain promised me he'd sit me down and explain what this mission is really about. I want him to do that first. In exchange, I'll find out what the Moff's hiding." Harn's eyes flickered. That was the extent of his reaction. "I might be your prisoner, but I'm not your slave. I want Prelix to fulfill his half of the bargain. Without that, I'm not doing anything for you." Harn gave one of those deep Baragwin snorts. "Very well. I'll return shortly." The door slid shut, leaving Zekk alone again. This time he reached out with the force and tried to feel for beings out in the hallway. He sensed one, probably not Harn. He'd gotten past 2 guards before and one would be even easier, though what he'd do once he got free was still an open question. Ranger-class gunships, unfortunately, were not big enough to have docking bays, and there were probably no attached ships he could steal. So he resigned himself to waiting again. This time, thankfully, did not take as long. The door slid open and Evan Prelix stepped into the room with his very human face on. "I'm surprised you came." Zekk crossed his arms. "I was busy before. That's why I sent Harn." "Busy interrogating that moth?" "That's right." "When are you going to tell me what this is all about? I mean, really tell me? You made a promise, remember?" "That I did." "All right. What do you want to know, Jedi?" "How about why we broke into a Star Destroyer in the middle of a peace conference to steal an Imperial moth from his bedchambers?" "We work for hire. That's what our employer paid us to do. They also wanted to avoid casualties that might cause the restart of hostilities. We have you to thank for that." "Did hostilities restart? Or is the Salonia conference still going on?" "Oh, it's still on. Frankly, the new Imperial head of state probably doesn't miss Moff Westermal anyway." Zekk frowned. "Who is the new head of state? Who could replace Pelion?" "Apparently he was fostered on the Moffs by the Jedi, even though his connection with the Empire was tenuous at best." Prelix snorted. "Your kind never stop meddling, do they?" Now Zekk was really confused. "Who did the Jedi appoint?" "A fighter pilot named Jagged Fell." The words came out smooth, human, perfect. But Zekk caught it, the faintest pause before Fell, like the name didn't sit right on the Vong's borrowed tongue. Zekk's jaw dropped. He snapped it back up when Prelix's maskered face grinned amusement. "I take it you're familiar with him," Prelix said. There was no way in all 9 Corellian hells that Zekk was going to explain to this Vong how he'd spent a good chunk of the past year trapped in an arduous love triangle with his teenage girlfriend and a stuffy fighter pilot exiled from the Chiss Ascendancy who was, apparently, inexplicably, now an emperor too. So instead he said, "Yeah. Fell didn't hire us to kidnap his own moth, if that's what you're asking. We were hired by a certain party from the Hapes Consortium. They're apparently interested in a certain research project Moff Westermal was involved in." "Research project?" Zekk's anger spiked. "Was he involved in the nanoweapon that killed Tenel Ka's daughter?" "I believe he was, yes." A thin smile crossed Prelix's face. "My employer believes he's also involved in another such research project. Would you like to meet with him now?" Zekk's fists tightened at his sides. "Yes," he said. "I think I would." "I thought so. This way." Prelix and the guard at his door, a snarling Trandoshan, led Zekk through the gunship's hallways and down a lift tube to what Zekk realized must have been near the ship's outer hull. An airlock chamber made sense, psychologically speaking, a good place to perform a high-pressure interrogation. He wasn't surprised when they stepped through the initial portal into the vestibule to see Moff Westermal cuffed to a chair by his ankles and wrists, with Harn and Harkham standing behind him. They'd turned him to face the outer airlock so he could see black space looming just beyond the transparasteel porthole. One look at Westermal told Zekk the moth had put up impressive resistance. Bruises mottled his face. Torn clothing hung off him. The red-stained bandages on his fingertips indicated that his captors had already brought out the nasty methods. Westermal's head currently hung low, eyes closed, and he was breathing in and out at a slow, steady rhythm that suggested sleep. Zekk stepped close to Prelix's, voice low. You ever been through that embrace of pain? The maskered eyes narrowed. No. I have not. Lucky you, Zekk said, and stepped forward. He crouched in front of the captive Imperial and lightly slapped his chin. The man's eyes popped open. You don't know who I am, do you? Zekk asked. Westermo's lip curled. More pirate trash, I assume. Actually, no. I'm a Jedi. Westermo's sneer didn't slip. How very nice for you. Zekk leaned in, close enough to smell the moth's sweat. I'm a very old friend of the Hapan Queen, Tenel Ka. You know about her, don't you? That got a reaction. His eyes opened wider, even the right one, which was stuck halfway closed by the swelling of a split eyebrow. Westermo reined in his expression quickly, though alarm spiked off him in the force. Do you want retribution? I thought Jedi didn't take revenge. I wasn't always a good Jedi. I know the Remnant didn't officially support it, but I'm sure some of you Moffs had a hand in financing Brachus's project. Do you remember the Second Imperium? Vaguely. I trained at the Shadow Academy before I ever trained as a Jedi. Brachus called me his darkest night. Westermo kept his battered face cold, but Zekk could feel his fright growing. The Shadow Academy was a very long time ago. I can still remember all of it, though. Zekk let the cold anger slip into his voice, controlled, real. Brachus taught me how to channel my darker feelings and use them for things the Jedi would call impure. Dangerous. Westermo bore his teeth. Tried to make a Jacen Solo out of you, eh? The remark stung deep. It also made Zekk angrier. He reached out. The Force answered, cold and eager. He tugged. Westermo's shoulder strained against his cuffs, metal groaning. The moth let out a hoof of breath as his face fell within inches of Zekk's. And the shock and fear were there, on his face and in the Force. The fear rolling off Westermo was intoxicating. Zekk let it wash over him, let it feed the fire in his chest. What's your next scheme? Zekk said. Who's your target? I'll never tell you, Jedi. Westermo's anger said enough. Is that who you're after? Are you going to target Jedi next? It was certainly possible. There were elements of being's genetic makeup that indicated Force sensitivity, just as it indicated heredity. It was much harder to track and quantify, especially given the variety of species that could use the Force. But if a nanovirus could be tailored to Fett or Joe genes, it could theoretically be made to target Jedi too. The thought left Zekk staggered. Not even Palpatine had attempted such a thorough slaughter. Zekk pressed his palm to Westermo's temple. The skin was hot, slick with sweat. Under his fingers, the man's pulse hammered like a trapped bird. Tell me where it is, Zekk said. Where are you working on the nanovirus? Westermo's face twisted as he tried to resist the tendrils of the Force reaching into his mind. The moth was stubborn and resilient, but Zekk knew he could break through any mental barriers. All he needed was raw power. Alana's face surfaced in his mind, small, bright, full of trust. The image curdled into ash. Anger gave him all the power he needed. Zekk sent a spike of raw pain into Westermo's nervous system. The man cried out and tried to retreat into his mind, ignoring the sensations of the body, the way he trained to. Zekk followed him inside his deepest shell and kept up the attack. Jedi. The word came out as a wet rasp. You damn Jedi. Kill all you. You vermin. Zekk barely heard him. He chased Westermo inside his own mind, unrelenting, punishing him with waves of pain that racked the man's body. His limbs rattled in their binds. The cuffs bit into his wrists, leaving red welts. Spittle flecked Zekk's face, warm, wet, tasting of copper and fear. "Where is it?" Zekk said aloud, said in the Force, said deep in Westermo's mind. "Where is the new nanovirus? Where?" "It's not!" Westermo howled. "It's not! It's not!" "Not what?" Zekk growled, relenting just enough for the moth to put frantic thoughts into order. "It's not," he panted. "It's not a nanovirus. It's bio. A bioweapon? Von weapon. Solo. Jason Solo. He told us." Zekk's first thought was that there was no way Kiedis could have been so suicidally stupid as to develop a bioweapon against Force users when he was one himself. But then, he might have thought he could just deploy it at Sheeta Mad, wipe out the Jedi there, and call it enough. "Where is the weapon?" Zekk pressed. "Von weapon," Westermo repeated. "Not ours. Couldn't even develop. Needed help." "Help? Help from who?" Westermo attempted to recoil within himself, but Zekk followed again and sent punishing pain through his body. Finally the moth relented and said, Hapan scientist. On Galanor. Don't know name. Sent team to extract. Your team and the scientist, where are they now?" Westermo's incisors stabbed down on his lower lip as he willed himself not to talk. Yet it didn't matter. The answer repeated in the moth's mind like an incantation. Myrkr. The name sent dread curdling in Zekk's stomach. He took his hand off Westermo's face. The moth let out one gasp, then slid into unconsciousness. Zekk pulled his hand away. Westermo's sweat clung to his palm, warm, greasy. He wiped it on his thigh, but the feeling lingered. As Westermo's body hung slack in its binds, Zekk stood up on aching knees. "Well, Jedi?" Prelix stood behind him, eyebrow raised. "What do you have for us?" "The bioweapon was being developed on Myrkr," Zekk said. He didn't know what he'd been expecting, but all Prelix gave him was a simple nod. "Very good." Zekk looked down at the moth. "What will you do to him now? Space him?" No, that might start a war." Prelix tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Our employer actually didn't specify what to do with him. Might try to ransom him. I doubt Jagged Fell will want him back, but some of his fellow moths might pay a hefty fee. Or not. There's only one way to be sure." Zekk looked at Westermo's slack face and felt a hollow ache. He'd wanted more. He'd wanted to see the man suffer. Then he looked at his own hands. They were steady. They should have been shaking. Disgust twisted in his stomach. It had been so easy. So right in the moment. But the moment had passed, and the promise he'd made to himself, never again, not like Brachus taught, not like Jason Fell, lay shattered at his feet. He wondered if it had felt that way for Jason. Zekk turned to Prelix. "So Myrkr. That's where we're headed." "I'll have to consult with our employer. But yes, that does seem likely. For all we know, Westermo's team and their Hapan scientists are already there. I've been there once before." Myrkr. The worldship over Myrkr. The Shaper research facility where they made the Voxen. It has to be there. If you know your way around the place already, perhaps you'd like to come along. Zekk felt anger flare hot in his chest. He wanted to tell this Vong that he'd never do anything he wanted, but that was stupid. He'd been doing it already. He should have realized it before. He had no idea who Prelix's employers were, and without the Force to help him he never could. For all he knew, the Vong had been hired by some scheming Hapan noble who wanted to use the bioweapon to finish the job and kill Tenel Ka. In fact, it seemed the most likely option. If he went to Myrkr, to that awful old worldship, he might find a way to stop Prelix's schemes and Westermo's both, and somehow destroy the bioweapon completely. In fact, it was the only way to make sure the weapon was never used. Prelix's human face smiled, but Zekk had seen the truth beneath it. The Vong wore his mask the way Zekk had worn his own, easy smiles, calm words, hiding what churned underneath. The Vong captain was no fool. He probably knew everything that was running through Zekk's head, and when they got to Myrkr he would do everything he could to keep Zekk from destroying the weapon. But even if they were working at cross purposes, they needed each other, and they both knew it. Okay. Zekk held the Vong's gaze unblinking. Let's go to Myrkr. And when we get there, he didn't say, I'll burn it to ash. Chapter 20. The Duka's palace sat in the heart of Galanor City. It lacked the scale of the Fountain Palace on Hapes but competed in grandeur. The ceiling hovered 10 meters over Terran's head, glittering with Galanor's famous rainbow gems. Their light scattered across the walls in shifting colors. The air smelled of old stone and something floral, Marquessa's preference, no doubt. Bas-relief carvings of Hapan history adorned the greenstone walls. The floor was covered with gold and silver silk tapestries, patterns so intricate you could spend a whole day examining them. Terran's boots whispered against the silk as she walked. The sound was soft, almost reverent. It was a good enough place to wait for half a standard hour. When Duca Marquessa finally appeared, she came with a half-dozen female guards, an equal number of handsome male retainers, and no apologies. Thank you for coming to Galanor, mistress, the Duca said, though she didn't bow her head or give any sign of deference. This was, in fairness, the customary way to treat members of the Lorelian court, as the old noblewoman surely knew. Still, to Terran it smacked faintly of insolence. One of Marquessa's retainers offered to take Terran's cloak. The man was certainly winsome, but she refused. Please, Duca, I would like to speak privately. I assure you this will not take long. Very well. We'll retreat to the western reading room. Marquessa snapped her fingers. Leave us, all of you. The retainers and guards bowed, and the procession stepped aside so Marquessa could lead Terran down the long gilded hallway and into a side room. She closed the heavy wooden doors behind her. The thud echoed off the bookshelves, then died into silence. Dust motes hung in the air, stirred by their entrance, catching the light from a single lamp. Marquessa settled onto a couch and gestured for Terran to sit. Have you enjoyed your voyage to Galanor thus far, mistress? Lovely. Terran settled into her seat. The rainbow gems are even more colorful when you're not looking at them through a viewport. I'm pleased to hear you say that. Marquessa waved a hand to indicate all her books. We value history and beauty on Galanor, as you can see. History and beauty were valued all throughout the Hapes Consortium. Tenel Ka said too much so. Normally Terran was inclined to disagree with her cousin's dim assessments, but recent events, the attempted coup against the Queen Mother last year, Jason Solo's sudden turn from friend to foe, the opportunistic schemes of Duca Riquad, were starting to change her mind. I'm afraid what I've come to talk about is neither historic nor beautiful, Terran said. I know. Director Lovella warned me you'd be coming. Marquessa's smile didn't waver. It never did. She told me you're looking for everything you can get about Sinzakal, especially his current whereabouts. That pretty much covers it. I thought so. Marquesa paused, as if savoring the moment. I haven't thought about Call in years. Perhaps longer. According to the director, you were the one who removed him from his research post and erased all his records at the Institute. Technically, I gave the order to Director Lovella. She actually carried it out. Marquesa's smile was porcelain. But yes, it was my decision. And I assure you, I meant nothing nefarious behind it. No matter what you may think. Do you know what I think? Taryn's eyebrow arched. I know who you are, mistress. What you do? Marquesa's hands stayed folded, perfectly still. You see enemies in every shadow. It's your job. But not every shadow holds danger. What does this shadow hold? A duca who was simply looking out for the interests of her queen. You removed Call from his post after the death of Tai Chum. Tenel Ka had already been on the throne for the better part of a decade. Indeed, and Tai Chum was under house arrest. But anyone who knew Tai Chum knew not to count her out until she was stone dead. The words hung in the air between them. Treason left unspoken. Tell me, Taryn leaned forward. How was removing Call a favor to the Queen Mother? She is, let us say, not the kind to countenance the secret research projects Call was tasked with. It's the Jedi in her. Marquesa said the word with quiet disdain. I was faced with the choice of asking her whether she wanted to let Call's research continue, which I'm sure she'd find offensive, or of ending it quietly on my own initiative. I'll be sure to relay your thoughtfulness to the Queen Mother. Taryn's voice went flat. Director Lovella already told me what kind of research Call was doing during the Yuuzhan Vong War. She also said you confiscated all his records. Do you still have them? I do. Marquesa's smile was porcelain. Do you want a copy? No. I want the original data files. Then you'll have it. She was offering everything Taryn asked for, and that was exactly what made it wrong. But that's not why you're really here, is it? Duca, I need to know where Sinzakal is right now. I can't help you. I simply don't know. The words came out smooth, practiced. Taryn had heard that tone before, from nobles who'd memorized their lies. What happened when he was removed from the Institute? He was placed under house arrest on Galanor, which was effectively what he was under while at the Institute. But now he had no laboratory. Taryn fought a frown. House arrest? Was he still considered dangerous? Marquesa's lips curved. The expression didn't reach her eyes. Mistress, do you know what Sinzakal was before he came to Galanor? Taryn had no clue, but she wasn't going to confess ignorance. Some of it. What do you know? Call was not Hapan originally. If you'd ever met the man, you could tell it by sight. He's far from handsome. In any case, Tai Chum personally brought him to Hapes, to Galanor, to do research for her. All in strict confidence, of course. Where did she find him? My understanding, and this is what she told me, a long time ago, was that Call was kidnapped as a baby by the old Jedi and taken to learn their religion on Coruscant. Apparently he was not strong enough in the Force, and was simply expelled from the cult. Marquesa shook her head as if the ways the Jedi treated people were disgraceful. He was still relatively young when Tai Chum found him. The Emperor was beginning his Jedi purge at the time, and apparently even washouts weren't safe. So he was desperate for any route of escape. Some of it was falling into place now, but not all. Hapan's suspicion of Jedi ran centuries deep, but she didn't see that alone as a reason to imprison Call within his laboratory. Was Call violent? Unstable? Oh no, he's a very stable being. Too stable, frankly. Too cold. That was what made him very abnormal, but also useful. Marquesa looked at her manicured hands. Tai Chum always said Jedi were prone to insanity. I suppose our queen can be seen as the exception to Jacen Solo's rule. Taryn's jaw tightened. She kept her face still, her hands still, her breathing even. Barely. The Queen Mother had been very close with Jacen Solo for a long time. Though she'd never confirmed it, Taryn suspected Alana had been his child. Marquesa may have heard those rumors. Suffice to say, Sinzakal was useful, but in the end, he was a man you wouldn't show your back to. You said you don't know where Kal is now. What happened to him? Marquesa sighed. I'm afraid he left. Left where? When? I can't say as to where, otherwise I'd know where he is now. But as to when, I'd say, about 2 weeks ago. Taryn's eyes narrowed. That was when the Imperials had launched their attack on the Dragon Queen. If Jagged Fell's intelligence was right, then the Imperial Moffs had struck out to utilize Jacen Solo's last weapon at the same time. How did he leave? I'm sorry to say he was kidnapped. An armed shuttle broke into his compound and stole him. Our security was overwhelmed. What kind of shuttle? Marquesa didn't hesitate. An assault shuttle. Gamma class. 50-50, Taryn guessed. Either Marquesa had let the Imperials take Kal, or she'd orchestrated the whole thing and was already counting her share of the spoils. An enemy warship assaulted your world. Why didn't you report this to the Queen Mother and Admiral Bass? Mistress, we both know they had bigger problems at the time. Besides, this was a matter of local security. But with clear import to the rest of the consortium. Maybe the rest of the galaxy. Marquesa looked confused. Is that so? Do you have any idea why Imperials wanted to kidnap Sinzakal? Taryn did, and she bet Marquesa knew it too. But there was no point in making accusations of treason when she couldn't prove them. Proof could wait. Finding Kal couldn't. We're looking into it, Taryn said. As you must know, our relations with the Imperial Remnant are quite tense at the moment. Any sign of its involvement must be thoroughly examined. Of course. Marquesa opened her hands, palms up, an invitation, a dismissal, both. I'll give you any help you might need. Taryn's jaw tightened. She kept her face still, her breathing even. Barely. The servant returned with a small case, cool to the touch, matte black. Taryn opened it. Inside, data cores gleamed like dark glass. She closed the case, tucked it under her arm, and left. Walking through the palace's gilded halls, Taryn's thoughts churned. I promised Tenel Ka I'd find the truth. She made that promise weeks ago, before the battle, before everything changed. And now the trail was cold, the scientists gone, the evidence in her hands potentially worthless. The streets of Galanor City were warm, humid. The air carried the scent of flowers and cooking oil from a nearby market. Taryn kept her hand near her blaster, watching the crowds. When she reached her ship, she spent 20 standard minutes searching it. She ran her fingers along the underside of the console, cool, smooth. Nothing. She checked the vent grills, the emergency hatch, the paneling behind the pilot's seat. Her hand came away dusty. No bombs. No listening devices. When she was certain she was secure, she fired up the calm static hiss through the speakers for a moment before the connection caught. Wherever Trista was, she wasn't near a hollow projector, so the connection was audio only. Her sister's voice came through tinny, compressed. What have you found on Galanor, Terran? Some hints, but nothing concrete. Duca Marquesa says Sinzakal was kidnapped by Imperials around the same time as the battle at Shida Mad. And I suppose she forgot to report this foreign attack on Hapan's soil? She considered it a matter of local security. Terran let the mockery drip. How likely was it she was involved? Very. She handed over datacores containing Sinzakal's research without a fight. Right now we need to locate Kal. I can keep investigating here to find what Marquesa is hiding, but I might need your help. Don't bother. You should come back to Hapes right away. Terran frowned. Is that an order from Tenel Ka? It is. A pause. Static hissed. I was about to call you anyway. I don't suppose you'll tell me anything else on the comm. Only in person, sister. All right then. I'm in my ship now. I'll get to Hapes as quickly as I can. See you soon, sister. See you soon. Terran stared at the comm panel long after the connection died. Trista's voice had been clipped, professional, too professional. That meant bad news. She started warming her engines. The ship hummed to life around her. Whatever they'd found, it better not be what she thought it was. Because if Kal was working on bioweapons, and Marquesa had let him go, and Tenel Ka was calling her home, the trap was already closing. Chapter 2:1. Neither Tahiri nor Captain Muro received life-threatening injuries during the fight with the Pharaoh XYN, but they'd still collected plenty of cuts, scrapes, and bruises. The medbays smelled of antiseptic and recycled air, sharp and clinical. A single overhead light hummed faintly, casting everything in pale white. Vjarna piloted the ship up into Yusaran's atmosphere while both women patched themselves up. Tahiri lay on one of the two medical couches, applying a Bacta patch to the wound on her forehead. The patch was cool against her skin, a small relief. The wound throbbed beneath it, a dull ache that pulsed with her heartbeat. How did you know I needed help? Tahiri asked. I never cummed you. We could see your light from the cockpit. Vjarna handed Muro a suture for a long cut on her elbow. When it went rolling around, flashing on and off, we figured that meant trouble. I'm glad you were watching out for me. I can't thank you enough. Don't mention it. Muro winced as Vjarna pressed the suture into her elbow. The skin around the cut was red, angry. The suture hissed softly as it sealed. Now, more importantly, did you find what you wanted in there, or are we going to have to scope out more lovely worlds? Tahiri let out a breath and sank into the couch. The other two stared. She held up a hand. Give me a moment. The adrenaline faded. In its place, something cold settled in her chest. She hadn't found what she wanted, but she'd found what she'd been expecting to find, and that was much, much worse. I know where we have to go, she finally said. It should just be one more stop. Another Vong-formed world? Asked Vjarna. Kind of. We won't actually be landing on that world. She looked at the tall human and the tiny Bim. What kind of vac suits do you have here? Muro blinked. One for each of us. Plus a spare. Well, Tahiri's mouth twitched. It wasn't quite a smile. That works out well enough. And that means what? It means you should set course for MYRKR. It's in the inner rim, a little off the Vok3 circuit. I've heard of it. Muro gave a short nod. What's there? Tahiri's throat worked. She swallowed. Can I have a drink of water? Vjarna handed her water. It was cool against her dry throat. She swallowed, tasting nothing. When she still didn't answer, Muro asked, "Have you been to Mwrkr before? Do you remember Anakin Solo? The chief of state's son?" Jarna nodded. "I remember he died during the Vong War, around the same time Coruscant fell." "He died at Mwrkr." Tahiri's voice caught. "I was with him." She didn't say I watched him die. She didn't have to. The silence stretched. The ship hummed around them, steady and constant. Tahiri focused on it, let it fill the space between words. She was telling strangers about the worst day of her life. It felt wrong. It felt necessary. "I was part of a Jedi strike team. We went behind the lines to destroy a weapon the Yuuzhan Vong had created, an anti-Jedi weapon designed by their master shaper, Yalfoth. They were using the old worldship over Mwrkr as a research lab and testing ground. We succeeded, but not everyone made it out." She paused. "Anakin didn't." Her throat tightened. She stopped. If she said another word, she'd fall apart. Neither Muro nor Jarna pressed. They'd heard enough. Maybe they'd already guessed she'd loved Anakin. If not, she didn't have to tell them. "Did you know we'd have to go back to Mwrkr?" Muro asked. Her voice was flat, bereft of either criticism or sympathy. Tahiri was grateful for that. "I didn't. I thought it might be possible, but I had to be sure. According to what I found on Yusran, Mwrkr is our best bet." She paused. "Technically, it's a world ship, an old broken-down one still orbiting the planet. That's why I'll need a vac suit." Muro said. Tahiri's head moved side to side, slow, heavy. "This is my mission. I'm not paying you to do anything more than transport me. In that case, I'll add your rescue down on the planet to my bill. You don't have to come with me into that world ship. There's nothing there. It's all breached to vacuum and dead. I'll be safe. I'd never trust the vacuum to kill Vong life. They built whole ships to survive the void." Tahiri glanced at Jarna. "Are you okay with this?" The BIM looked hesitant. Muro said, "It's all right, Revli. You don't have to go. We need someone to stay with Mandala and keep her safe anyway." Relief washed over Jarna's face. He nodded. "I can do that. Revli, can you excuse yourself? I'd like to have a word in private." With another relieved nod, the BIM stepped out of the med bay. The door hissed shut behind him. Tahiri and Muro stared at each other from opposite couches. "Is my helping you going to be a problem?" Muro asked. "No. It's not. It would be safer to go in there with two people." Tahiri met her gaze. "I'm just wondering what's in it for you." Muro stared back, impassive. The woman was impossibly hard to read in the Force. "I bet you have a guess. If you want revenge on the Yuuzhan Vong, you're not going to find much opportunity in a cracked open old world ship. Everything there's already dead. You seem pretty sure about that. Are you asking if I'd been there since the war?" Muro nodded. His gaze pinned her. Tahiri wanted to look away. She didn't. "I went there a few times. With Jacen Solo." Muro was silent for a moment. Then, "You went back. With him?" "Yes." "That had to be." She stopped, searching for the word. "It was a long time ago." Tahiri's voice was flat. "I don't want to talk about it." Muro didn't push. "Why did you go?" "It's a very long story. But no, I had no idea he might have been using those trips to search for long-lost Yuuzhan Vong bioweapons. At the time I had no idea he'd fallen that far. And that's why you didn't want to go. I've had 2 sets of awful experiences on that worldship. I really didn't want a third. She looked away. But I guess I have no choice. Apparently the universe has it out for you. It felt strange to hear someone else say it out loud. Tahiri gave a dry, bitter laugh. Someone's got to find out if the bioweapon's still there, and short of a real breathing Yuuzhan Vong, I'm the best bet. One of Muro's eyebrows climbed. I've heard things about you. They said the Vong captured you. Some say they brainwashed you. Tried to shape you? Yeah. That's close enough. It also means I understand the Yuuzhan Vong better than almost anybody. So that's why nobody else in the whole galaxy can go to Myrkr and take care of this? Pretty much. Muro's stern expression softened into something almost wistful. You're braver than I thought. Some people have been saying you were a coward for doing what Jason Solo made you do. Tahiri still wasn't certain they were wrong. I'm trying to atone. She met Muro's gaze. I promised myself I'd clean up the mess I've made. If you want to help with that, you're welcome. But that's what this is. A promise I made to myself. I see. Muro pushed herself off the couch with a groan and looked over her bandages. All right. I understand. I'll help you clean up your mess. Thank you. It will affect my rates, though. Tahiri's mouth twitched. Understood. Thank you, Captain. Muro nodded and walked out. The door hissed shut. Tahiri leaned back. The couch fabric was rough against her palms, worn thin by years of use. She closed her eyes. Myrkr. The name echoed in her skull. She'd left pieces of herself there, Anakin, her innocence, the girl she used to be. Going back felt like walking into a grave. But graves had to be opened. And what was buried there had to be destroyed. The hyperdrive shuddered beneath her, and they were gone. Chapter 2-2. Tenel Ka rarely paced. She was pacing now. Trista watched from the garden bench as they waited for Terran to make her way from the landing bay. The garden was quiet. Flowers bloomed in terrace beds, pale blue, deep purple, their scent sweet and heavy in the still air. Tenel Ka's boots whispered against the stone path. She'd walked this path 100 times. Today it felt different. When her cousin arrived, Terran snapped a quick bow and said with uncharacteristic formality, "Apologies for the delay, Your Majesty. I got here as quickly as I could." "It's quite all right, Terran." Tenel Ka gestured, a flick of her wrist. "Please tell me what you found on Galanor." Terran summarized as quickly as she could, describing her visit to the research institute Tenel Ka herself had visited during the Yuuzhan Vong War, along with Jaina, Lobaka, and Kyp Durin. Jaina had slipped away several times on that visit. Terran's description confirmed what Tenel Ka had long suspected. Her friend had been meeting with that dangerous, unethical scientist all those years ago. Jaina had been full of anger then over the loss of Anakin, and, so she'd thought, Jason too. Anger would have been easier. Tenel Ka couldn't manage it. Jaina had been drowning then. They all had. Her hands clasped behind her back, fingers pressing into her own palms. Terran's voice was clipped, precise. The words landed like stones. Anger stirred in her chest when Terran described her conversation with Duka Marquesa. Hapan politics had always been a web of lies and intrigue. She'd almost gotten used to it. But fresh after losing Jason and her father, the weight of it pressed down. Why hadn't she let the consortium crumble to anarchy years ago? Chaos and death was the lot most of the nobles deserved. The thought came unbidden. She pushed it down. It wasn't worthy of her. She listened to Taran until the end. When she was done, Tenel Ka looked to the other's sister. Now, Trista, please tell Taran what you just told me. Trista nodded. Of course. I haven't found proof that Duca Marquesa, or any other noble, had been in contact with the Imperials yet, but I have found something more important. Or I should say, something more important found us. Meaning? Taran asked. I've been working with several of our independent clients operating outside the consortium, Trista said, using the polite term for the mercenaries the Hermetic Hapans often employed to keep track of outside affairs. One of them has located the source of the bioweapon. Apparently they've been receiving help from a Jedi. A Jedi? Taran frowned and looked to her cousin. Trista answered instead. We don't know which. They haven't explained, they just said they've got a Force user who's been helping them. Taran still kept her eyes on Tenel Ka. Her cousin showed nothing. As much as she wanted to know what Jedi was working with their clients, she had no better idea than Trista. Do we know where Sinzakal went? Taran asked. We don't know he's there yet. Trista's voice was flat. I've ordered our contractor to head there at once. Jedi in tow? Trista nodded. Taran's jaw tightened. Wonderful. I would like you both to go as well, Tenel Ka said. We can wait to investigate Duca Marquesa. This is the highest priority. Of course. Taran gave a short nod. Where are we going? Tenel Ka took a breath before pronouncing the name that had become unbearable. Myrkr. Taran's eyes widened. She knew what Myrkr was, knew something of what Tenel Ka had lost there, though she could never understand the whole of it. Even Tenel Ka couldn't wrap her head around it fully. It hadn't just been Anakin Solo who died there. Something in her had died too, some last bit of youth, of hope. Since Jason's fall, her dreams kept taking her back to that moment. He'd paused before turning to follow Vergier. He'd looked at her. She could see it clearly, the dim light of the worldship's corridors, the acrid smell of Vong's spores, the weight of the blaster in her hand. Jason's face, half-lit, turning to look at her. His eyes had asked a question. She'd never answered. They'd seen in each other's eyes the shared desire to lean forward for one kiss, one confession in extremis of the desire both had held for so long but never allowed themselves to admit. But instead of taking that step, Jason had turned, and she'd let him turn. She couldn't help but wonder if, somehow, it would have all been different after that if they'd stepped forward for that one kiss. She wondered if she could ever get over her guilt for that broken promise. Myrkr, Trista repeated, gently jarring Tenel Ka from her reverie. Probably on the Yuzin Vong worldship, if it's still in orbit. We should get going soon, sister. Agreed. Taran looked at Tenel Ka with a hint of trepidation. Cousin, is there anything you can tell us about that worldship? Anything that might guide us? Tenel Ka's throat tightened. She swallowed, but it didn't help. I have already given a summary of all I remember to Trista. That includes a layout of the inside of the worldship, though if it's been derelict for 15 years there's no telling what's changed. Of course. Trista inclined her head. I've already prepped Red Kiss. Taran nodded. The Kiss was a refitted Barlas-class freighter with the hull of a second-hand cargo hauler, and the shields, weapons, and speed of Tenel Ka's own personal transport. Inconspicuous and deadly, it was a favorite of the sisters when they went on missions outside Hapan space. Trista looked at Tenel Ka. "We'll get there as soon as we can. I promise." "I'm still concerned about Marquesa," Terrence said. "She has to know we're on to her. Plus, we have no way of knowing what Call did once he joined with the imps. They could have taken a whole Star Destroyer to Mwakar." Tenel Ka shook her head. "The Moths are trying to pretend they're behaving now that Jagged Fell is in charge. Whatever they're doing it quietly. Just like Duka Marquesa." Terran's jaw tightened. "Still, I'd feel better having backup on standby." "Then you should trust your queen." A hint of humor touched Tenel Ka's voice. "I've moved the Dragon Queen to a secure shipyard in the transitory mists. No one will notice if it disappears." Both sisters looked surprised. Trista said, "Dragon Queen still hasn't been repaired after the nanovirus attack. All the bodies have been removed, yes, but I'd heard there was talk of decommissioning it, in respect for Alana's death." Not even the Zell sisters knew that Alana was now in the care of her grandparents. Tenel Ka yearned to tell them the truth, but right now they'd have to think her callous instead. "Precisely," Tenel Ka said. "I hope I won't need to sneak out at all." Your Majesty?" Trista frowned. "Is there a problem with my voyaging on the royal flagship?" Trista hesitated. "We just thought." "You thought I should stay here?" Tenel Ka's voice was gentle. "I understand. But I've hidden long enough. I went to Mwakar once because the fate of the Jedi depended on it," she told them. "I would be remiss not to do so again, if the situation calls for it." Both of them knew when not to argue with their cousin, their queen. They nodded in unison. "Well," Tenel Ka said, "you'd best get going." The sisters snapped a bow and quickly turned to leave. The garden gate clicked shut behind them. The sound echoed for a moment, then faded. Tenel Ka stood where she was, in the center of the garden. She would see them again. The words felt hollow. She said them anyway. The garden was silent. No birds, no wind. Just the weight of her own breathing. She reached out, her fingers brushing the rough surface of a garden wall. The stone was warm from the sun. She pressed her palm flat against it, grounding herself. She was a queen. She was a Jedi. She was a mother who'd sent her daughter away. She wasn't sure which of those was the lie anymore. Despite it all, despite formally leaving the order to become a queen, Tenel Ka still considered herself a Jedi. And she wouldn't abandon another one of her kin to that worldship, no matter who this mystery Jedi ended up being. If she had to bring Dragon Queen to Mwakar to save them, so be it. That planet had already cost her so much it beggared understanding. But her thoughts kept falling back to that kiss she should have given. And to a conversation not long thereafter, when the survivors of the Mwakar mission had come to what they thought would be shelter in the Hapes cluster. It had been clear that Jaina was falling into the darkness of her own anger and despair. Tenel Ka had read all the conflicting emotions on her friend Zekk's face. She knew that Jaina had long meant to him something like what Jason had meant to her. She'd been surprised when Zekk confessed he planned to leave Hapes as soon as he could. In a flash of anger she'd accused him of abandoning Jaina when she needed help most, and had then gone on to promise that if Jason were the one falling to the dark, she'd surely be there to arrest his fall. The words echoed. She'd promised to catch Jason if he fell. She'd meant it. She'd believed it. And then she'd let him fall all the way to Ketis, because she'd been too afraid to kiss him when it mattered. Every time she closed her eyes, she heard herself say those words. She'd had no idea, all those years ago, that she could break that promise in the future. Perhaps she'd already broken it the moment she failed to kiss Jason on the worldship. Or perhaps the kiss would have meant nothing, and Jason was fated to become Kita's as surely as the seasons turned. She would never know. The certainty of it burned. The only thing she had now was a new promise. She would not allow MYRKR to take anything else that she loved. It had stolen too much already. Chapter 2-3. From a distance, the worldship over MYRKR looked almost like a miniature galaxy. Broad central disk, Yorick coral superstructure curving outward like spiral arms. The bridge's recycled air was thin, metallic. Zekk could taste it at the back of his throat. As Wayward Soldier got closer, Zekk watched from the bridge. The worldship had changed since he'd last seen it. 2 of the spiral arms had broken off entirely, probably fallen toward the planet. A long, wide crack ran from its edge almost to the center of the disk, opening a huge chunk of the craft's insides to the vacuum. Up close, the damage was worse. The breech sections gaped like open wounds, their edges jagged, black against the stars. Zekk stared into the void. Empty. He hoped. Besides, of course, the bioweapon that had brought him here. Bring back any memories? Prelix appeared at Zekk's shoulder. A scowl crossed Zekk's face. I was about to ask you the same question. He'd expected another glib reply. Instead, Prelix's human eyes narrowed. In a low voice. I haven't seen one of those in. Oh, probably longer than you have. I haven't missed it. Neither have I. Zekk looked sidelong at the Vong. Believing him still felt like a mistake. Looks like the hull took a bad breach. For all we know, the whole thing's been spilled into space. If that's so, then the Imperials wouldn't be after their bioweapon, would they? This could all be a misfire. Somebody jumping the gun after getting bad intel. Prelix snorted. Try to believe that if you want, Jedi. The captain turned to his crew, calling for status updates. Reports rang out from different bridge stations, far more raucous and disorganized than any military or Jedi ship Zekk had ever served on, but they gave the full picture in the end. Sure enough, most, if not all, of the worldship had opened to space. They detected no active defenses. There was a hint of fusional thrust residue around the worldship, but no sign of any mechanical spacecraft in the vicinity. According to telemetry, the worldship's orbit around MYRKR had decayed slowly for about a decade. Within another decade it would fall into the planet's gravity well and either burn up or smash into the surface. Zekk wished they had a tractor beam strong enough to pull this thing away from MYRKR entirely. But in the end, they were just one gunship. Okay, Prelix called out. We hold position here. Chazdril, tell Harkham to get his boarding team ready. Yes, sir, the Baragwin said. Rare indecision flickered across Prelix's face. Then, tell him we'll be joining him. Harn blinked his beady eyes. We, sir? Prelix clapped Zekk on the shoulder. The grip was firm, almost friendly. Zekk tensed under it. My Jedi friend and me. Just as soon as our clients arrive. Your clients? Zekk stared. They're coming here? My clients like to be hands-on. Zekk's pulse hammered. He still had no idea who had hired Prelix. Some scheming Hapanduka, maybe, or another Imperial Moff, or even Nadasi Dala herself. The galaxy was full of beings who wanted to do the Jedi harm. I guess, he said, mouth dry, I won't be getting my lightsaber back any time soon. Probably not. Will your clients care you've been leading a Jedi around by the leash? I imagine they'll be amused, if anything. Do they know about me? I mentioned you. Briefly. Prelix's smile didn't reach his eyes. But I'll let you introduce yourself. However you like. I guess you know a lot about masquerades. How right you are. So is that what we're going to do now? Just wait on your clients? They'll be here soon. They have a fast ship. Oh, how comforting. Zekk looked down at his empty hands and squeezed them into fists. Whatever role you'll be having on this mission, I want to make one thing clear, Prelix said. I'm sending you ahead first. Zekk blinked. It almost sounded like the Vong was handing him an opportunity to get to the bioweapon first. I need someone to set off traps, Prelix explained. Zekk's jaw tightened. It was impossible to tell without the Force, but he was certain Prelix had been getting a kick out of taunting him for a while. Then, as if on cue, Harn announced, "Another vessel has just dropped out of hyperspace. It's a Barlas-class freighter." Prelix snapped his fingers. How timely. Tell them they're welcome to couple with our port airlock. Jedi, you're with me. I want to introduce them to our designated trap springer. Zekk followed Prelix through Wayward Soldier's hallways, down the lift to the airlock portal, where two Rodians waited with pistols drawn. At least put them in your holsters, gentlemen, Prelix said. We don't want to scare our clients. A bit reluctantly, both Rodians holstered their weapons. Zekk glanced through the small airlock portal to see the metal hull of the freighter pressing close to their ship as it prepared to couple ports. Zekk hooked his hands on his belt. Why am I here? I just told you. I want them to meet the man who will take the first amphistaff bite on their behalf. Zekk asked no more questions. He still couldn't tell when Prelix was baiting him, and when he was actually trying to hide something. The airlock groaned, metal scraping metal. Pressure equalized with a hiss. Zekk should have realized it before. He was being presented with a perfect opportunity to escape. When Prelix's clients came through the airlock, he could knock them down with a blast of force energy, run into their ship, and use it to escape. Obstacles were numerous, but not insurmountable. He could grab a weapon in the fracas. Seal the airlock from the freighter's side. If there were other crew still inside, he could disarm them somehow. Assuming Prelix didn't shoot him in the back the second he tried something. Zekk braced himself to act, trying to look like he wasn't. He lowered his hands to his sides and kept his eyes fixed on the airlock as the freighter's hatch rolled open and Wayward Soldiers followed suit. There was the pop of air seals breaking and the hiss of pressure equalizing. Then the second airlock portal swung open. Zekk heard footsteps approaching and readied himself to act. Two women stepped through the portal, and he forgot it all. They were twins, both red-haired, strong facial features, green eyes, red hair like their cousin Tenel Ka. He'd met them briefly before the Battle of Shidamad, but he could never forget how the one named Terran had smiled and squeezed his arm and made her intention very clear. It had been so simple and straightforward, and she'd been so frankly attractive, that it had hit him like a jolt after months of agonizing over Jaina. Right then Terran's eyes met his and went wide. It was the other sister, Trista, who said, "Captain, how did you acquire this Jedi for your crew?" Prelix, for once, looked surprised. "You know this shaved Wookiee?" "Not nearly as well as we'd like, but yes." Terran looked Zekk up and down. "You seem hale for a dead man." "I've had practice." Zekk's mouth twitched. "I was pulled from the transitory mists after I went EV." Terran stepped right up to him, gave him another look over, squeezed his bicep. Her fingers were warm, sure. Like she'd done on Yororo Station. She smelled of something floral, Japan, expensive. A lifetime away from this dead ship. If we live through this, Terran said to Prelix, you're getting a bonus. I can live with that. Prelix's smile was human perfect. But his eyes didn't change. They never did. If I'd known you were this valuable, I'd have tried selling you for ransom. I'm sure you'd have gotten around to it eventually. Terran patted Zekk's arm. Now let's get down to business. I have a briefing room. Prelix waved toward the hall. Lead the way, Trista said. As they walked down the corridor, Terran didn't unhook her arm from Zekk's. His mind reeled. He leaned close to her and said, The captain. You've worked with him before? Japan ancestry, she said, as if that explained everything. We know how to pick our contractors. But Prelix, what do you know about him? Zekk's voice dropped to a whisper. Terran's eyebrow arched. He's useful. That's all I need to know. She glanced at Prelix's back. For now. Prelix cleared his throat. After you, ladies and gentlemen. A door slid open, revealing the small conference room. The air was stale from too many bodies in too small a space. Trista went first, then Terran hooked Zekk along. As he passed, Prelix leaned closer. Let's stick to the business at hand, shall we? His voice was low, firm. Then the Yuzin Vong followed them into the chamber. The door slid shut. Sealed in. 4 of them. Whatever came next, they'd face it together, whether they trusted each other or not. Chapter 2-4. Tahiri dreamed again. Of course it was Myrkr. It was like the dreams she'd had before, when Rena Quad's consciousness had threatened to re-emerge. A dusty chalk plain inside the Banu Ras. The half-collapsed body of an AT-AT walker, dragged up to the worldship by the Yuzin Vong. Chalk dust crunched under her boots. The air was dry, acrid, coating her tongue. She could taste the decay of the worldship around her. The AT-AT's rusty head swung toward her. The turbolasers under its chin hummed to life. Red death spat from under its chin, spearing toward her. She froze. Right before impact, the red death became a black ball that hung before her. In the old dream, Rena Quad had whispered to her. This time, a different voice, male, grating, poisonous. Ketis. If you could see Anakin one last time, what would you do? It was what he'd said the first time he'd offered to take her back to Banu Ras to Flowwalk. The first lure he'd dangled. She'd bitten down. Swallowed. Choked on it. She tried to turn and run. Ketis held her in place. You will always be family to us, he said, bitter and mocking. Her eyes popped open. Darkness. The cabin bulkhead. She threw off the sweat-damp covers and staggered into the refresher. The water was cold against her skin. She splashed it on her face, let it drip down her chin. The sound of it hitting the basin was too loud in the silence. She stood in front of the mirror. Her reflection stared back, hollow eyes, dark circles. The scars on her forehead caught the light, pale against her skin. They seemed to pulse faintly red. Or perhaps she was only imagining. Certainty was impossible. At least it wasn't Voxen this time, she rasped. Once she'd composed herself and dressed, she went to the cockpit. Muro and Jarna were in their seats. The BIM heard her enter and swiveled. Good timing, she said. We were just about to call you. Tahiri flipped a little hair over her shoulder. Almost at MYRKR? That's right. Muro checked her instruments. We revert to real space in less than a minute. Like I said, good timing. Jarna muttered as he checked his console. Must be a Jedi thing. Tahiri grabbed their chairs by the backs, the fabric rough under her fingers. I should have asked this before. What kind of weapons does this ship have? She's armed. Muro's voice was flat. 2 dual laser turrets, plus concussion missile tubes. The thought of that ship brought a warmth she hadn't expected. She let it pass. Get ready. Muro reached for the throttle. Entry in 3, 2, 1. She pulled back. The blur of hyperspace became streaks that became stars. MYRKR sat dead ahead, only a thin crescent of daylight limning its dark night side. Tahiri was glad she didn't have to see the planet in full daytime splendor. Where's that world ship? Jarna asked, checking scanners. Must be on the daylight side. Muro's hands moved over the controls. Hold on. We'll curve around. Mandala kicked speed as it swung through MYRKR's orbit. Something sank in Tahiri's gut as more of the planet's green continents and blue seas became visible. Coming around the curve, Banu Ras was hard to spot at first, a black disk against black space, eclipsing a handful of stars. But as they got closer, daylight spilled on its rock-like surface, and the spiral arms spun out from the main disk. Well, Jarna said, there it is. Do you know a place to dock? Muro asked. Tahiri nodded. Get a little closer. See the long crack in the hull? There's a place you can slip inside, then set down. It will take us close to the Shaper laboratory. You sure the bioweapon will be in there? I don't know where else it would be. Hold up. Jarna's ears flattened. I'm picking up something. It's on the other side of the world ship. Another ship? Tahiri asked. Ours or Vom? Muro said at the same time. Jarna shook his head. Looks like Ranger-class gunship. A Ranger? Tahiri frowned. Some had found their way into private hands. Mercenaries could man it, Imperials, rogue Hapans, even Dala. They're hailing us, Jarna announced. Can we run if we have to? Tahiri asked. Muro scowled. We can try. They've got weapons hot and are moving to engage. Looks like they've got a freighter coupled at their airlock, though. A voice crackled over the cockpit speakers, sharp with static. This is Captain Evan Prelix of the Wayward Soldier. State your intention or we will shoot you down. Zekk squeezed between the 2 Hapan women, leaning over the comm console. Prelix watched the tactical holo on the other side of the bridge as he spoke into the comm. This is Captain Evan Prelix of the Wayward Soldier. State your intention or we will shoot you down. No response. Terran, all playfulness gone, said, Give them an ultimatum. If they can't prove their intentions, blow them from the sky. We can't do that. Zekk's voice was sharp. They might be. Might be what? Terran's eyes narrowed. He didn't answer. He didn't know. They could be working for the Imperials or Duca Marquesa, Trista said. Her voice was flat. Or they could be someone else. Zekk gestured at the tactical holo. Look at their ship. We're using a tramp freighter too. That means nothing, Trista insisted. It could even be Sinzakal. A female voice crackled on the speaker. This is Captain Raleigh Muro of the freighter Mandala. State your business. We're here to perform salvage on the worldship Banaras, Prelix said. The link cut off. Then Muro came back. We have no wish for conflict. State your specific goals for Banaras. They're stalling, Zekk muttered. I should remind you, Prelix told them, that my gunship can vaporize yours 10 times over. You do not dictate terms here. For whom is your ship contracted? The calm went dead again. Terran leaned close to Zekk. Can your force magic do you any good right now? I'm not sure. We're too far away. If we were closer, maybe I could sense something. He looked up to see Prelix watching him, weighing options. The captain said into the calm, Mandala, I will not repeat the question. I already have target lock. Give me the name of your employer in 30 seconds or I will open fire. Zekk glanced at the gunnery station. They were primed to fire. He had no doubt Prelix would carry out his threat. That kind of preemptive strike would be brash, lethal, so very not Jedi-like. Zekk should have objected. He didn't. The same dark anger he'd channeled when interrogating Westermo was still there, that smoldering need to reach into the old dark places of himself that could justify anything for the sake of punishing Alana Joe's killers and stopping whoever might seek to use this bioweapon. Shame burned in his chest. It didn't stop the anger. It never had. A new voice, still female, said, This is the contractor. I hired Captain Muro to fly me to Myrkr. This is my mission alone. Zekk knew that voice. He knew the woman speaking. He'd fought beside her at Myrkr and so many other places, then watched in confusion and dread as she'd fallen under Jacen Solo's sway and turned her back on the Jedi Order. He leaned close to the speaker. Tahiri Vela, cut all engines and hold your position. If you move 1 more meter, we will open fire. His voice was cold. He heard the sharp intake of breath from Terran beside him. He didn't look at her. Tahiri's mouth opened. No sound came out. That voice was like Zekk's, but not. Wrenched by anger and determination. Lethal. Do as he says, she ordered. Muro had already killed power. Anxiety radiated off both pilots. Tahiri tasted it at the back of her throat. She reached out across cold space, trying to touch Zekk with the Force. What she felt was just what she'd heard in his voice, anger and determination. The willingness to do exactly as he'd said. She turned the comm channel back on. Zekk, this is Tahiri. You can feel me, don't you? A long moment of dead air. Then, I can feel you, Tahiri. Zekk, I'm glad you're alive. Her voice cracked on the last word. We all thought you were dead. I'm hearing that a lot lately. His voice was rough. The angry determination she felt in the Force didn't abate. She opened the channel between them, sharing her earnest feelings. Zekk, I bet we're here for the same thing. I want to find and destroy the Yuuzhan Vong bioweapon. Jaina told me about it. I'm trying to help her, help Tenel Ka and everyone else. Prove it. You can feel my intentions. What else would I be here for? I don't want to destroy the Jedi. I'm not doing it for Ketis. He's dead. Another long pause. Something softened within Zekk. With the softening came a flush of shame. Yet distrust lingered. I can't blame you for being angry at me, Zekk. I did terrible things. I know that. But I'm trying to set things right. I'm trying to clean up the last of the mess Ketis made. We want the same thing. Please let us board your ship and talk. Her voice was nearly cracking. She needed him to forgive her. If he couldn't, she'd never forgive herself. I promised myself I'd make this right, she thought. I promised Anakin. I promised the girl I used to be. The presence she felt in the Force, though softening, was still determined and suspicious. There would be no forgiveness today. Then Zekk said, "Okay. We'll prepare the starboard hatch for you." Her knees went weak. She gripped the back of Muro's chair to keep from falling. "Thank you, Zekk. Thank you so much." He didn't respond. Prelix's voice came through instead. "You can go ahead, Jedi. But if you open fire or try to run, we will end you." Relief left her breathless. Words wouldn't come. Raleigh Muro was there to say, "Believe me, Captain Prelix, we will comply. Mandala out." The calm hissed. Silence stretched. Then relief. But as the connection died, Tahiri felt it, the faintest brush of Zekk's presence in the Force. Still there. Still watching. He'd let her board. But he hadn't forgiven her. And she wasn't sure he ever would. Chapter 25. The spiral-armed disk of the Yuuzhan Vong worldship hung against the dark green curve of Myrkr's surface. Sunlight caught its jagged surface at an oblique angle, highlighting the crumbling of its yorick coral. To Zekk, it looked like an omen. His mind still reeled from the sudden turns of the past few hours. Tahiri's freighter, Mandala, had docked at Wayward Soldier's second airlock, leaving the gunship with freighters clinging to either flank. Even though Terran and Trista had confirmed Tahiri's surrender on Shidamad and her release by Tenel Ka, he couldn't trust her. He couldn't trust Prelix either. The only people he could even sort of trust were Terran and Trista. Not how he wanted to begin his return to the worldship that had left him with nightmares for years. The cockpit hummed with recycled air, stale and warm. Consoles beeped softly. Zekk's hands pressed flat against the bulkhead behind him, steadying himself. He was one of many now crammed into Red Kiss. The sisters took the pilot and co-pilot's seats while Prelix strapped into crash webbing behind Trista. Captain Raleigh Muro, worn but dignified, took the spot behind Terran. That left Zekk on his feet beside Tahiri. They stood awkwardly apart and said little, though Tahiri's eyes stayed fixed on Prelix. "How much longer until we're ready for liftoff?" she asked. Trista flipped a few switches. "No more than 5 minutes. I want to run one more passive sensor scan before we get any closer." "Good idea." Tahiri looked straight at Prelix. "Captain, can we have a word in private?" The masked Vong turned in his chair and gave her a polite smile. "Are you sure it can't wait?" "It won't take long." "I think we can spare a few minutes," said Zekk. Still smiling politely, Prelix unbuckled his crash webbing and stood. "We'll be right back," he told Trista, who responded with a distracted nod. Zekk, Tahiri, and Prelix moved out of the cockpit. In the rear hold, a half-dozen of Prelix's privateers were preparing for the landing. The captain gave them a short wave as he followed the Jedi to an empty cargo hold in the ship's aft. The cargo hold was cold, metal walls sweating with condensation. The air smelled of ozone and old sweat. Prelix's voice echoed slightly in the empty space as he looked straight at Tahiri. "I've already been through this once with your friend here. But I suppose you want to hear it from me." "Please." She crossed her arms. "I was an intendant during the war. My ship crashed during the battle for Hutt space. I concealed myself with an oiglith and fell in with a group of Hutt mercenaries." "And you ended up in command of a pirate ship?" "Exactly. Pretty unusual fate for a Yuuzhan Vong. My previous career was already losing its appeal. Even if I somehow returned to the Yuuzhan Vong, they'd execute me for surviving when the warriors assigned to me died. I don't suppose the Zels know about your old life. Of course not. And your crew? Some. I do not flaunt it. I wouldn't think so. And you insisted on coming to the worldship for what reason? Nostalgia? I was promised a lot of credits for this mission. I want to make sure it succeeds. He delivered it with the same aplomb he always used. But Tahiri's face was skeptical. For the first time, Zekk remembered that she possessed a Vong sense, a remnant from her shaping, and might be able to sense Prelix's true emotions in a way Zekk could not. I understand your friend has been on this worldship before. Prelix gestured to Zekk. Is the same true for you? Tahiri nodded. Then you both probably know more than I do. I suggest we head back to the cockpit. They should be ready to take off in a minute. Prelix turned and walked out of the hold without looking back. Before Tahiri could follow, Zekk reached out and grabbed her arm. Her skin was warm through the sleeve of her jumpsuit. Leaning close, he asked, "What did you get from him with your Vong sense?" "I'm not sure. Vong sense isn't like the Force. I can't just feel the truth of things. But I don't think he was lying." When Zekk didn't release her arm, she added, "I'm not lying either." "I know." He let her go. "Trista and Taryn confirmed what you said." "Then you know why I'm going down there." "What about Captain Morrow?" Tahiri hesitated. "She has her own score to settle with the Yuuzhan Vong. Maybe this will help." She didn't sound convinced. Zekk didn't know what he expected to find on the worldship, but he doubted it was closure. "Tahiri, He stopped. "You can trust me, Zekk." She held his eyes. "I know I don't deserve it. But you can." She turned and hurried back to the cockpit. Zekk followed. They took their places in the back of the cockpit as Red Kiss broke coupling ports with Wayward Soldier and accelerated toward the worldship. He tried to tell himself he could trust Tahiri, that she was telling the truth, that maybe even Prelix was trustworthy. He couldn't believe any of it. He knew, intellectually, that what Tahiri was doing now was a lot like what he'd done almost 20 years ago, after the Shadow Academy. He'd left the Solo twins and his other friends to sort out his own problems by running as a solitary bounty hunter. He'd fallen back in after a short time, but right then he needed to distance himself and seek restitution in his own way. Likely Tahiri was doing the same. But when he reached for her in the Force, the low simmering anger still burned, the hard determination he remembered from his own sojourn in the dark. Maybe Tahiri didn't realize how deep her own darkness went, how hard it was to truly escape. That was cause for more concern, not less. The memory hit him like a physical blow. He could almost feel the heat of the Voxen's breath, the weight of his blaster in his hand, the screams of the dying. He forced his thoughts aside as the worldship swelled ahead. Taryn scanned the sensor output. "Still some fusional thrust traces," she reported. "Seems old. Scattered over space. Can't get a strong vector." "I bet they're heading the same place we are," Tahiri said, leaning forward over Murrow's shoulder. "Fly us right into the crack in the hull." "Can you direct us exactly where to go?" Taryn asked. Tahiri nodded. "I'll show you where I landed before. It's not far from the Shaper's lab." Red Kiss turned on its forward flood lamps, lighting up the worldship's surface. The fissure in the hull was new, more than wide enough for Red Kiss to slip through. It ran for kilometers ahead like a deep canyon. Trista settled them into level flight down the breach, toward the center of the disk. Look familiar? Taryn asked, looking back at the two Jedi. Zekk and Tahiri crept closer to the viewport. The flood lamps swept below, highlighting sweeps of vacuum-desiccated superstructure. Flat, dusty wastes. A few crevasses like dried-up riverbeds. Then the angular, boxy structure of the mock city. This was the training ground they used to teach Foxen to hunt, he said. Rivers and plains. A fake city full of slaves. He remembered Joven's body, still warm when they'd found him. Errol's scream, cut short. Anakin's face, pale, refusing to admit he was dying. The memories were sharp as glass. They always would be. Zekk glanced at Tahiri. Her face was stone. The force around her was silent. Well, what's next? Taryn asked. We're getting close to the lab. There's going to be a big wall. The lab is on the other side. A flat plane where we can set down. And this is all open to vacuum? Murrow asked. That's right. We'll need to seal our vac suits. They'd all dressed in thermojumpsuits, but still had to put on helmets. Do we know what we're looking for is actually in the lab? Asked Prelix. No. Tahiri shook her head. But it's the best place to start. If we're picking up dispersed thrust trails, Call and the Imperials may already have grabbed the bioweapon. They didn't get that much of a head start, Terrence said. Also, I doubt they could just grab it and go, Tahiri added. That weapon was never completed by Yalfoth. Otherwise they would have tried to use it. What's in there is a template. That's why the imps brought Sinzakal. They need somebody with enough knowledge of Yuuzhan Vong bioscience to complete it. And I'd bet Call would want to stay here, use the native equipment to finish the project. Her voice cut through the cockpit. No one argued. Red Kiss began to drop altitude, slipping beyond the jagged canyon walls of the crack and into the interior of the worldship. I'm getting a new reading, Terrence said. Her voice was clipped. Something metallic. Zekk looked at Tahiri. Any idea? No. She shook her head. We should assume it's hostile. Shields up. Trista flipped two overhead switches. Arming weapons. Murrow and Prelix shifted in their chairs. Zekk wanted to ask the Vong captain whether he was regretting his decision to come aboard, but now wasn't the time. What do we have, sister? Trista asked, hands gripping the yoke. I'm not sure. Taryn frowned. Almost like they've raised a low-intensity jamming field. They're probably in the labs already, Tahiri said. We should signal for incoming missile, Taryn shouted. A proximity alarm began to wail. Trista pulled Red Kiss into a steep upward climb, vectoring back toward the narrowing canyon walls. Before they could get there, their shield shuddered under heavy impact. The ship tumbled for a minute before Trista wrestled it back under control. By then they'd been knocked off course, flying upward toward a thick Yorick coral ceiling. Another one! Taryn announced. Trista snapped them into a sideways roll. The missile hit. The ship shuddered so hard Zekk's teeth clacked together. He tasted blood, bit his tongue. Tahiri slammed into him. His shoulder cracked against the bulkhead, pain lancing down his arm. Warm blood trickled down his forehead. Red Kiss started tumbling toward the plane below. What happened to the shields? Murrow asked. Still holding. Trista's jaw was tight. Barely. Sister, where are they? Taryn kept her eyes glued to the scanners. One assault shuttle. On the ground. 2 kilometers ahead, 80 degrees. Good. Get ready to give them a missile of our own. Gladly, sister. Zekk and Tahiri extricated themselves from each other's limbs. Blood trickled down his face. Tahiri's cheek was bruised. That was about it. Destroy them? Muro grabbed Terran's seat. We could try to capture them. They're trying to kill us. Terran's voice was sharp. I'm going to kill them right back. End of story. Trista dropped Red Kiss into a steep dive. The viewport filled with the approaching plane. The proximity alarm wailed with the approach of yet another missile. Power doubled to dorsal shields. Trista gritted her teeth. Sister, do you have the target? I have it. Fire when ready. Terran didn't need to be told twice. Red Kiss shuddered as a pair of concussion missiles streaked out from its ventral launch bay. Projectiles shot straight ahead on red streaks. Trista threw the freighter into one more twist, firing upward with automated laser cannons to catch the missile looping down on them. Dark space lit up all at once. Laser fire caught the missile, detonating it a second before impact. The two missiles dead ahead burst. In their short illumination, Zekk spotted the shiny, angular hull of an Imperial Gamma-class assault shuttle. Did we hit it? Tahiri asked. Looks like they sent up some chaff, Prelix said. We didn't score a direct hit, Terran reported. But that thing can't raise shields on the ground. It should have taken some damage. Is it still on the ground? Muro asked. Still there, Terran confirmed. If they haven't run, they've got people on the ground. Trista pulled Red Kiss around in a tight loop. Another one in the tube, sister? Getting a lock now. One more incoming, Trista announced. Any time, sister. Got it, Terran said. Two more missiles lanced out. Through the viewport, Zekk watched them ride red tails, slicing past one headed the opposite direction. Trista swung Red Kiss upward as the missile flashed close. The explosion threw Zekk nearly onto Muro's shoulder. The freighter tumbled toward the plane. A hard pop somewhere. The whine of oxygen rushing through a hull breach. The surface rushing up. Trista swore. Terran pounded her console. Muro's fear was a beacon in the Force. Tahiri gripped the back of Prelix's seat and focused. Zekk followed her lead. He found one still place in the panic and grabbed the freighter's nose, pulling it upward. He couldn't stop the crash. But he could keep them from all dying when the cockpit slammed into the ground. His gut tried to jump out of his throat as Red Kiss belly flopped onto the hard plane. It scraped and slid across rough ground until finally coming to rest. The interior lights shuddered and went dark. The roar of the engines dwindled to nothing. Silence. Then panting. Then the distant whine of escaping air. Dim emergency lights kicked on, casting everything in bloody red. Is everyone all right? Zekk's voice was rough. Shockingly, Prelix groaned. Good. Zekk wiped blood from his forehead. Because I'd hate to have gone through all that for nothing. Muro nodded. Tahiri sent him gratitude through the Force. Terran was unbuckling her crash webbing. Trista stared grimly at her controls. I take it we won't be going anywhere soon, Zekk said. We're still losing oxygen. Trista's voice was flat. And the imps are still out there. Everyone seal your vac suits. Now. Zekk reached for his helmet. His hands were steady. That surprised him. Chapter 2:6. Prelix's mercenaries had been smarter than everyone else. The moment the first missile fired, all 6 strapped into crash couches and sealed their vac suits. All 6 came through unscathed, more than the 6 in the cockpit could claim. Tahiri and Zekk needed the most patching up. The Bacta salve was cold against Tahiri's skin. She pressed the patch to her forehead wound, feeling the tingle as it started to work. The helmet sealed over her head with a soft click, and suddenly her own breathing was the loudest thing in the world. By the time they were ready, Prelix had gathered his men at the port-side docking airlock. The landing ramp was probably crushed at the bottom of the ship. There wasn't enough room for a dozen beings in bulky vac suits to crowd in the airlock vestibule, but as the gathering spilled out into a hallway, Trista was barking orders so loudly it made the comm link in Tahiri's ear shudder. "I'm going to need 2 volunteers," the Hapan woman announced. "I need people with mechanical expertise to help me scour this ship, seal the breaches, and see what we can salvage." 2 hands went up, a Snivian and a human. Trista pointed toward the cockpit, and the 2 of them shouldered free of their peers and into the hallway. "Everyone else," she announced, "go with Taryn. She's team leader. The imp shuttle that shot us down should still be sitting dirt-bound less than a kilometer away. It might be even more knocked up than us. If it's not, do whatever you can to capture it. Double-check weapons and equipment," Taryn added. "Once we go through that airlock, we're not coming back until we have Sinzakal dead or alive." Prelix's 4 remaining mercenaries radiated confidence. Getting through the crash unscathed probably helped. Tahiri was aching, rattled, and in no way confident that her latest visit to Banu Ras wasn't going to go as badly as all the others. As the group filed out onto the dusty plain, Taryn and Zekk took the lead. Through the bubble of her helmet, she saw their lips move. Private channel. Prelix and his 4 men followed. Tahiri brought up the rear, shuffling alongside Muro. The older woman had strapped a long T-21 repeating blaster to her shoulder and held it like she was ready to use it. Muro was bottling up her emotions like always, hard to read in the Force. Keeping pace with her, Tahiri switched the comm to the woman's channel. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." "You didn't drag me into anything." Muro didn't look at her. "Coming down was my stupid choice. Still, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me. I'm here because I have my own stupid baggage against the Vong I can't let go of." She slowed and finally looked at Tahiri. "I thought I was over it. I guess not." "Maybe I've been rubbing off on you then." Tahiri's smile was thin. "Maybe." Muro looked ahead. "Well, at least Jarna's safe. He's probably catching rack time on Mandala right now. That or playing sabacc with a bunch of pirates on the gunship." Tahiri smiled at the mental image. Muro allowed a rare smile. "Revli's always been lucky like that. Always thought his luck was rubbing off on me. Should have brought him down then. Then who would clean out all those pirates?" Tahiri chuckled. Her earpiece pinged with another comm request. She switched channels. "What is it?" "We're going to need you up front, Tahiri," said Zekk. "Of course. I'll be right up." She switched back to Muro. "Got to go play guide. Stay in the back. It's safer." "Sounds good to me." As Tahiri trekked past Prelix and his thugs, she allowed herself to wonder what it would be like to lead a life like Muro's, independent, free-roaming, accountable to no one. Muro might not have been the friendliest woman, but she was weathered and durable, captain of her own ship. Tahiri wouldn't mind ending up like that someday. At the moment it seemed more appealing than any of her past iterations. She left Muro behind and took a place between Zekk and Taryn. Before she could say anything, The Hapan woman raised a hand, palm flat, signaling everyone to stop. She dropped to one knee. Everyone followed. Taryn wore a thin, translucent visor over her eyes. Tiny lights flickered inside it, showing her something of what lay ahead. "That shuttle is still grounded," she announced. "I count 2 people moving around outside." Prelix knelt beside her. "What kind of damage did we do?" "I don't think we cracked it open, which is welcome in retrospect." Taryn's eyes narrowed. "I see someone inside the cockpit too." "Probably the one that shot us down," said Zekk. "That means he can man the guns again," Tahiri said. "We need to scatter and encircle the shuttle on all sides." "Agreed." Taryn nodded. "Zekk, stay with me. We'll go around to the left. Captain Prelix, take our other Jedi and head for the right. Take 2 of your soldiers too." "What about Captain Murrow and the others?" Tahiri asked. "Have them approach straight ahead slowly. That kind of shuttle was designed for combat zones. Its anti-personnel cannons have full range of fire." "Lovely," Zekk grunted. "I'm hoping we did enough damage to knock the targeting systems out of sync or destroy a few turrets." Taryn bit her lip. Only one way to find out. After Prelix gave his men instructions, the group spread out in total calm silence. Tahiri and the Yuuzhan Vong walked in a long arc around the shuttle with 2 Radian snipers. She couldn't help but be reminded of Yovan Drak, the Radian Jedi who'd been the strike team's sharpshooter. He'd been one of the first to die here. She could no longer remember if he was second or third. The plain around the Shaper laboratory was dusty, lightly undulating, as it had been before the hull breach opened it to vacuum. Myrkr's light fell through the giant chasm overhead, casting the entire field in an eerie shade of green. She reached out to get a feel for Prelix. Zekk still viewed him with suspicion, but Tahiri was more fascinated. On Zonima Sekhet she'd seen all kinds of Yuuzhan Vong react to the end of the war, but she'd never seen one walk away from everything as casually as Prelix. In a way, it made her jealous. Right now she felt only cool determination from the captain. It made sense under the circumstances. It had been over 5 years since she'd had opportunity to use her Vongsense, the vague telepathy she'd learned to channel after her time in the Yavin Force Shaper laboratory. It was like the Force, but not. She could never open herself to both senses at once. They existed on different frequencies of her perception. The same had been true for Jason's Vongsense, and the dim connection Anakin had felt through the lambent crystal in his lightsaber. If she could channel both at once, she'd feel less bifurcated. More whole. A hand tapped her shoulder. Prelix leaned close so his helmet touched hers. "We'll move in on the Hapan signal. Have your lightsaber ready." His voice vibrated through the helmets, hollow and tinny. She glanced at the shuttle. From this distance, in the dim green light, she couldn't make out anyone outside. She reached out with the Force to sense their presence. "I've heard Jedi can catch laser blasts with those." Prelix pointed at her weapon. "I'll need you to provide cover." "Did you ever fight Jedi back in the war?" She knew it wasn't the time, but she couldn't help herself. The captain shook his head. "I told you, I was assigned to the conquest of Hutt space. Not many Jedi there." "So you never saw one?" He snorted. "Does that surprise you?" "Well, I saw plenty of your kind during the war." "And why do you assume they're my kind?" Before she could answer, Taryn's voice whispered in her ear. "All groups check in." "Group 2 ready," Prelix said, glancing at his Radian snipers lying on their bellies, rifle barrels resting on ridge crests. "Group 3 ready," came Harkham's voice. Tahiri unhooked her lightsaber. Once it came on, she'd become a beacon. "Go!" Tahiri and Prelix ran, as fast as they could in their bulky suits. Her lightsabers sprung to life, soundless in the vacuum. Behind them, the Rodians opened fire. Laser blasts converged on a man in a vac suit she hadn't even seen, standing against the shuttle. He dropped instantly. They kept running. For a long, hopeful moment, she thought they were safe. Then the shuttle's cannon swung to life and raked laser fire across the plain. Tahiri stopped and threw up her lightsaber. She caught one blast and staggered back from the kinetic force. Prelix dropped to his knee behind her and fired 2 shots at the weapon emplacements. His shots went wide. On the shuttle's other side, more guns fired, at Zekk and Terran. She focused on each blast, deflecting them as they came. Sparks flashed on one turret as the Rodian's shots hit home. The turret's mechanism sputtered. The barrel stuttered. Then the remaining turret sprayed blasts far to her right. She saw the flash of an explosion. One of the Rodians winked out in the force. No cry. No scream. Just silence. Suddenly it all came back. Yovan impaled by an amphistaff, Arobasa catching a thud bug across the face, the frenzy and horror of the first MYRKR mission. In her fear and anger she found energy. Without warning Prelix, she ran forward. The turret spun to track her. She ran fast, using the force to propel her past human speed, accelerating through the low gravity. Behind her, the snipers kept firing. She had a better plan. When she got close enough, she dropped low and rolled through the dust, close enough that the turret couldn't track her. Lightsaber ignited, she leaped up and sheared the cannon barrel off. One more stab, straight up and through, killed the turret. Then she raced around the shuttle, eager to take out the others. As she crossed beneath the cockpit, temptation flared. Hurl her saber through the viewport, shatter it, open the cockpit to vacuum. Then she felt another life wink out. Someone from Murrow's group. Not Murrow. One of Prelix's men. The sudden pain shocked her back to her senses. She ran around to the other side and hurled her lightsaber into the air. It pinwheeled through vacuum, slicing one turret clean off. With an extra force push, she tore open the second. The lightsaber spun back into her palm. She gripped it with both hands and spun on the defenseless shuttle, eager to cleave it open. "Tahiri, stop!" Zekk's voice in her ear. She stopped. He was coming up behind her, lightsaber bobbing as he ran. Panting, he repeated, "Stop, Tahiri. Just wait." She was panting too. She lowered her weapon but didn't deactivate it. "All shuttle defenses are down. We can go in any time." "Exactly." Terran's voice was sharp. "No cause to rush." When Zekk got close enough, she saw his expression, stern, disapproving. She knew why. She'd drawn on her fear and anger during that attack. Just like Jason, like Ketis, had trained her to do. Just like Zekk had learned at the Shadow Academy. It had been easy. It had gotten the job done. It had saved lives. "Good work, Jedi," Prelix said as he rounded the shuttle's nose. "I've waited a long time to see your kind in action. I wasn't disappointed." Being congratulated by a Yuzin Vong, not scolded by a Jedi, gave her a twinge of conscience. Before she could ponder what that said about her, Terran went to the main airlock. She reached out and rapped her knuckles on the hatch. 30 seconds. She knocked again. A minute passed. Prelix looked to Zekk. I know you can open doors on my ship. How about airlocks? Zekk pursed his lips. The mechanism for these should be pretty simple, actually. Then use your magic and get us inside. Zekk glanced at Terran, who nodded. He walked to the hatch and placed both gloved palms flat on the durasteel. He closed his eyes. Tahiri felt him reach out through the force, sensing the heavy locking mechanisms. The hatch swung open, revealing the sealed vestibule. Well, Zekk said, halfway there. Very impressive, Terran cooed as she squeezed his arm. In this light, it looked like Zekk actually blushed. They clambered into the vestibule and closed the outer hatch. Zekk started on the second door. Terran and Harkham stood behind him, blasters aimed. Zekk opened the door a crack. Hissing air equalized pressure. Tahiri stretched out with the force. The sole remaining crew member was in the cockpit, not waiting in the cabin. She shared the sensation with Zekk. He nodded. Then he gave the door one last shove with the force and slid it aside. He went in first, lightsaber high. Terran and Harkham followed. They spun around the corner and went for the cockpit. Tahiri spotted the pilot's head just as he raised his gun. Zekk deflected shots into the ceiling. Terran dropped low and sent out a single blue stun shot. The pilot went limp. His gun clattered to the floor. Excellent. Terran popped to her feet. Take him in the back and bind him. We'll have questions when he wakes up. Prelix went for the comm station. Right now I'd like to tell my crew I'm not dead. Bet they're raiding your room for stuff right now, boss, Harkham said as he unsealed his helmet. Not yet. Harn knows how to keep them in line. Prelix popped off his helmet and worked the controls with practiced ease. What about the two you lost? Zekk asked. Nevo's out there now. Terran's voice was flat. He'll bring them inside. Tahiri took off her helmet and looked at Muro. She sidled next to her. That was a close one. You did good. Muro gave a curt nod. Without you, we would have lost more. She wished someone would tell that to Zekk. Up in the cockpit, Prelix was contacting Wayward Soldier. Wayward Soldier, please respond. This is your captain. After a second, Harn's voice crackled back. Good to hear from you, sir. Right back at you, Harn. Prelix shot a confident look around the shuttle. We ran into some problems landing, but we've secured the Imperial shuttle. What about the package? Elsewhere. We'll still have to search the worldship. How are things in orbit? Skies are clear. Good. Hold position. We'll be in touch. He switched off and looked at Terran. Anything else? She considered. Trista will contact my personal comm when she needs to. Muro stepped forward. I'd like to wing a message to my ship. I want to give my first officer an update. I'm sure Harn will pass the word. I also want to warn him we may need pickup. Very well. Prelix stepped aside. As Muro hunched over the comm, he asked Terran. How does it look? Will this ship get us out of here? All systems look optimal. So your weapons didn't make a dent? No, but I don't mind that right now. We'll learn more when our pilot wakes up. I don't want to wait for that. Zekk shook his head. Whoever else is on this worldship has probably been warned we're coming. We should leave a guard or two on the shuttle and head for the Shaper's lab. Agreed. Tahiri's stomach tightened. She had no desire to go there. All right, I'll come with, said Harkham. We'll leave Nevo here. He can watch the bodies and handle the questioning when the imp wakes up. As Muro stepped away from the calm, Tahiri told her, "You should probably stay here too. It will be safer." To her surprise, Muro shook her head. "No. I didn't come all this way to babysit a knocked-out Imperial. We have no idea what we might face in there." Tahiri looked to the others for support. "No idea how many troopers the Imperials have running around. All the more reason to bring another person." Tahiri reached out with the force. Muro was hard to read, but she radiated stony resolve. Prelix decided it. The more the merrier. "Now come on, let's get going." They made final checks, resealed their suits, and cycled through the airlock. Tahiri and Zekk stepped out first. Nevo was dragging bodies across the plane. She wished she could help him, but they didn't have time. Kaul was somewhere inside, developing his weapon as Kitas had requested. Zekk put a palm on her shoulder. The weight of it was heavy through her vac suit. She jerked under his hand. "I'm fine," she said. "I didn't come here to judge you, Tahiri." She glanced at her wrist controls, making sure they were on a secure channel. "I did what I had to. If I hadn't, we'd have more dead. Maybe you." "I know." Zekk's eyes held hers. "I also know how easy it is to tell yourself it's justified. I've been there. That was a long time ago for you. It doesn't make a difference." She wanted to say it did. For as long as she could remember, Zekk had been one of the most straight and narrow Jedi she'd known. His brush with the dark side had left him with a lingering conservatism. It was why he'd been adamant against anything touched by the dark side on their first trip to this worldship. It was why she felt so wary of him now. "I know how easy it is," Zekk said. "Just yesterday I used my anger to pry into a prisoner's mind." "Then you should understand." "I understand why I have to keep that part of myself in check. You should too." He held her gaze. "Promise me you won't do that again, Tahiri. Please." She looked away. "I can't promise that." Another promise. The last thing she wanted to make here, in this worldship where she'd already broken the most important one she'd ever made. Suddenly Prelix's voice rang in both their ears. "Let's go, Jedi. No time to waste." They turned. The Yuuzhan Vong, the freighter pilot, and the Hapan woman stared at them expectantly. Terran said, "The captain's right. Who wants to lead the way to the Shaper lab?" "I'll do it," Tahiri said. "Then lead the way." She turned from Zekk and took the head of the column. It was natural she'd act as guide here. She'd already walked this barren path with Kitas just months ago. She felt foreboding as she walked it again. But mostly she was thankful to Terran, thankful that she hadn't been forced to make one more promise she couldn't keep. Not yet, anyway. Chapter 27. As they crested the rim of the crater, Zekk's boots crunched against frozen dust. The silence was absolute. No wind, no sound, just his own breathing echoing inside his helmet. The dead lab stretched before them. Time had not been kind to it. Somehow, that made him feel better. The frigid vacuum had stripped away the humid air, the nutrient vines that had dangled like streamers from the ceiling into gestation bins, the hedge walls of dense thorn plants. Some frozen, withered remnants remained, but what Zekk saw now was just a barren pocket in a barren landscape, rendered more surreal by Myrkr's green glow, and the long shadows cast by dead vegetation. Tahiri had been trying to shield her emotions since the fight at the shuttle, but now she was bleeding into the Force. She felt like she was walking through a gallery of ghosts, each one raising terrible specters of old nightmares. Zekk realized that Tahiri had walked that gallery already, when Kiedis had taken her flow-walking back to Anakin's death. He switched to her private channel. "Tahiri? Are you okay?" She jerked inside her vac suit. Yes. Yes, I'm fine." "Were you flow-walking just now?" Her head shifted side to side. "No. He never taught me how. But I remember it, Zekk. It's so vivid." Her voice was distant, trembling. Sympathy twisted in Zekk's chest. He didn't want to feel it. He felt it anyway. Ever since their unexpected reunion, he'd been vacillating on Tahiri, at one moment empathizing with her struggle to move beyond the darkness, at the other angry at her for falling under Kiedis' spell. He didn't even know how much was really anger at Tahiri, and how much was anger at Jason, the friend who'd turned traitor, the one who was no longer here to accept blame. Without Kiedis, Tahiri was an acceptable substitute. In his angrier moments, he asked himself why Dowla or the Imperials hadn't sought to punish her. "Look," said Terran from the front. "Definitely some people here. These footprints look fresh." Zekk stepped ahead and came to her side. He switched to the common channel. "How many do you think?" Prelix joined them, examining the pattern of boots in the dust. There had been a lot of activity, moving in multiple directions. The Imperial team had probably scoured the lab on arrival. Terran knelt, her gloved fingers tracing the edge of a footprint. Dust puffed up around her hand, weightless in the low gravity. "Look at that! Different pattern than the other boots. The rest are probably standard imp issue. My guess is Sinzakal brought his own vac suit. Which probably means he expected to take a trip," Zekk muttered. "We'll deal with Duca Marquesa another time." Terran stood straight. "Right now we need to find where they went. There have to be tunnels that go deeper into the worldship." Zekk and Tahiri glanced at each other across the gloom. "There were a couple entrances," Tahiri said. "Warrens filled with ferrovoxin. That's what we used to retreat after Anakin died." She couldn't finish. Zekk stepped in. "We could start there, but there might be other tunnels. The best option is to follow the footprints. Spread out. Search the area until we find a passage. Some parts of this ship probably still have air pressure and temperature to keep bioweapon samples alive. We need to find those. We can scan for heat signatures," Prelix suggested. "This area is cold as space. Anything with minimal air levels will shine like a beacon on IR. I've got sensors for that." Harkham unclipped a scanner from his belt. "Let's get looking." "Yes," Terran said. "Let's." Zekk had forgotten what it was like dealing with the Pan women. As the group fanned out, he switched his comm to Terran's channel. "No one was ignoring your authority. We just want to get this done. I'm aware. But I am still leading this mission. And we're still lowly males, I know." He rolled his eyes. "It's good to see you know your place." Amusement colored her voice. He hadn't expected that. "Well, just for this mission." Zekk began examining the footprints. "Once we're done with this, I'm going back to the Jedi." "A shame." Terran's tone was dismissive. "What do you have waiting for you there?" "You know, I already had this conversation with Prelix a little while ago." "That's not an answer." He looked up at her. She was right. He couldn't come up with one. He'd spent so long chasing after Jaina, chasing the ghost of what they'd had almost 20 years ago, that he'd forgotten what motivated him before that. "I am a Jedi," he said stiffly. Where else would I belong? Where else could I belong? The question echoed in his mind. He didn't have an answer. Tenel Ka is a Jedi, Terrence said. She could use good help on Hapes. And good friends. He'd never thought of that. He struggled to find reason to reject it. What about you? He asked. Me? Sure. What's in it for you if I came back to Hapes? Terrence's smile widened. I'd better serve my family and my queen. And I could broaden my horizons. Her eyes swept over him. You could too. I think you need to get over the solo woman. She'd gone right to the banda and kicked it. I am, he said firmly. Good. She's too short for you. She's what? You heard me. Terran looked him up and down with a gleam in her eye. Leave her to Fel, or someone who doesn't have to bend halfway over to kiss her. Zekk stared. He realized for the first time that Terran was tall. Not outstandingly so for a Hapan woman, but tall for a normal human woman. She caught his look and smirked like she'd won the argument. His calm buzzed. He switched channels. Yes? If you two can stop flirting, Captain Murrow's found the passage. Tahiri's voice was flat. Zekk glanced at his calm. Or we? I didn't need yours, Zekk. I could feel it through the Force. Oh, right. Well, whatever. Tahiri's voice softened. Just don't forget the reason we're here. He and Terran followed Tahiri to the passage Murrow had found. Zekk hoped that exchange hadn't been as plain to everyone else. He'd have a hard time looking either woman in the eye for a while. But despite his embarrassment, the conversation had left him with a faint, happy glow. It had been enough to distract him from this dark crater full of ghosts, exactly what he needed. He wasn't sure if Terran had understood that, and was trying to help, or if Terran was just being Terran. Either way, he tried to cling to that faint glow as the group descended single-filed down the narrow passage, deep into the dark. The glow didn't last. The dark was deeper. Chapter 28. Chasdrul Harn had spent 6 years as Wayward Soldier's first officer. In that time he'd worked with Evan Prelix on missions ranging from straight piracy to Hapan intelligence. But they'd never come here, his captain's old prowling ground, and the sight of the Yuzin Vong worldship orbiting Myrkr filled him with quiet dread. Prelix had revealed his origins 5 years back. Harn liked to think he took it better than most. Baragwin were pragmatic, level-headed, unflappable, and Harn generally lived up to the stereotype. During the Vong War he'd run with the Peace Brigade, so he wasn't averse to dealing with the race on principle. The warrior caste had always been vicious, but intendants like Prelix were more reasonable. And Prelix was more reasonable than most bosses Harn had worked under. Good ship, fast, well-armed. Generous with payments, especially to his first officer. His being Yuzin Vong rarely seemed a factor. The worldship, though, was starting to get on Harn's nerves. It represented not just Vong nasties but possible threats from Imperial and rogue Hapan elements. Wayward Soldier and her crew could make enemies they couldn't afford. The deck vibrated under Harn's boots as the engines idled, and the recycled air on the bridge carried the faint metallic tang of old coolant. Through the viewport, the worldship's spiral arms rotated with terrible slowness against Myrkr's green corona. Prelix was usually as pragmatic as Harn, but for some reason he'd agreed to this job, and decided to go down to that worldship personally. Most days Harn barely thought of Prelix as Vong. The masker and attitude made him seem as un-Vong as one could get. Prelix didn't seem to think of himself as Vong either. But there he was, down on that world ship. That, Harn decided, was the unsettling part. How well did he know his captain after all? How much of what he saw was the masker, and how much was real? When the BIM pilot came to the bridge, it had been an hour since they'd received the last transmission from the captured Imperial shuttle. The furry creature strode across the command deck with confidence despite being 1/10 of Harn's mass, heading straight for the first officer. Harn kept his eyes on the viewport. Nothing to report, pilot. He'd already come to Mandala to relay the message. The acrid smell of fear sweat from the Duro at tactical mixed with the old coolant tang in the recycled air. Jarna's right ear twitched. Tell me, did you try to stop your captain from going down there? Wayward soldier wasn't formal. Harn didn't see the harm in letting the little BIM pace. Why? Did you? Jarna nodded. She seemed curiously intent. Harn snorted. The closest he'd come to expressing agreement, especially to a stranger. They stood side by side, staring through the viewport. The cold glass pressed against Harn's palm, and through it he could see the world ship's spiral arms slowly rotating, the green glow of MYRKR bleeding around its edges. Jarna's fur rippled as the deck hummed beneath them. Then the Duro at tactical called, Sir! Something just dropped out of hyperspace. Harn hurried over. Jarna followed. What kind of something? Multiple targets. 2 corvettes, assassin class. 1 Corellian gunship. Sir, it looks like an old Imperial escort carrier. Already launching fighters. Harn fought a curse. Escort carriers were mobile hangar bays, capable of carrying a full wing of starfighters. Lacked firepower, but the other 3 ships made up for it. The tactical hollow's blue light cast harsh shadows across the Duro's face. The Duro pointed. They're moving to encircle us. I have eyes. Harn's voice was flat. What kind of fighters? Headhunters, starchasers, uglies. Mercenary fleet, Jarna said. Hell of a lot of mercs, muttered the Duro. Harn lurched to the comm station. The panel was slick under his thick fingers. Send a call to the world ship. Tell them we're under attack. And send the emergency signal the captain set up. The comm officer nodded. Behind him the Duro asked, Sir, do we hold? Harn allowed an angry rumble deep in his throat. The Merc fleet was spreading out to block escape. Those fighters would be on him soon, but Wayward Soldier was a gunship designed to hold out against snubs. Their best chance was to drop close to the world ship and hope Hapan help arrived, or run while the enemy was still deploying and leave Prelix to die. The latter was the smart option. Harn knew that. He hesitated anyway. If he left Prelix behind here, he'd never come back. This wasn't the Vong War. He wasn't with the Peace Brigade anymore. His hands tightened on the comm panel, knuckles pale against the dark metal. The memory of running, of always choosing the pragmatic path, sat heavy in his chest. He'd worn that mask for years. Collaborator. Survivor. Pragmatist. But standing here, watching the Merc fleet close in, the mask felt like it was cracking. Getting soft. He was getting soft in his old age. Turn us around, he said. I want to see that fleet. But sir, do we hold? He was still agonizing over that choice when the comm officer called. Sir, we're being hailed. All right. Harn bent over the comm station, lowered his snout to the speaker grill. The metal was cold against his face. Let's see what they want. Helm, take us closer to the world ship. Baragwin weren't famous conversationalists, but he could stall. "This is Chasdrul Harn of Wayward Soldier. State your intent." "Chasdrul? Is that you?" The voice was vaguely familiar. Human. Crackling through the speaker with the tinny quality of a jamming weekend signal. Harn's thick fingers curled around the edge of the panel. "I just gave you my name. Who is this?" "Nar Lakan, captain of the corvette Edge Runner. Been a long time. I had no idea you were running with Prelix now." Harn remembered Lakan from the Peace Brigade. Loudmouth. Braggart. Good for a fight and a night of drinking. Another mask wearer. Another survivor. "Who hired you, Lakan?" The human laughed, a short, sharp sound through the crackling speaker. "Doesn't matter. All you need to do is shut down your weapons and let us pass. I promise no harm come to you." The calm officer tugged Harn's sleeve. "They're jamming our signals. We got the emergency call out fast." "Did we signal the shuttle?" Harn kept his voice low. The officer shook his head. Harn's gut tightened. "Well, Chasdrul?" Lakan asked. "You've got a nice ship. Hate to see you busted up. By the way, where's Prelix?" "What do you want, Lakan? Make it clear." The human sniffed. Harn could picture him doing it, that same arrogant gesture from a decade ago. "All right. You take your gunship and leave this system right now." "And if we have people on the worldship?" Harn's voice was deliberately flat. It was as much as admitting Prelix was down there. Lakan had probably figured that already. "No can do. You either go now or you don't go at all. I'm being generous." Harn's jaw tightened. He could taste the recycled air in his mouth, dry, metallic, stale. "I appreciate your generosity," he said. "But I've got to protect my people on the ground. I'm sure Prelix is touched by your loyalty." Lucan's voice dripped with false sincerity. "I know it's a hard choice, Chasdrul, but we both know the smart way out. If it's any consolation, I'll move fast. Prelix'll never know you ran on him." The words hit Harn like a physical blow. Smart way out. That was what he'd always chosen. That was the mask he'd worn so long it felt like skin. But standing here, hearing Lakan offer him an easy escape, Harn felt the mask crack further. His hands were trembling, barely, but he felt it. Getting soft. Harn growled low in his throat. At tactical, the BIM's fur bristled in panic. The Duro reported. Fighter screens spread wide. "Looks ready to intercept a run, not launch an attack." The only option was to stall. Feeling strangely relieved, Harn said, "Lakan, I've got to admit I'm curious. Where'd you pick up a fleet like that?" The human chuckled. "Impressive, ain't it? The carrier's a patched-up wreck, but she still flies." "I can see that." Harn's voice was carefully neutral. "They all work for you. Moved up in life. Any chance you're taking on new employees?" A pause. Through the crackling speaker, Harn could hear Lakan breathing, considering. Wayward Soldier was better than any ship in his fleet. Its addition would boost his offensive capabilities by nearly 50%. Harn had thrown the bait. Now he just had to wait. Lucan's reply came as a sigh. "You know, Chasdrul, I always thought Prelix was better at wheeling and dealing than you. You've never seen me play Sabak. You're not a bad bluffer. I could just come and take Wayward Soldier from you." Harn's fingers curled tighter against the comm panel. "It would cost you." "I know. Might be worth the trade. Plus I wouldn't have to split the payment." The Duro called. "One more incoming!" It's a big one. Harn's head snapped up. He was about to ask what it was, but he didn't need to. Against the starfield past the forward viewport, he'd faintly been able to make out the thruster glow of approaching fighters and the brighter glow of corvettes holding back. He had no trouble at all seeing the proud double-disc shape of the Hapan battle dragon that had just arrived. The light of its arrival washed across the bridge, sudden, brilliant, blinding. Harn felt the vibration through the deck plating, a deep thrum that resonated in his chest. The cold metal of the comm panel was slick under his palm where his sweat had beaded. He'd chosen to stay. He'd chosen loyalty over pragmatism. The mask was off, and he had no idea if that would save them or damn them all. The last time Tenel Ka had stood on the bridge of the Dragon Queen had been the battle for Shido Mad. That battle had ended in heartbreak and nearly gotten her and Alana killed. This time they faced a mismatched mercenary fleet, corvettes, gunships, starfighters, not a superstar destroyer. She would have felt confident, if not for the spiral-armed disk of the Yuzin Vong worldship silhouetted against MYRKR's green glow. Through the viewport she could see it clearly, massive and ancient, a reminder of a war that should have ended all of them. The green light of the planet bled across the worldship's surface like veins through bone. "Your Majesty, we're launching all Mietils now," Admiral Bass reported. His voice was crisp, professional, a counterpoint to the deep hum of the battle dragon's engines vibrating through the deck plates. "And the pulse mass mines?" "Deploying too." Tenel Ka nodded once. Short. Decisive. As the mercenary fleet struggled to reorient itself to the surprise arrival, the Hapans enacted their prearranged plan. The mercenaries had more starfighters than the Dragon Queen carried, but their small capital ships had no hope of outgunning a battle dragon. The ship's engines hummed through the deck plates, a low vibration that she felt in her teeth. The air on the bridge carried the sharp tang of ozone as weapons systems charged. Tenel Ka's primary goal was to force surrender, to spare bloodshed and find out who had hired them. The command deck shifted slightly as its artificial gravity adjusted to the interdiction fields from the pulse mass mines. The trap was complete. Unless they destroyed both mines, the mercenaries had no way out of the MYRKR system. "They have a jamming field set up," Admiral Bass said. "Still no hails." Tenel Ka observed the tactical hollow. The blue light reflected in her eyes, casting sharp lines across her face. The mercenaries' ships swung to face her. The starfighter screen reoriented toward the Mietils racing forward. One gunship, Ranger class, hung in position low over the worldship. Tenel Ka's hand lifted, finger extended. "Mark that vessel as friendly." Her voice was steady, but her jaw was tight. She knew whose ship that was. She knew who was down on that worldship. "And the rest?" asked Bass. Tenel Ka let her hand fall. She met the Admiral's eye. The green glow of MYRKR cast strange shadows across the bridge, and she tasted the sharp bite of recycled air on her tongue. The worldship loomed beyond the viewport, a reminder of promises made and broken, of wars that should have ended everything. She thought of Zekk down there somewhere. She thought of the Vong who had taken him, the captain who had brought him here. She thought of the daughter she had almost lost, the man she had loved, the promises she had broken and kept. Her fingers pressed flat against the command console. The metal was cool beneath her palm. "Hostile," she said. "You may fire when ready." Chapter 29. Terran Zell had thought they'd be marching in the dark forever, but eventually they found an airlock sphincter that granted access to deeper layers of the worldship where warm atmosphere remained. That was good news in theory. The rank smell of decay assaulted her as soon as she removed her helmet. The only consolation was the disgusted expressions on everyone else's faces. The air was thick and wet against her skin. Harkham wrinkled his nose. "Are we sure this air is safe?" "It's safe." Tahiri didn't seem bothered. "This is how the inside of the worldship is supposed to smell." "Like a bantha's butt?" "Exactly." A ghost of a smile. "It's part of the composting process that feeds the plant life and generates more atmosphere." "I thought this thing was supposed to be dead," said Muro. "Not dead. Dying. And it's been dying since before it reached this galaxy." "How long do these worldships last?" Tahiri considered. For some reason she looked at Prelix. When he didn't respond, she ventured. 500 standard years. These are real worldships. It takes a long time to cross the void between galaxies. Enough chat. Taryn hooked her helmet to her belt and checked her blaster rifle. "Can you Jedi feel what's ahead?" Tahiri's scarred forehead furrowed. Zekk looked far away. He'd been looking that way since their little chat in the ruined laboratory. Like he was afraid of her. If Nothapan men couldn't handle directness, it was no wonder they wasted years without getting the mates they wanted. Then Zekk surprised her. "I sense something. Can't tell how many, but they're not far." Tahiri nodded. "He's right." Muro checked her heavy T-21. Her movements were precise. Controlled. "We'd better get going." "I'm first." Taryn shouldered to the front. "Zekk, you're with me. Use that Jedi radar." "I'll do my best." He didn't sound sure. "Vela, you're right behind me. If we run into any Von Life dash, I'll handle it." She gripped her lightsaber. "And the rest of us?" Harkham asked, surly at being left out. "Just be ready to fight." The low passage branched off several times. At each junction, Zekk and Tahiri paused. Their eyes went distant. Then they pointed. Given her family, Taryn had never shared the knee-jerk suspicion of Jedi that most Hapans nurtured, but she'd never realized how useful they could be. All the more reason to drag Zekk back to Hapes. Even as a male, he could provide valuable services to the Queen. At the fourth junction, something changed. It was written on both Jedi's faces. Zekk took his lightsaber in hand and pointed down the corridor to the left. Tahiri nodded and tapped her lips. Silence. They crept forward. Taryn and Harkham fell in behind, Prelix and Muro taking the rear. A sphincter-like portal loomed ahead. The Jedi took positions on either side. Those behind readied their weapons. Zekk slapped the center of the portal. It opened like an iris. A round chamber. A nutrient stalk running like a pillar through the center, pulsing with a faint, organic rhythm. 3 white-armored stormtroopers spun toward the entrance, weapons raised. The Jedi stepped through, lightsabers blazing. But before any battle could commence, a voice called, "Halt!" Taryn and Harkham shouldered past each other into the chamber. Taryn swept the room, 4 stormtroopers total, 1 Imperial officer in a black vac suit, and 1 old man in a gray suit. Thin. Balding. Past middle age. Small eyes scanned the new arrivals. "Who the devil are you people?" His voice was calm. "Are you Sinzakal?" Taryn resisted the urge to point her rifle at his chest. 2 stormtroopers already had guns on her. The old man nodded. "Like I asked, who are you?" "Operatives for Queen Mother Tenel Ka Jo of the Hapes Consortium." "I know who Tenel Ka is." We're here to halt construction of your bioweapon. Zekk's voice was flat. Carl blinked. You know about that? We know everything. Prelix stepped forward. Given proper methods, Cosimo Westermo was very informative. The Imperial captain winced. What have you done with Moff Westermo? He's resting comfortably in my brig. Prelix's tone was almost pleasant. You're welcome to join him. I'm not looking to kill today. We will not surrender. The captain hesitated. A good sign. There's nothing you can do. Terran kept her voice sharp. We've captured your shuttle. No escape. The captain hesitated again. Carl wore the same dull curiosity he'd had since they arrived. What's the status of the bioweapon? Prelix scanned the Vong biotech scattered around the room like he knew what he was looking for. Very near completion. The captain's voice was dark. Your timing was impeccable. Where's the weapon? Tahiri asked. And where's the casa you recorded the information on? Carl frowned. How did you know I used a casa? It's the only way to interface with the worldship. You copied the data from the casa to your own computers to continue the work. That's why you've been here for days. Carl's cheek twitched. That rather covers it. What difference does it make? Harkham grunted. Let's just take them out, plant charges, bring the whole thing down. We need to identify the weapon to make sure we've destroyed it, said Muro. Her voice was steady. Too steady. Terran filed that away. She's right. Tahiri's green eyes locked on Carl. Where did you put it? Carl's face dropped into an uncomfortable frown. Confusion flickered across Terran's face. Then she saw Zekk's face go slack. Shock. Horror. Tahiri was doing something, forcing secrets from Carl's mind. His face twisted in pain. Finally he said, All right. I'll get you the strain I've developed. He looked at the Imperial captain. Tell your men to stand down. The officer waved. The stormtroopers lowered their rifles without letting go. Tahiri and, for some reason, Prelix followed Carl to a console-like apparatus. The scientist's gloved fingers played over its surface until a seal popped, releasing a burst of gas. The stale taste of recycled air clung to Terran's tongue as the gas dissipated. Carl took out something like a fist-sized nut, hard-shelled, smooth. The capsule was warm in his palm. Terran could see the faint heat shimmer. He held it up. You have no idea how difficult it was to resurrect the dying strains I found here. His voice was almost reverent. I wish I'd had a chance to test it. You're not going to get one. Prelix's voice was steel. Carl looked at Tahiri. His eyes locked on her scars. You seem to know a lot about Shaper technology. How? I had a very crash course. She reached for the capsule. Then Muro called from the back. Wait. Terran turned halfway around. Froze. Muro stood 2 meters away, back to the open door, her T-21 aimed at Terran's face. The faint sheen of sweat on Muro's forehead caught the dim light. Her finger was on the trigger, trembling, just barely. Captain? Tahiri yelped. What are you doing? Retrieving Dr. Call's data. Muro's voice was flat. As per my contract. Carking traitor! Harkham snapped his rifle up. 2 volleys of laser blasts from 2 stormtrooper rifles dropped him with a smoking hole in his chest. Zekk and Tahiri ignited their lightsabers. Too late. The Imperials had their weapons up. Even the officer had produced a hold-out pistol, aimed at Tahiri. Tahiri looked at Muro, hurt in her eyes. Her grip on her lightsaber went white-knuckled. She knew this feeling. The sting of someone choosing against you. Captain! What is this? I'm sorry. Murrow's voice was stone, but her trigger finger trembled. But with the money I'm being offered, I can retire. They're trying to exterminate the Jedi. Zekk's voice cracked. His throat tightened. He'd felt this before. Master KYP. The betrayal that still burned. You want genocide on your conscience? Not my problem. Murrow kept her T-21 aimed at Terran's head. How do you think you'll get past my ship? Prelix asked. I already called for help. Murrow's eyes flicked to him. Your gunship is getting overwhelmed right now. Terran did her best haughty scoff. You think we didn't bring backup? Uncertainty flashed over Murrow's face, quickly stifled. She touched her hip. For the first time, Terran saw the time charge clip to her belt. Activation light blinking yellow. You have 1 minute. Murrow's voice was ice. Dr. Call, bring your sample. Gladly. The old scientist stuffed the capsule into his jumpsuit, grabbed his helmet, and crossed to Murrow's side. The stormtroopers formed up by the door. Tahiri stood at the biotech console, saber low. Was this your plan from the start? Murrow's eyes darted to the Jedi. Something flickered there. Guilt? Regret? Not at first. I was contacted while you were on Yusaran. They made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Did they know about me? Is that why they contacted you? That's right. They had someone on Junction Station watching you. They? Terran's voice was sharp. Duca Marquesa? Another flicker. Murrow didn't answer. The mask was back in place. What about Jarna? Tahiri asked. Does he know? Murrow opened her mouth. The Imperial captain cut in. We don't have time. We need to go. Agreed. Murrow jerked her head. Call you first. The scientist slipped through the door. 2 stormtroopers followed. Murrow and the captain backed toward the threshold. Time's almost up. Prelix's voice was bitter. Do what you're going to do. Murrow stopped in the doorway. Reached down. Tapped the charge once. The light went off. Terran let herself breathe. Murrow spun and disappeared up the tunnel. The Imperial captain and his last 2 troopers backed slowly through the threshold, weapons raised. The Jedi tensed. The air was thick with ozone and fear. Then the captain reached into his jumpsuit. A wicked grin. He threw something in the air, spun, and ran. Grenade! Prelix shouted. Down! The grenade's pin pinged against the floor like a death knell. White fire swallowed the room. Heat washed over Terran's face. Then nothing. Chapter 30. When the flagship battle dragon of the Hapan Royal Navy dropped into real space right above the Mwakar worldship, Chazril Harn had believed the pirates would scatter and either flee or get wiped out by the superior Hapan force. Unfortunately, that wasn't what happened. The Hapans surprised him by deploying pulse mass mines, which erected interdiction fields that prevented the mercenary fleet from jumping to hyperspace. They wanted to capture the mercenaries or force them to surrender. Unfortunately, they were dealing with Nal Khan, one of the most exceptionally prideful and stubborn humans Harn had encountered. Khan couldn't fight a battle dragon head-on, so he pulled his ships back to the worldship and relied on his superior fighter wing to run interference against the Hapan Yatils, a job they were proving disturbingly competent at. As a result, Wayward Soldier found herself surrounded by 2 corvettes, a gunship, and an escort carrier, all hostile. And the worst part, Lachlan still kept that damn jamming field up. No way to contact Prelix on the surface or the Hapan captain to ask what was going on. So, left to his own devices, Chasdril Harn had to figure out what to do himself. The bridge hummed with tension. Alarms blared. Harn's claws scraped against the console as the deck lurched beneath him. They had nowhere to run. The best defense was offense. He ordered Helm to charge the engines and race toward the escort carrier. Emptied of snub fighters, it was a tempting target. Lachlan knew that. He countered by keeping his Corellian gunship close. Wayward Soldier was faster, stronger, newer, but the DP-20 was still formidable. Its laser turrets and missile launchers tracked the soldiers' approach and opened fire. The command deck shook as the shields absorbed the first volley. "Swing us around the other side of the carrier," Harn commanded. "Use it as a shield." Helm responded swiftly, pivoting soldiers so its starboard cannons had a full field of fire, first on the gunship, then on the carrier. The boxy vessel still had defensive cannons that spewed energy against soldiers' shields, but the gunship's target lock was temporarily blocked. "Crack open that carrier," Harn ordered. "Leave them no place to roost." "Gladly," growled the Trandoshan gunner. Harn looked to the Duro at tactical. "Give our friend a call. Tell him he's free to fly." "Yes, sir." The Corellian gunship was coming around to catch them, but Wayward Soldier kept pace, using the carrier for cover even as it pounded the ship's shields with missiles and laser fire. Those shields wouldn't last long. The question was whether Lucan's 2 corvettes could catch up before he broke either capital ship. "Could really use some fighter cover right now," the Duro muttered. "The Hapans are still tangled up." Harn's voice was flat. "So we use what we can." He didn't add and hope it's enough. He didn't have to. The Duro glanced at his console. "Mandala's away." "Good. Helm, slow down. Give that gunship a tempting shot. Rear shields to maximum." He watched the tactical display as the gunship swung around on their aft and opened fire. Just as it did, Revli Jarna's little Corellian freighter arced over the carrier's back and swung down on the gunship, emptying every missile in its tubes. They cut through the gunship's rear shields and tore apart one engine cluster. Soldier pivoted so its entire starboard side could unleash hell on the gunship's forward compartment. They broke through the shields easily, vaporizing the bridge and sending shrapnel tumbling through space. Cheers rippled across the bridge, but Harn called, "Kill the carrier! Kill it! Kill it!" The gunship emptied its own missile payloads into the carrier's aft. Its shields crumpled and the engines burst. Lights inside began to die and the carrier started to drift, helplessly pulled in by the worldship's gravity. "Boss!" the comm officer called. "Jamming's down!" "Good. We must have killed the source." Harn lurched to the comm station. "Hail the Hapans. Time to put together a real battle plan." The officer's face immediately fell. Getting hailed by Edge Runner. Harn considered ignoring it, but the old mercenary just might want to surrender. "All right, put him on." Lucan's voice crackled through the speaker, sharp with static and fury. "Damn you, Chasdril! Damn you, damn you, damn you!" The comm officer smirked. Harn said, "Does this have a point, Lachlan? Enjoy your little victory while it lasts, you ugly carker." The comm line abruptly shut off. Harn immediately looked to tactical. "What's happening?" "Both corvettes coming right for us," the Duro said. And he's pulling back some of his fighters. It was what Harn had expected. Helm, get us to that battle dragon as fast as you can. Calm, now get me the Hapans. The hollow image flickered into view, a Bergwind face, unexpected. Slope-shouldered, thick-necked, small-eyed. Alien. Admiral Bass's lip curled. She barely hid it. Is this the captain of the wayward soldier? The Bergwind's head swung side to side. First Officer, Chasdril Harn. Captain Prelix is on the worldship with your agents and the Jedi. Jedi? Tenel Ka stepped forward, gripping the railing. Which Jedi? Two of them. Humans. Little blonde girl with scars on her head. And a big tall guy with black hair. Calls himself Zekk. Tenel Ka's jaw dropped. Her hands gripped the railing in front of her. The metal was cold beneath her palms. Her knuckles whitened. Jaina had mentioned passing news of the Yuzin Vong bioweapon to Tahiri, so it wasn't a total surprise Jason's apprentice had found her way here. She'd halfway suspected it was her when Trista mentioned a Jedi working with their clients. But Zekk was different. She'd resigned herself over the past few weeks to his death in the transitory mists, one more casualty of that awful battle. She'd mourned him. She'd added his name to the list of people she'd failed. And now he was alive. Here. On this worldship. The same worldship where she'd lost her arm, where she'd nearly lost everything. The Force had a cruel sense of humor. She'd promised herself she wouldn't lose anyone else. And now here he was, alive, on that worldship, about to die again unless she did something. Through the viewport, the worldship loomed, cracked, decaying, a graveyard against MYRKR's green glow. A shudder ran through her as she wondered whether it hadn't drawn them all back to this place where everything had changed, where they'd lost things they couldn't imagine, where they'd made promises they could never keep. Are they all right? She asked the Bergwin. Last I heard. Their ship went down after a dust-up with the imps, but they found themselves another. We're trying to hail them now. Listen, lady. You're addressing the Queen of the Hapes Consortium, Bass snapped. Okay. Harn waved a clawed hand. But if you haven't noticed, we're heading your way with 2 corvettes on our butts and a lot of fighters messing with us. We need some help. You'll have it. Tenel Ka's voice was steel. The Bergwin nodded and promptly killed the signal. Tenel Ka turned on Admiral Bass. Do everything you can to keep that ship alive. Do you understand? Of course. Good. Tenel Ka's voice was steel. And prepare a shuttle. I'm going down to that worldship. Your Majesty, I must protest. Before she could finish, Dragon Queen's captain called. Madams, you need to see this. She pointed not to the tactical hollow but out the viewport. Tenel Ka saw flashes of night against the backdrop of MYRKR and the worldship. Then she spotted the round body of the crippled escort carrier as it slammed into the drifting gunship. Both vessels scraped and sparked against each other without exploding, and both seemed to be falling away, pulled in by gravity's reel. Will those ships impact on the worldship? Asked Tenel Ka. The captain nodded. Within 5 minutes, Your Majesty. The odds of them hitting the same place as our agents is tiny, Admiral Bass said. That's true. The captain nodded. But we've been running projections. The worldship already has a decaying orbit around MYRKR. The impact of those ships will nudge it even further into the planet's gravity well. Our first readout said it would take another decade for the worldship to fall into the planet. But now? Asked Tenel Ka, dread rising. The captain swallowed. It has only a few hours left, Your Majesty. Tenel Ka stared out at the dying worldship, at the two ships spiraling toward its surface, at the graveyard of everything she'd lost. A few hours. That was all the time they had. And Zekk was down there. Chapter 3:1. When the grenade went off, instinct took over. No hesitation. No doubt. Even the sting of betrayal and the burn of anger faded to nothing. There was only the need to survive. Tahiri and Zekk worked as one, throwing themselves into the force and erecting an invisible shield over their heads. As Prelix and Terran hit the floor, hands over their heads, the two Jedi blocked the concussive force of the explosion, reflecting it upward, trapping it in the narrow space between their force-created umbrella and the chamber's Yorick coral ceiling. Their umbrella held. The ceiling didn't. The entire chamber came crumbling down on their heads. Zekk and Tahiri's shield could deflect rock and the concussive burst of pressure, but it couldn't hold back the crust of a Yuuzhan Vong worldship. Their connection, clear in its desperation, let them think as one. Tahiri swooped and grabbed Prelix by the arm. Zekk grabbed Terran by the waist and hauled her upright. The four of them half ran, half fell toward the corridor as the chamber collapsed around them. Dust filled her lungs. A chunk of Yorick coral slammed into Prelix's back, dropping him to his knees. Tahiri held on and tugged him forward, even as another large chunk hit her shoulder and almost spun her around. Her shoulder screamed. Zekk and Terran were already out through the portal. Tahiri found her last burst of strength and dragged the Yuuzhan Vong captain through the gap. The chamber behind them caved in fast, but the old Yorick coral around the tunnel was also starting to splinter. Tahiri finally let go of Prelix so he could stand, and the four of them raced as fast as they could through the tunnels. Her mind was too addled to remember the way back to the Shaper lab, but Zekk apparently knew it all. He made each turn without hesitation, and she followed him the whole way out. The tunnel walls groaned around them. By the time they locked the helmets of their vac suits on and finally exited into the Shaper's lab, the worldship had stopped rumbling around them. Tahiri would have felt better about that, but a cluster of alarmed minds pressed against her awareness just over the rim of the laboratory crater. Heading right for the assault shuttle. Desperation curdled into something darker. Tahiri found the hurt and anger inside her, not just at Muro, a woman she respected and even liked for her betrayal, but at everything else too. At the Hapan and Imperial schemers. At the monster Jason had become. At the future she'd never have with Anakin. At everything the Yuuzhan Vong had done to her. At herself, most of all. She found everything she needed, the hurt, the rage, the cold fire, and drew strength from it. She threw herself upward, over the rim of the crater, and bounded across the plain as fast as she could. Her lightsaber blazed in her hand and Zekk shouted in her ear, telling her to wait up. She killed the calm lion and kept running. The shuttle. She could see it resting atop the low crest of a ridge. Muro. Call. The bioweapon. She saw the cluster of beings around it, stormtroopers and people in vac suits, pull open the hatch and climb aboard. She knew she would never get there in time. Her blaster was useless against the shuttle's armored hull, and she could never fling her lightsaber far enough, or wield it with enough precision through the Force. They'd rise up any moment now and fly toward the stars, Muro and Call and the rest, and they'd finish the Yuuzhan Vong bioweapon. Then they'd use it against Tenel Ka or maybe against the whole Jedi Order, making worse a massacre than Darth Kiedis had hoped for. Tahiri stopped in her tracks, panting. Her lungs burned. She reached out with the Force and found the minds in the ship, Call cool and analytical even now, the Imperial captain frantic for his own survival. She felt the stormtroopers crammed in the back of the cockpit, kicking aside the corpses of their fellow soldiers and 2 Rodian mercenaries. And she found Captain Muro seated, so she sensed, in the pilot's chair, giving the shuttle its last pre-flight checks before takeoff. Muro's relief washed through her when the repulsor lifts churned to life and the shuttle began to rise above the barren plain. Tahiri closed her eyes, concentrated, and found the explosive charge still clipped to Muro's belt. She'd gotten a good look at it in the cavern and recognized its model. Her fingers twitched at her sides. In her mind, in the Force, they were running along the surface of Muro's explosive, finding the right buttons. With the Force, she found the dead man trigger and pushed it. Held it down. Then she opened her eyes. She stood alone on the plain, watching the receding engine flare of the shuttle as it pulled up through the great chasm of the worldship's broken hull toward the stars. She wondered if she'd really been reaching out with the Force at all, or just conjuring illusions in her mind. Then the shuttle burst like a star. The sound was like a mountain cracking in half. The blast washed over her face, hot and dry, tasting of ozone and ash. Debris rained down, pattering against the plane like strange rain. The flare lasted for only a few beautiful seconds before the pieces began to fall, slowly, toward the ground. A brittle smile settled on Tahiri's lips. The anger smoldered and faded until it was just a warm thing in her center, comforting, strong, dangerous. The heat of it faded, leaving only a warm glow in her chest. The silence that followed was heavier than the explosion. Her hand was still trembling. She'd done it. She'd stopped them. She'd felt Muro's life snuffed out like a candle, felt Call's analytical mind go dark, felt the Imperial captain's frantic panic end in an instant. She'd done it. And she'd liked it. The cold fire in her veins told her so. The cold fire. The warmth. The rightness of it. Then Prelix slapped her on the shoulder. Terran said, "Fine work, Jedi. Fine work," with a look of surprised respect. But there was something else in Terran's eyes, a flicker of unease she couldn't quite hide. Then she looked at Zekk and saw the quiet disappointment in his eyes. From the Force she felt nothing. He'd closed himself off from her once more. He stepped closer. His voice was quiet, measured, devastating. "I know that look. I've worn it." Tahiri's smile faltered. "What?" The satisfaction. His eyes held hers. The cold fire. "I know what it feels like to do the wrong thing for the right reasons. To like it. To tell yourself it was necessary." He'd seen this before. He'd felt this before. He'd worn that mask himself, once. And it had cost him everything. As much as Tahiri wanted to rebuke him, to join Terran and Prelix in issuing congratulations to herself, she knew. He was right. They were wrong. She'd felt the cold fire. She'd liked it. She'd failed again. Chapter 3-2. The remainder of the fight over Myakar provided Chazdrohan with an excellent reminder that Nal Lukhan might have been an impulsive, hot-headed braggart, but he hadn't stayed alive by being stupid. Wayward Soldier had found itself battered from all sides by the starfighters chasing after it, but the gunship had enough of a head start over Lukhan's 2 assassin-class corvettes that he'd been able to outrace them to the protective range of Dragon Queen's turbolaser cannons. Hapan warships had heavy batteries more fitted for combat between capital ships than battling starfighters or even quick little corvettes, but 1 or 2 lucky shots would punch through either ship's shields. Now that the fight had come closer to home, the Nyatils were attacking with newfound bravado. Laser fire streaked past the viewport, bright and angry. The sharp tang of ozone from the shields filled the bridge. "What's happening now?" asked a familiar, anxious voice. Harn looked down to see the little BIM freighter pilot, Vjarna, come up beside him. "Is your ship secure?" he asked. The BIM nodded. The flight to Dragon Queen had battered his freighter badly, and Mandala had barely managed to couple with Wayward Soldier before forcing its engines into an emergency shutdown. "I should warn you," said Harn. "We picked up some explosion inside the worldship a few minutes ago. Probably big enough to be a ship detonating." Jarna's long ears drooped. "Do you have any idea whose it was?" "No. We can't get close enough to scan, and we can't make comm contact with anyone on the worldship." He paused, then added, "It's too early to worry. We have to keep ourselves alive." Jarna wasn't one to mope. The little BIM nodded and looked at the tactical display, which showed the two corvettes flying wild loops in and out of Dragon Queen's firing range. "What's he doing?" "Keeping those Miaitils busy," Harn grunted. "And harassing the Hapans." "Do you think he's stalling for reinforcements?" "I hope not. Even if he does, they'll get pulled from hyperspace well clear of the planet thanks to those pulse mass mines." He froze and looked back at the hollow. Looking starfighters, now without a carrier to roost in, were buzzing around like flig gnats, angry, endless. The gunship shuddered as another volley glanced off its shields. The deck plates trembled beneath his feet. The starfighters bobbed and weaved, looping in patterns that seemed random. But as Harn watched, he saw them drift toward two fixed points in space, too regular, too deliberate. He lurched for the comm station. "Get me the Hapans!" "Right away, boss." Even as the hollow of that stern woman Admiral flickered to life, the bridge shuddered as one of the pulse mass mines exploded and its gravity well collapsed. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. "I was just about to tell you they're making a break for it," Harn said. The Admiral nodded. "We're moving to cover the mines now. Can your ship run interference for us?" "We already took one beating. If that mercenary escapes..." "You people hired us to destroy a bioweapon, not hunt down the responsible parties." Harn's voice was flat. He didn't look at Jarna when he said it. He couldn't. The woman gave a haughty sneer. "Listen here, First Officer Harn." The Bergwin held up a claw. "Get closer and we'll provide some cover, but we're not getting ourselves blown up over your fight." "Sorry, Admiral, but we're in it for the money." The lie sat wrong in his chest. He'd said it to be pragmatic. But it wasn't entirely true anymore. The Admiral looked like she was about to give a retort, then paused, like she was listening to something. Then she said icily, "Follow our shadow. We go in together, with you closer." "Yes, ma'am." Harn gave a mock salute, and the hollow winked off. Admiral Bass turned away from the hollow projector with the look of frustration she couldn't quite hide, the disdain Hapans so often showed when dealing with outsiders, especially aliens and males. In other circumstances, Tenel Ka would have found it almost comical. Right now, she could only worry. "The Miaitils are moving ahead," Bass said as she looked at the tactical hollow. "But the corvettes are already firing on the pulse mass mine. I don't think we'll be able to stop them. Some of the starfighters may not be hyperspace capable," Tenel Ka said. "True, but I doubt the snub fighter pilots know who hired them. We need confirmation of Duca Marques's complicity, and for that we need their leaders." "Fact." Tenel Ka nodded grimly. As concerning as that was, she was more worried by the two wrecked capital ships tumbling toward the world ship. The craft were less than a minute from impact. Once they hit, there would only be limited time to recover their people on the surface. Zekk. She thought his name, and it was a prayer. He'd come back from Sheeta mad. He'd survived. He couldn't die here. Not like this. She wanted to think they were all alive, that she'd feel the deaths of the Zell sisters, Zekk, even Tahiri, through the Force. But there was no way to know. Her chest tightened. She couldn't feel him. She couldn't feel any of them. The Force was silent, and the silence was worse than any scream. She'd promised to protect him. She'd promised to find him. And now... The deck shifted with the death of the second interdiction field. She heard Admiral Bass bite back profanity. "There's nothing we can do now, Admiral," she said as the two corvettes streaked madly away from the planet. The Mietos gave chase, but the mercenary starfighters scrambled every which way. She couldn't see them jump to hyperspace with her bare eyes, but the fatal winking out of both corvettes was unmistakable. Bass, to her credit, took the loss with crisp professionalism. She called, "Tell the hangar to prepare one shuttle for launch to the worldship. Assemble a recovery team with weapons and vac suits. Tell them to be prepared for anything. Tell them their queen will be going with them," Tenel Ka added. That raised the eyes of everyone on the bridge. Before Bass could object, Tenel Ka fixed the Admiral with her best regal glare. "Their communication systems may be down. Their people may be scattered. I will be of unique service in locating them." Bass knew well enough when not to argue with her queen. Her voice was stiff with disapproval. "Very well, Your Majesty. It will be done." Tenel Ka should have felt better about that, but when she looked out the viewport she saw the brief flash of the mercenary ships slamming into the worldship. The flash was brief but violent, a blossom of white against the dead green-gray of the worldship. She felt the vibration through the deck plates, distant but unmistakable. It seemed like just a small spark against the massive dead form. She didn't see any apparent nudge in its orbit, but she trusted her people's projections. "Assemble the team at once," Tenel Ka said. "We haven't much time." Chapter 3-3. The Jedi looked glum as they marched across the empty plain, back toward Red Kiss's crash site. Yes, they'd lost people, Prelix's people, on this mission, and Muro's betrayal had been an unfortunate surprise. But in the end, they'd accomplished exactly what they wanted, the destruction of the bioweapon and the elimination of Sinzer Kal and all his nasty knowledge. True, Terran would have preferred to take them captive to confirm Duca Marques's hand behind this, but there were other ways to prove complicity. The main threat had been eliminated. The sight of Red Kiss halfway smashed into the ground dimmed her spirits. The freighter had served her and her sister well on many missions, and one look told her it wouldn't be space-worthy again, not unless someone dragged it out of the dust with a heavy tractor beam. She looked overhead through the chasm of the worldship's split-open exterior, and decided that was unlikely. The cold seeped through her vac suit, finding every gap. "Captain Prelix," she said, interrupting the awkward silence that had fallen over the group comm channel. "Yes? Do you suppose Wayward Soldier could slip through that crack and drag us out?" "I'm not sure," the captain grunted. "It may have to. I just hope your sister got the comm system working in that wreck so we can call Harn." "Maybe that other freighter can help," piped Nevo. The sole surviving Rodian had, lucky for him, been tossed out of the shuttle by the Imperials when they reclaimed it. "I'm not sure about that," Tahiri said softly. She walked with her arms wrapped around herself, gaze fixed on the ground. She hadn't spoken since the explosion. Her hands trembled at her sides. That may be our best option, said Zekk. We can tell the co-pilot about what happened later. Assuming he wasn't in on it. Prelix shook his head. He glanced at Tahiri as he said it. Good help is hard to find. Once they got close enough to Red Kiss, Taryn turned on her calm and called. Oh, sister dear, you're still there, aren't you? After a short second, Trista replied. Good to see you're back. Report. Target neutralized. Weapon destroyed. It's a victory. You don't sound victorious. Tell me what your repair work accomplished. Trista sighed deeply. You'd better all come aboard. The 5 of them climbed through the airlock. To Taryn's surprise, her sister and 2 mercenary techs had found a way to seal whatever hull breach had caused the atmosphere leak. The air inside was thin, stale, each breath a conscious effort. We can't bring up the climate control systems or air recyclers, Trista warned as they took off their helmets. So this is all the air we've got. Cold too. The cold prickled Taryn's face. With all of you back, we'll use up the air real fast, the Snivian merc added. Good to see you too, Gorlam, Prelix said, then looked at Trista. What about comm systems? Can we call Wayward Soldier? A long pause. Trista's expression told them everything. No. The transmission dish got shot clean off during the missile attacks. What about the sensor array? Prelix pressed. Can we at least see what's going on up there? We heard they called for reinforcements, added Tahiri. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Trista nodded grimly. We only picked up fragments. It looked like some kind of fight. We can't be sure. We need to find some way to let my people know we're down here, Prelix said. Assuming they haven't been blown up, added Nevo. Prelix turned on him. No. I trust Harn. He can handle himself. Let's have a look at those sensors. The group crowded into the cockpit, where Prelix bent over the console and scoured the few systems that still worked. The determination on his face wilted into disappointment, then tightened again in curiosity. What is it? Taryn shouldered next to him. What do you see? Look at the telemetry data. He tapped the console. The planet. It's getting closer. Getting closer? The Snivian Gorlam said from the back. How is it getting closer? It's not coming to us, Prelix said. We're coming to it. Does that mean this thing's orbit is decaying? Asked Nevo. It certainly seems that way. Something in the battle could have knocked it into a steeper decay. Like what? Like Wayward. No. Prelix held up a finger. We need to signal them. Let them know we need pickup. But how? Gorlam whined. I don't want to die on this rock. Prelix looked to Taryn, then Trista. Taryn's cheeks burned. She was supposed to be the one with answers. The one who got things done. And here she was, useless. The words tasted like ash. She had no idea how to contact the ships in orbit, assuming there was anyone friendly to contact at all. The worldship groaned beneath their feet, a low, distant tremor that vibrated up through the deck plates. They were running out of time. Then Zekk and Tahiri sucked in breaths at once. Tahiri still looked tense, but a smile softened Zekk's features, rare, and it suited him. His eyes went distant, focused on something none of them could see. We're going to make it. His voice was quiet, sure. Help's on the way. Tahiri's head lifted. Help! Her voice cracked on the word. Zekk's eyes were still distant, but his voice was steady. I don't know how I know. I just do. He felt it, a presence, familiar, coming closer through the void. The deck plates groaned again, deeper this time, but Zekk's smile didn't waver. Help's on the way, he repeated. Chapter 3-4. A surge of confidence in the Force washed through her, like a half-remembered touch. Tenel Ka whispered Zekk's name so softly no one else heard it, not even the shuttle's pilot and co-pilot crammed into the cockpit with her. Your Majesty, the co-pilot said as they fell toward the crevasse that split the worldship's crust apart like an eggshell. We're beginning our scan. No transmission signals detected. Searching for metallic compounds. The worldship is beginning to rotate faster, the pilot reported. Shifting velocity to match. Tenel Ka, strapped to the seat behind the pilot, leaned forward to get a better view. The shuttle slipped beneath the crack, shuddering as it fell into what looked like a deep canyon. Below, searchlights stroked a vast dusty plain. At first it seemed totally featureless. Then she spotted something that looked like a valley, bottoming out into a dried riverbed. Getting something ahead, the pilot reported. Dropping altitude. Next they passed over another plain. She reached out with the Force and found Zekk's presence still there, warm, confident. She knew Tahiri less well, but she believed the other Jedi was present too. Both of them still felt distant, their locations impossible to tell. She kept her eyes on the plain below, and her breath caught in her chest as the searchlights flashed over a worn, angular metal structure. It's an Imperial walker, the pilot said with restrained surprise. Tenel Ka's mouth went dry. Fact. Keep moving forward. They soared past the crumpled walker's body and flew low over the plain. She remembered that metal contraption from all those years ago. Her friend Lobaka had nearly been killed in it, along with the Radian Yovendrark, with whom Tenel Ka had worked on previous scouting missions. That had been early in the strike team's mission. Anakin had still been alive, as had Drark, either for much longer. And Jason had still been Jason, wrapped up in his own worries about the Force while simultaneously worrying about his tense, tangled relationship with his strong-willed little brother. A relationship that was painfully close to an ending neither of them expected or wanted. Zekk nudged her in the Force. Something of her distress had rippled across to him, and she tried to reassure him she was all right. In truth, just knowing he was there to feel her, that he was alive at all, was enough to make her feel stronger. She'd lost so much already. Getting Zekk back felt like a precious gift. Getting another signal, the co-pilot said. This one looks scattered. It might be debris from the explosion we observed earlier. The spotlight swept the dusty plain again and picked up scattered fragments of black, twisted metal. So it is, Tenel Ka said. Keep going. Forward, Your Majesty? Forward. The pilot nodded and kicked the engines ahead. Like most Hapans, they were uncomfortable with Jedi. Tenel Ka usually resisted displaying her powers before her people, but in this instance Zekk's life took precedence. As they continued ahead, the searchlight stopped over a large crater pocked with smaller ones. Slow down, Tenel Ka commanded. The co-pilot frowned. I don't sense any metals here, Your Majesty. No heat signatures either. Tenel Ka strained against her crash webbing to look down at the crater. The space had been laid barren by the vacuum, by time, by the fight that had occurred here. For a moment she doubted her initial assumption, but in the end, there could be no doubt. She was looking at the Shaper laboratory where Anakin Solo had died, where everything had changed. Where her promise to protect Jason from the dark side had been irrevocably broken, even before she'd made it. Your Majesty? The pilot prodded gently. There appears to be nothing here. Fact. Nothing but ghosts. Resume course. She settled back in her seat. She wondered how harrowing this return must have been for Zekk, or worse, Tahiri, who never truly recovered from her loss here. Not that any of them really had. Or ever would. Zekk nudged her again. Familiar warmth flooded through her. She told the pilots, "We are drawing close. Be ready to make a descent." "Yes, Your Majesty," the co-pilot said as she kept her eyes on her sensors. A spike of alarm through the force hit Tenel Ka right before she said, "We're getting another metallic signature. There seems to be residual heat as well." "Take us there," Tenel Ka ordered, not that she needed to. She unbuckled her crash webbing and stood up, one arm braced against the co-pilot's seat as she watched the wrecked form of Red Kiss gleam under the searchlight. One look told her that her cousins wouldn't be getting that ship space-worthy, not in the time they had left. "Trying to hail them," the co-pilot said. No response. Tenel Ka didn't need one. She felt Zekk's relief through the force, and Tahiri's too. "Set down on the plane next to the freighter. They'll join us shortly." "Landing gear extended," the pilot reported. "Setting down." Tenel Ka leaned back, made sure her pilots couldn't see her, and allowed herself a smile. This mission to Myrkr, at least, would not end in tragedy. Her promise to herself would not end like the others. That was when the worldship buckled, trembled, and shattered. From space, hovering underneath Dragon Queen's bottom disk, the crew of Wayward Soldier could see the Yuuzhan Vong worldship's great hull begin to crack under the strain of Myrkr's gravity. First, one of the great vessel's spiral arms seemed to twist and snap under an invisible grip. Then the existing crack that cut from the disk's edge to its center began to widen. Chasdrul Harn had been hoping that the worldship was internally stable enough to remain whole for most of its fall. That might mean a nasty impact on Myrkr, but at least it would stay intact long enough for the Hapans to make a proper retrieval. Now it looked like the damn thing might crumble and burn up in the atmosphere. He'd seen ships die before. Worlds too. But there was something about watching a Yuuzhan Vong worldship crumble that made even his pragmatic heart clench. "Captain Muro," the little bim beside him gasped. "I have to get to her. If I can get Mandala too. That freighter won't fly, and we both know it." Harn scowled as he shuffled over to the comm station and turned it on. "Dragon Queen, this is Wayward Soldier. Respond." The Hapan Admiral's stern visage sprang to life before him. "What is it, Captain? What's the status of your retrieval?" "Still in progress," the woman said stiffly. "Admiral, is there anything?" "No. We will update you when we learn more." At that, the hollow winked off. Harn and Jarnish shared hopeless looks. Then both turned their eyes on the worldship as it continued to crumble. Harn didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. The great plane cracked beneath the Hapan shuttle just as it lowered its landing gear. Slabs of raw yorick coral, twice the size of the ship, suddenly burst through the dust covering the plane. The ground beneath Red Kiss suddenly jetted upward and the broken freighter began sliding back. By the time it started moving, most of its passengers had already spilled out onto the plane in hope of retrieval. Zekk and Terran stayed at the back, and when the shuttle bucked and started sliding, the Hapan was thrown back into the Jedi and both went tumbling hard into the airlock vestibule. The ship continued to rattle around them as they struggled to untangle from each other's limbs. A voice squawked over his vac suit's comm line, so tense in its panic he barely recognized it as Trista said, "Sister! Sister! Please respond. Coming out now, Taryn grunted. The ship kept jerking and heaving around them, but she crawled on hands and knees over to the edge of the airlock portal. Zekk tried to rise but immediately fell forward, half landing on top of her. Save it for later, Jedi. Taryn squirmed out from beneath him. Before Zekk could bleat out a rejoinder, the ship lurched upward. Dust flew into the airlock, blinding them and drumming on their helmets. He felt his stomach lurch as the ship was thrown up once more. He hung on to Taryn's waist with one arm and batted the dust away with the other. When it cleared, his guts turned to ice. Red Kiss, or what was left of it, had been bucked free of the shattered field of yorick coral. The worldship's limited gravity hadn't been enough to keep it on the ground, and now it was being flung outward, spinning as it moved. The broken ground flashed by, then the worldship's exterior shell and the wide crack that seemed to be growing wider. Then he saw the stars, and the engine flares and smooth gleaming metal of Tenel Ka's shuttle as it tried to catch up with them. Then they kept spinning, and the same scenes whipped by again. He didn't know if they'd fly through the gap or smash into the coral ceiling. Either way, he wanted to get aboard Tenel Ka's ship as soon as possible. The next time it flashed by, he saw the ship pulling close, its landing ramp extended and a few figures in vac suits hanging off. They were either climbing aboard or trying to catch him, he couldn't tell. He tried to calm himself, to find the force and the people he cared about in it. He felt Tenel Ka on that ship, uncharacteristically panicked, and he felt Tahiri. He vaguely recognized the force impression of the Hapan woman lying beneath him. "We're coming over," he tried to tell his fellow Jedi. Whether they understood or not didn't matter. As Red Kiss flipped around yet again, he tapped his helmet against Taryn's and said, "Get ready!" "We can't jump," she said. "They're too far away." "Just trust me," he shouted and rolled off her, pulling his arm from her waist. The shuttle flipped into view again, and he was ready. He grabbed Taryn with the force and flung her out the airlock, sent her rolling head over feet toward the shuttle as it struggled to keep pace with the tumbling freighter. All of that flipped out of view. He saw a brief flash of stars, and the rough looming roof of yorick coral rushing to meet him. He tried to keep track of Taryn in the force, keep moving her, but he found his efforts met by another's. Inside his mind, Tahiri said, "We have her." Zekk felt relief flood through him. Then there was an awful scraping, and he was thrown upward, hard against the rim of the airlock. He heard the sound of his helmet cracking, then he heard, felt, and saw nothing at all. Tenel Ka, one hand hooked on the landing strut as she leaned halfway out of the shuttle's cargo hold, stared in wordless terror as the freighter's battered disk hit the inside of the worldship's protective shell. Its starboard edge, not the edge with the airlock from which Taryn had just flown, force-assisted, into Tahiri and Trista's grip, not the one where Zekk was trapped, collided with the yorick coral and ground into it. The freighter's flipping stopped, but instead its hull began to shear off in pieces along with chunks of dislodged coral. One slab fell right against the shuttle, barely missing the extended landing ramp and nicking its hull. "Your Majesty!" the pilot's voice rang in her ear. "Do we have them?" "Not yet," she ordered, not caring how panicked she sounded. They kept chasing Red Kiss, even as its torn-up belly finally swung upward and slammed fully into the coral ceiling. "Get us closer," she called to the pilot. "Closer!" The pilot, to her credit, didn't protest or complain. She kicked in a little additional altitude, skimming the coral underside so close she risked scraping off their own hull. Tahiri tugged the pinned-up sleeve of Tenel Ka's missing arm. "Can you find Zekk? I can't feel him." Tenel Ka had felt a fast burst of panic and a faster winking out. She stared at the freighter as it scraped along, knowing it would only be a few seconds before the entire thing tore apart in a mess of shrapnel and debris from which there could be no survival. Not again. She'd lost so much on this damned worldship already, not just Anakin and other good Jedi, but all the things she could never quantify: youth, hope, possibility, love. She wouldn't lose any more. She couldn't. She'd sworn to herself she wouldn't let this place take anyone more from her. She couldn't live with herself if she broke one more promise. Desperation gave her fuel. She reached out with the Force and found the faint echo of Zekk's presence, a presence she'd known deep inside for almost half her life. The echo was enough. She found him and pulled. She sensed Tahiri join strength with her. She saw a dark figure tumble from Red Kiss moments before the entire ship tore itself apart. The two of them pulled his body from the expanding debris cloud, reeling it toward the extended landing ramp. It was Terran who stretched forward and grabbed Zekk's arm as it dangled limp to one side. She pulled him in with both hands, and Tahiri grabbed him too, reeling him in. Tenel Ka staggered with them up the ramp and shouted into her comlink, "Go now! Take us out!" The pilot must have been too happy to reply, because the shuttle immediately banked down, putting itself well clear of the shuddering Yorick coral ceiling, then banked to the other side and accelerated. Once they dragged Zekk into the hold, Tahiri slapped the control panel on the wall, and the ramp sealed. Tenel Ka and Terran both sagged with Zekk. His helmet had been cracked, his face was slack and unconscious, but it didn't look like he'd suffered severe decompression. Once the ramp sealed, fresh air hissed into the chamber. Tenel Ka unlatched her helmet, but Terran got hers off first. She tossed it into the corner, and immediately tugged Zekk's off too. She brushed his hair away and ran her hands over his face, warm palms against cool cheeks. "I can feel him," said Tahiri as she dropped to her knees beside him. "He's really faint, though." Terran pulled his bare head up into her lap and felt for a pulse. "He's still beating." "We'll get a medic down immediately," Tenel Ka said. Terran bent over and, to the surprise of both other women, planted a firm kiss on Zekk's mouth. When she pulled back, his cold lips twitched, but his eyes didn't open. "Next time I'll make sure you remember it, Jedi," Terran muttered, then looked up. "I'll stay with him. Go up. Go!" Tahiri scrambled to her feet. Tenel Ka was right behind her. The two women hurried through crammed hallways, shouting for someone to go see Zekk in the hold, until they reached the cockpit, where they were greeted with the sight of crumbling coral falling toward them. "Hold on!" a voice cried, and Tenel Ka realized that Trista had taken the shuttle's controls. Apparently not one to mourn the loss of her prize freighter, the woman wrenched the yoke and nimbly avoided one chunk of coral, then another. One more big one tumbled toward them. Trista swung the yoke so hard to the right her whole body almost fell out of her chair, and inertia shoved Tahiri into Tenel Ka and Tenel Ka into the jumpsuit form of what must have been the mercenary captain from Wayward Soldier. "We're clear! We're clear!" Trista whooped as the last bits of the crumbling worldship disappeared. Stars filled their vision, and in the distance, the double-disc shape of the Hapan warship. Dragon Queen had never once looked so spectacular, Tenel Ka decided. She wanted nothing more than to soar straight to her ship, but Tahiri leaned over Trista's shoulder and said, "Turn us around." The pilot frowned and looked to Tenel Ka. Tahiri added, "Kill acceleration, then reorient us toward MYRKR. Please. I want to see." Tenel Ka understood. She nodded, and Trista cut their speed and spun the shuttle around so their viewport faced the planet, and the burning pyre of the dying worldship. The spiral arms of the great creation's disk had been torn apart, falling into the atmosphere and burning up. A corona of fire spread around the craft's splitting center as it hit Nyrkr's atmosphere. As she watched, the great rift within it spread even larger until the entire worldship cracked in two. Its coral entrails spilled out, so much immediately igniting as it tumbled toward the planet as to form a giant umbrella of fire that seemed to reach out and grasp the rest of the disk. She remembered the first time she'd seen that worldship, who had been with her, and who she'd lost in the long years since. Yet in all that time, in all that had happened, this place had remained in the back of her mind as surely as it had hung dead over Nyrkr in its slow-decaying orbit. As she watched the worldship's death, a stunning sense of freedom washed over her. It made her dizzy, and stole away her words, even her thoughts. Nothing could truly encapsulate what she was seeing, what she felt. She'd been a girl then. Barely more than a child. Now she was a queen, a mother, a woman who'd buried more people than she'd ever thought possible. The weight she'd carried for years, the weight of this place, of Anakin's death, of Jason's fall, finally began to lift. Her shoulders relaxed. The breath she'd been holding escaped in a long, slow exhale. She didn't know if closure was real, or if it was just a word people used to make themselves feel better. But watching the worldship burn, she felt something shift inside her. Something release. The mercenary captain said. Good riddance. Tenel Ka looked at him and saw the satisfaction on his face. But when she tried to find him in the Force, she found nothing at all. Tahiri must have realized that. Her hand on Tenel Ka's shoulder was warm, solid, an anchor. She's right here. You're both safe. Tenel Ka nodded. Tahiri didn't take her hand away. They stood together in the back of the cockpit, watching the worldship dissolve. Her mind fell back to Jason's funeral. It seemed like forever ago, and it had brought her no closure. This pyre felt truer somehow. Better. Final. Your Majesty, the co-pilot said quietly, Dragon Queen is hailing us. Are we ready to board? Tenel Ka looked at the burning worldship one last time. Then she turned away. Tell them we're coming. Tell them to prepare a medic. Your Majesty. Give us a minute more. Her voice was quiet, but it carried weight. And then we go home. Epilogue. When Zekk woke up, he stared at the soft, off-white ceiling of a medical bay. Waking up itself was a surprise. That he lay in a comfortable bed while some medical instrument beeped in time with his heart was even more so. The medical bay smelled of antiseptic and recycled air. Most surprising of all was the voice that said, You missed quite a show, Jedi. He turned his head, which hurt less than he expected, and saw Taryn Zell sitting on a stool beside his bed, one long leg crossed over the other, a data pad in her lap. She had a tight, satisfied smile on her face. What kind of show? He asked. His voice came out stronger than he'd expected. What's the last thing you remember? He thought a moment. The claustrophobic airlock, the world spinning outside, the body pinned beneath him, and the force calls from the Jedi on the ship flying parallel with a tumbling freighter. He said, Saving your life. White teeth slipped into her smile. I suppose you don't remember my thanking you for it? I can't say I do. He was pretty sure he would have. Without prelude, Taryn leaned all the way over his bed and kissed him on the mouth. It was firm but short, and when she pulled away she settled back on her stool, almost primly. Zekk said. Was that like the first time? More or less. He touched his lip, like he was feeling for her warmth. Okay. Sorry I missed it. Don't worry about that. It wasn't your fault. He tried to sit upright. His neck ached, and he leaned his head back against the bed frame. How long have I been out? Less than 12 hours. You're currently aboard the sick bay on Dragon Queen. Our doctors also sedated you so they could have a look inside that skull of yours. Was something wrong with it? My skull? Minor cracks, easily mended. I'm glad. He paused, thought, and asked, Dragon Queen? Tenel Ka brought her flagship here? Indeed. That was before she ever knew you were alive, let alone that you were here. The Queen was very determined to stop the threat presented by the Vong bioweapon. Is she safe? Tenel Ka? Of course. Everyone was recovered. The gunship you arrived on also survived the battle, with some minor scratches. Unfortunately, the mercenaries who attacked us escaped, save for a few starfighters without hyperdrives. Their pilots surrendered and have been quite compliant, but none of them know who hired them for the job. You think it's that Duca Marquesa woman? I know it. I still need to prove it. Moff Westermal, alas, only knew to pick up Sinzakal because Jason Solo told him to, which probably means he was the one communicating with Marquesa too. Sounds like a dead end. What happens to the Moff? It sounds as though Prelix is looking to ransom him. I imagine he will get quite a handsome fee, probably more than we paid him. Huh. Lucky captain? Indeed. But the fact is, holding Marquesa accountable for her crimes is still something that must be done. She leaned forward a little. And you need to help me. I need to get back to the Jedi. For some reason his words felt hollow. What you need is to finish what you started. The bioweapon has been neutralized, but the Queen, your friend, is still threatened by scheming nobles. Isn't she always threatened by scheming nobles? Exactly. That's why it would be very, very handy to have a Jedi in the Lorelian court. Add to that you're a male. What does that have to do with anything? Most Hapan men are not as capable as you. The Queen's enemies will doubly underestimate you, if they look at you twice at all. Thanks, I guess. And you could ensure the well-being of one of your oldest friends. Taryn and I, personally, would be quite happy to spend more time in your company. He had to smile at that. I'd sort of figured that part out. The other parts still stand, Taryn said seriously. I know you need to think about this, Zekk, but I really do believe your efforts would be best spent here. I'm sure Tenel Ka would agree. I know, he said, and in truth the idea of spending more time on Hapes with the friend he'd seen so tragically little of, the friend who'd fallen in love with Jason, fathered his child, and lost them both, all without Zekk being the wiser, was strong. But he'd spent his whole adult life a part of the Jedi Order. It was hard to simply turn away from it. The weight of that choice pressed against his chest. Taryn reached out and lightly stroked his forehead. You have some time to think about it, Zekk, and you can talk to Tenel Ka about it later, but I truly think this is what's best for you. You do seem pretty interested in my well-being. You nearly died saving my life. Why shouldn't I try to return the favor? I thought you already did. His lips pressed in a smirk. She pressed a finger against them, stifling any response. This is a fact, as my cousin would say. This is also one. Anyone can lose themselves in regrets, in things they could have done, promises they should have kept. The real challenge is learning to look to the future, even if it means you have to push aside things you once held as precious. He moved his head to one side, out from beneath her fingertip, and said, For the future? Yes. Taryn leaned close once more and kissed him again. The future is what we live for. She left him after that, left him to lie in his bed and think about what she'd said. The weight in his chest had eased, just slightly. He still wasn't sure. But for the first time in a long time, he was willing to find out. And that, he realized, was enough. He would stay. He would help Tenel Ka. He would see what the future held. After that, the dreams went away. Tahiri wasn't sure at first. After their rescue and flight to Dragon Queen, she'd been as exhausted as everyone else, and she'd almost collapsed into the bunk she'd been hastily provided. But she'd fallen easily into sleep, and it wasn't until after she'd woken up that she realized she hadn't been dreaming. That was no guarantee in itself. The trip back to Hapes took several days. She could have gone to see Zekk, but she had no idea what to say to him, other than bland well wishes. He knew what she'd gone through down on the worldship, maybe better than she knew herself. She would feel exposed under his gaze. There were other people to talk to. On Tenel Ka's orders, Dragon Queen's techs reeled the battered freighter Mandala inside its main hangar for repairs. Tahiri knew she should and would talk to Zekk eventually, nervously or no, but she wouldn't have long to see Jarna, and she knew she owed the BIM payment and a conversation. She found him, as expected, in the docking bay. His ears kept twitching nervously as he paced around the ship, watching the Hapan technicians patch its hull and repair its engines. The ship looked more battered than the Millennium Falcon had ever been, and the thought filled Tahiri with melancholy. You don't need to worry, she said as introduction. I'm sure they'll take good care of your ship. I should hope so, the BIM muttered, then forced himself to sound brighter as Tahiri stepped alongside him. On the bright side, with that new engine work, she should run smoother than ever. She's yours now. I know. I'll need to find a co-pilot. Jarna didn't glance at her, thankfully. She didn't want to step foot in Muro's ship ever again. She said, I'm sure you can find someone. Just offer to split every payment 50-50. Just like Raleigh did, Jarna said wistfully. Yeah, but you might as well keep the one from this job for yourself. I just transferred it to your account, by the way. Tell me, Tahiri. How did she die? Tahiri's breath stopped in her throat. It made sense that he wouldn't have heard what happened down on the worldship. She'd even heard Trista Isley informing Prelix and his men to keep all details of the operation confidential. When she didn't answer right away, the BIM said, I did the best I could up here. Got Mandala all beaten up, you can tell, but I did what I could. I heard you helped shoot down a gunship. Tahiri smiled, eager to change the topic. I was doing what I could. They were going to kill us. Jarna's ear twitched. I know you lost some other people down there too, some of Prelix's men. That's right. No escape after all. So, how did she die? Tahiri closed her eyes, saw the woman standing in the laboratory chamber with her rifle raised and a charge ticking away on her belt, cold determination on her face but regret in her eyes. She opened them and said, We'd gone down deep inside the worldship, into the Warrens, to find the lab with the bioweapon. There was a point where the Imperials jumped us. We ended up having to fight our way out. Muro didn't make it. Jarna nodded in sad acceptance. He didn't even suspect it was a lie. She envied him and felt sorry for him at the same time. The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. She told it to spare him, but she knew the truth, she'd killed Muro with anger in her heart. That was something she'd have to live with. That was something she couldn't outrun. "I'll miss her," he said. "She was a good partner. A good woman." There wasn't anything Tahiri could say to that. Jarna sighed and looked back to his ship. "Maybe I should talk to Prelix before I head out. He might have some connections for me. Maybe he'll even offer you a job. I don't know if I'd like to run with his crew. I have a feeling he might take some jobs I wouldn't like. It was better when it was just me and Raleigh, doing the jobs we wanted, going anywhere we could." It sounded like a good life to Tahiri still, after everything. She didn't want to tell that to Jarna though, lest he get the wrong impression, so she said, "I'm sure you'll find another good partner, Jarna. In my experience, beings like you are hard to come by." She left it like that, him feeling mildly pleased and her relieved to have the conversation done. That night, though, she lay down in her bunk and wondered if the dreams would come again. They did not, best she could tell. She woke up wondering if she'd ever dream of Myrkr or the Voxen again. It was a nice thought, that all her old anxieties and crises had burned up in the planet's atmosphere with the shattered worldship, but it was hard to believe in happy endings. The universe, she'd learned again and again, was not a merciful place. The next day she decided to go over to Wayward Soldier. The vessel needed repairs of its own, also provided on Tenel Ka's orders, but they were far less severe. When she took the jumper shuttle over to the gunship, the hulking Baragwin first officer greeted her. "I never thought I'd see another Jedi on this ship," he snorted. "Will the wonders never cease?" "I'd like to talk to your captain," she said. Chasdril snorted again. "Well, at least you have the courtesy to ask." He led her through the ship to what was apparently Prelix's private cabin. It looked as normal as any other cabin on any other ship. Prelix was even waiting there for her, wearing his captain's jacket and Oaglith masker, offering to share a bottle of Lamanale. "No thanks," she said in Yuuzhan. "I just want to talk." His face scrunched slightly in a frown. He said in the same tongue, "I haven't carried a conversation in this language in some time." "Me either. But you remember it, don't you?" Still in Yuuzhan. "I grew up with it. It's hard to forget." "I know. So did I." His eyes narrowed. "You are her, then? The Jedi who was shaped?" "That's right. I didn't know if you'd heard of me." "Oh, I have." Prelix uncorked his bottle of ale and poured a glass half full. He picked it up, sniffed it, and drank a mouthful. "In the beginning, I kept my ears open for all kinds of news about my old kin." "Then what happened?" He chuckled. "I believe my new kind have a statement about becoming the mask." "Did you want to become it? Or did it happen gradually?" He sighed and settled down in a chair. "Both, perhaps. Tell me, Jedi, how do you think a ship packed with dozens of warriors and one intendant can crash, and only the intendant survives?" She frowned and took the seat opposite his. "Tell me. How?" "You can guess." He ran his free hand over his maskered face. "We landed in a dense battle zone on the outskirts of a city. Mercenaries saw our ship go down and crowded us on all sides. The Hutts were offering extra payment, you see, for the severed head of any Yuuzhan their mercenaries retrieved." Tahiri winced, but he added, "Say what you will about them, but the Hutts know how to incentivize their employees. My spies had already picked up that tidbit, and when our ship went down I knew we'd be outnumbered, outfought, and probably decapitated in a very grisly fashion." "So you ran?" I ran. And the warriors, being warriors, fought to the grisly end. I had a massacre on hand, you see, and that was what saved me. There were so many mercenaries, and they were all jostling for trophies, so nobody paid much attention to one human slinking away from the fray. Did you feel guilty for what you did? It was a simple question, but a hard one. Prelix took another sip of his drink and looked down at his glass. When I escaped, I did it in the heat of panic. Later on, looking back, I thought of the warriors I'd left to die. They weren't bad sorts for warriors. He smirked softly, maybe remembering all the old caste rivalries that had seemed so important. But the old life was gone. The only life I had was the one I'd run into. And so I lived it, every day since. Do you regret running? No, he said at once. Even if I did once, this is the life I live now. Then why were you so intent on going down to the worldship? What did you think you would gain there? He didn't answer right away, and she pressed. I could tell how relieved you were when that worldship burned up. How satisfied. And you were not? I had a lot of history in that place. History, he sniffed, is something I can do without. Then why go to the worldship? Why take the risk? We almost died down there. He considered her carefully for a minute before he said, Would you believe that I simply wanted to be sure? Sure that past was past, sure that he'd chosen the right life all those years ago. Yes, she said, I believe you. Excellent. He took a sip of lemonade and asked, Did you come all this way to talk about that? Not exactly. She looked down at her hands as they clasped her kneecaps. Captain, would you consider taking me on as a crew member? Prelix's silence seemed to go on forever. When she forced herself to look up, he was leaning back in his chair, sipping the last of his lemonade, and not looking at her at all. Captain? She repeated. Did you hear my question? Of course I heard it. He was suddenly brusque. Why the devil would I want a Jedi on my ship? She tried not to wince. I can offer a lot of skills. I know. Most of them wouldn't make my crew very happy. A lot of them used to work for the Peace Brigade, you know. They're not the Jedi-loving type, by and large. I don't think they're your type either. Good help is hard to find, Jedi, and I'm not sure you'd be good help. Not for my crew, and not for yourself. For some reason she felt relief instead of disappointment. Somehow, she'd thought that slipping onto Wayward Soldier would grant her some kind of anonymity amongst all these privateers and rough types. Amongst all these strangers she wouldn't feel the pressure of her past. I'm sorry, she said. I just wanted to ask. Shouldn't you be going back to the Jedi Order, wherever they're hiding? They are your type, aren't they? I don't have a type. I don't have anyone. She looked down at her hands again. She had no type and certainly no family. Once the Solos had been that, but she'd ruined that more surely than she'd ruined her ties to the Jedi Order. Even if Anakin's mother could forgive Tahiri for turning a lightsaber on her, Tahiri knew she couldn't forgive herself. No matter what, past wasn't past, not for Tahiri. What about Zonema Sekit? Prelix asked. I wouldn't be welcome there, not after what I've done. She didn't know if Prelix was aware of all the horrible things she'd done in service of Darth Kiedis. If he knew, he didn't say. You do have special skills, I'll give you that. Prelix rested his empty cup on a side table and leaned forward, elbows on knees. It sounds like you need time to run by yourself, figure out what you really need. Bounty hunting might be up your alley. Bounty hunting, she repeated. She couldn't shake the image of thugs in battered, faceless helmets. At the moment, Miss Vela, I believe you could be anything you want. Prelix leaned back in his chair. Just because you were something once doesn't mean you have to stay that thing forever. Your fate is what you choose. He'd said it to encourage her. She could tell that from his voice, from her accents, and what he'd said was undoubtedly true. After so many years of being defined by the Yuuzhan Vong, the Jedi, Anakin and Jason most of all, she was suddenly in a place with no master and no rules other than what she decided for herself. It was a lonely place to be, and deep down, at the center of herself, she found the angry determination that had been in her heart when she'd killed Gilad Pellaeon, and when she'd killed Raleigh Murrow. The words settled in her chest like stones. They gave her so little comfort. But she didn't know where else to go. So she would go to Ord Mantell. She would try her hand at bounty hunting. She would find out who she was when no one was telling her who to be. When Dragon Queen dropped out of hyperspace over Hapes, Tenel Ka was in her personal salon located one deck beneath the bridge. From its broad viewport, she could see the planet spread out beneath her like a blue-green jewel. Growing up, she'd always dreaded spending time on Hapes, and for so long after becoming queen this place had come to feel like a prison so dreadful she'd needed brief escapes with Jason to feel like her old self. Now, though, the sight of Hapes warmed her. It was curious and inexplicable, but she thought it might have something to do with the person standing beside her. The warmth of Zekk's presence beside her was a comfort she hadn't known she needed. Her shoulders finally relaxed. The breath she'd been holding escaped in a long, slow exhale. It really is a very pretty world, Zekk said. Despite its ugly underside, I believe you're right, Tenel Ka said. He didn't respond, and she didn't need the force to tell he was pensive, undecided. I'm sure Terran gave you an offer to stay on Hapes as part of my Lorelian court. That's right. It's my offer too. After another thoughtful pause, he asked, What is it, your Lorelian court? It is the secret security organization passed down from queen to queen. Their fealty is to her alone. I don't think you'd have to worry about any of your dukas buying me off. Zekk smiled a little. I'm sure not, friend Zekk. And you know it would be very, very good to have you here. She hesitated, wondering if it would show too much vulnerability, before adding, I need all the good friends I can get. If she was showing weakness, Zekk wouldn't fault her for it. She knew that. She could sense him wavering, edging closer to accepting her offer but not quite there. She knew what would convince him. She leaned in a little closer, lowered her voice, and said, My daughter does also. He looked at her. But Tenel Ka, you're... She held up a hand to silence him. You have heard what the rest of the galaxy has heard, correct? He nodded. I will tell you something very important, something I have not even told Terran or Trista. I'm telling you this as a show of trust. He nodded again. Alana is alive. And she is with her grandparents. His eyes widened with a suspicion, a question. She nodded once, and it was a revelation. It was shocking and it was sad, all the more because he should have been there for his friends. He should have known it all along, should have done something to keep things from turning out this way. Oh, Tenel Ka, he breathed. I thought she might be. But I didn't know. I should have known. I should have. She placed her finger on his lips. It is not your fault, friend Zekk. There were many mistakes made. But Alana is not one of them. She is with the Solas now, and safe. That is all that matters. She took her hand away and he said no more. He looked thoughtfully at the planet below, the latest revelations whirling through his mind. Underneath his shock and confusion she felt a familiar sadness, a sadness she knew would never go away completely for anyone who had known and cared about Jason Solo. "It is hard," she said carefully, "to let go of the past. Sometimes mistakes are made which can never be fixed, and—" "I know," Zekk exhaled. "You just have to look to the future. Funny, I never thought it would be Taryn who'd get it through my head. Taryn is a wealth of surprises. I've noticed." He chuckled and put his hands on his belt. "You know, even if I do stay with you, I'd need to call the Jedi, let them know I'm okay." "In time," she nodded. It was as much as an acceptance of her offer. "However, I'd very much prefer that you finish your existing business beforehand." "You mean Duca Marquesa?" Taryn seemed keen to go after her. "She blames herself for not catching Marquesa's schemes sooner," Tenel Ka said, then added, "It is all right to dwell on some regrets, so long as they're in your power to fix." "I think this one we can wrap up," Zekk nodded. "You can tell Taryn I'll help." "Ah," she raised an eyebrow. "I imagine you would want to tell her." He laughed nervously. "Yeah, I guess it's better if I do it myself." His expression grew more serious. "Not yet, though. I think there's someone else I need to talk to first." Tahiri was back in Dragon Queen's hangar bay, this time waiting for the jumper shuttle that would ferry her over to Wayward Soldier. The mercenary gunship must have made for a rare sight in Hape's skylanes, but it hugged close to Dragon Queen, marking it as an ally instead of a threat. The hangar was cold, the recycled air thin against her skin. Her bag felt heavier than it should. The cold seeped through her boots. She felt Zekk enter the hangar before she saw him. Memory flushed through her, the time she'd been ready to leave the Fountain Palace and Jaina Solo had caught up to her to deliver a final message that set her on the course that, eventually, had brought her back round to Hape's. She wondered if she should mention it to Zekk. She wondered if he wanted to hear about Jaina at all. As she turned to face him, she decided to keep that bit of information to herself. Instead, she dropped her bag at her feet, put her hands on her hips, and said, "I kind of figured you'd come to see me off." "Why is that?" Zekk asked honestly. "Because we couldn't avoid each other forever. I'm glad you recovered, by the way." "So am I. Thanks for saving me. Tenel Ka was the one who found you in that spinning death trap. I just helped." "Still, thank you." Awkward silence passed between them. She looked down at her feet and said, "I'm skipping over to Wayward Soldier soon. But you probably already knew that." "Are you joining up with Prelix?" he asked, incredulous. She shook her head. "He wouldn't have me. But he said he can give me a ride over to Ord Mantell and hook me up with some associates." "Associates," Zekk repeated. "Bounty hunters. Prelix recommended it, but I was already thinking I might try my hand. That's what you did after your brush with the dark, wasn't it?" "That was a long time ago. And it was more than a brush." "I know. So was mine." She still couldn't look up, but she said, "When I triggered that detonator and blew the shuttle, I did it with anger in me. You know that. You also saved the mission. There should have been a better way. When I killed them, I found all the places in me that were bitter and angry, and that was what was in me when I channeled the Force. It's the same thing I did when I killed Pelion and Shevu. You've been through a lot. We both have. That's what makes it easy to give in. There's so much fuel to the fire." "And Jason?" She picked her head up and looked him in the eye. "What about him? When he did all those things, those awful things, what was fueling him? Anger? You know better than I, he said softly, without reproach. He could get angry, very angry, when things didn't go his way, but I don't think that was what fueled him. Neither do I. Jason was always searching for things. For an answer, a question, a purpose. I think whatever he found convinced him he was justified in what he did. Then what did he find? Tahiri looked away. I don't know. I just don't know. Then I guess we never will. Kiedis yawned between them. Tahiri didn't want them to part like this and struggled with something to say. When she couldn't come up with something, he volunteered. I'll be staying on Hapes for a little while. I have some work to do that has to stay secret, so I'd appreciate you not telling the Jedi I'm around. She frowned. They need to know you're alive. Jaina needs it. I know. He smiled sadly. I'll make it all clear eventually, I promise. I just need to take care of a few things first. She was pretty sure one of those things was Taranzel, but that was no excuse to blow off Jaina entirely. But then, Zekk needed to move beyond his regrets as much as she did. Do you plan to go back to the Jedi? In time? I think so. He tilted his head. Do you? She stared down at her boots again, unsure of what to say. She wanted to tell him yes, but deep down, in her heart, she didn't know if she could ever be worthy to call herself one again, not when so much darkness still lingered in her heart. Then she wondered if she wanted to be one at all. She picked her head up, forced a smile, and said, I'll let you know. I'll see you again, Zekk, I'm sure of it. He nodded, as warmly as he could. He took a step close to her, and she took a half step away. Somehow a hug didn't seem right, not after everything. Instead she extended a hand. He took it, and shook firmly. Then, without a word, Tahiri picked up her bag, turned, and started toward the shuttle, toward Wayward Soldier and whatever future awaited. Her steps were heavy, but she walked without looking back. The shuttle's engines hummed to life behind her. The sound echoed through the hangar, vibrating up through the deck plates. She didn't look back. She didn't know what she'd find on Ord Mantell. She didn't know if she'd ever be worthy of the Jedi again. But for the first time in a long time, she was choosing her own path. And that, she decided, was enough. This has been a Makati Productions audiobook. For more Star Wars audiobooks, please subscribe to the YouTube channel or join our Patreon page for exclusive benefits. May the Force be with you.